around 60
Right,
degrees.
the bottom is coming in sight, and I see animals already. I think I see a lot of animals.
As well.
I think we're going to have a good dive today. In fact, I think at this distance that I'm seeing some very large icidid colonies.
Copy. Following you down.
Of course, it could be sand and sponges. No, I am right. These are really big colonies of corals, and there's a lot of them. So you're looking at a live feed from the Okeanos Explorer, and it's Deep Discover ROV. You're on a seamount south of Wake Island in the Wake unit of the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument. We are at a depth of about 1,500 meters right now, and guess what? We have found what appears to be a really nice community of deep water corals and sponges. The seamount has never been explored before. You're seeing it for the first time as we are, and pretty much in exactly the same time as we are. If you're watching from the Maui Ocean Center on Maui, welcome. I'm glad you're able to explore with us, and same thing for the Waikiki Aquarium. Welcome to you folks there.
And down a little bit more first.
Hopefully you're going to enjoy the dive today.
Okay, I'm going to bring the lowers full out.
Yeah, and that surface looks nice and dark again. We have manganese crust again, I think, but we see some nice bumpy shapes. So hopefully we'll find some volcanic rocks that we can pick up.
Lower sternals are full outboard. Do you want me to partially deploy them or not yet?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and do that. You can bring that one in a little bit.
Scott's noting on the chat that there might be too many corals to look at them all.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a challenge here for him today, but this is a good challenge.
That's a couple of sponges for you.
Big, huge polyopogon sponges. These larger colonies of corals appear to be big bamboos, but we'll see when we get further. They could also be corallium.
Coming down a little more.
I'm starting to wonder whether this is a huge corallium forest here. They've got a little bit of a pink tone.
Chris, we're all set up here.
Chris, I think we may have corallium and bamboo corals. There's at least a whip and some primnoids along with the sponges, so we may have a nice collection from all the, well, not all the families, but a nice diversity here.
Yeah, and I would agree. This one that's right in front of us certainly looks like a corallium, and it looks like there's some Acanthogorgia as well. So we could say corallium, but actually what we really mean is hemicorallium. The family Corallidae was recently updated.
Ooh, I think I see a nice rock down there.
Video, that lighting looks fairly even to me. How do you like it?
How can you see it behind all those corals?
Right now,
I must admit I can't see the forest or the trees, but
background look fairly well lit.
I do see something
see some hotter lighting.
that might actually be loose. It's just on the right side of your screen.
This
So these
angle of
yellow
the RV
colonies,
camera
I think
looks
the polyps look a little big for
level across.
Acanthogorgia, so these may be something like
come on in, video.
Plexaurids. This is indeed hemicorallium. Boy, a
Any chance
beautiful
we get
big
this,
colony. So Scott, blast away at what you want to look
I
at.
can't hear you, Roland.
Any chance we get this from the
So many choices,
oblique
Chris.
side?
Feel free just
From
to
the
direct
what
them
side?
as we're going by
straight on
to
the side right now?
colonies
We're
that are
sort of
close by,
down
and
on
if I
an angle,
see
so we're
something
not
that
seeing the
looks like
full.
missed, I'll call in.
That
So did you want to
might
look
be
at the
difficult.
squat lobster that's toward the base of this particular coral, or are you mostly focused on commensals on isidids?
No, I think the squat lobster would be nice to get a look at. One of the questions ultimately that people will have is, do you see animals on the coral? Are they the same animals that you would see on the natural bottom? Or does the presence of the coral mean you get a different suite of species? And so if we look at some of these animals that are on the bottom around the coral, we can start to determine if are they the same or not.
Okay, thank you. And by the way, that's the voice of Scott France from the University of Louisiana Lafayette. I need to call out some of the people who are now with us. We have Diva Amon, who's in Trinidad at the moment, a deepwater biologist who's worked a lot in the manganese nodule field
try to get
and
it
the
tight on
Terry-Clipperton
his
fracture
proboscis.
zone. We have Abby Laponte, who's with Les Watling's lab, and she's a deepwater bamboo coral specialist, another also biogeographer. Asako Matsumoto from Chiba Institute in Japan is a deepwater coral specialist. Bruce Mundy from the NOAA Fisheries Science Center, who's a deep and shallow water fish expert. We've also got Deborah Glickson from Harbor Branch, and she is a geologist. She was also on our leg one of the Marianas cruise with Diva Amon. We've got Patty Fryer. Hello, Patty. And she was a geologist on the recently completed leg 3 of the Marianas cruise. Scott France, I already mentioned. And Tina Molitsova from the Shirshov Institute of Oceanology in Moscow, also a deep water coral specialist, black corals, cereanthids, all types of things. So we've got a really a good group here with us this morning. We're going to help you and us with the identifications of what we're seeing. This is presumably a chirostylid.
For me,
go ahead, Scott.
Down.
I was just going to say this is good for me when video feels comfortable with their shot. And I just wanted to add to what I had said earlier.
And get a full screen of
we
the
refer to the
whole
term
coral.
associates repeatedly, which is referring to animals that live associated with either the sponges or the corals that we're looking at. And we have some pretty good evidence that there are some species of associates that will only be found on certain species of corals or sponges. There are others that are much more general, but they typically do like to be off the rock bottom. And then there are others that we see on rock bottom.
I said that's full wide.
So that's one
Can
of
you
the
rise
things
up
that
just a little bit to get the top in?
And the reason that's important
to get the top
is because it can tell us
just to get the whole frame.
the corals
It's fully
contribute
framed
to the
right now.
community.
Yeah, my screen it was top was cut off, but it's centered now.
Protecting areas
Video's
that have,
clear.
rich biodiversity, a large number of species.
That was a big coral.
Can you turn the lasers on too?
Yeah, get lasers, Copilot.
Other animals associated.
Lasers were on during the measurement. We only turned it off for the final
right now,
view.
just turn them on.
These close-ups and closer looks.
Is this what you think might be loose, Jasper?
Yeah, that's what I was looking at for a second.
Thank you, Scott. So
Poke it.
as you know, one thing we try to do right off the bat is to get a rock in the box, and Jasper thought he spotted a couple that might be loose. And this is going to be challenging here because a lot of these are glued.
Yeah, it looked loose, but I'm not sure there was much more than manganese loose.
Right. So we're just taking a quick scan here to see if we can potentially find a rock that might work. These rocks are really, really important. Those of you who have participated in other dives with the Okeanos Explorer, you've heard me give this spiel before, but these rocks are how the geologists such as Jasper can figure out the age of these volcanoes, which is really crucial information to
What do you think, Jasper?
understanding
I'm not sure these are
tectonics
rocks.
in the Pacific, how the Pacific plate was moving, and what seamount chains are similar, what are different, how many different types of seamount trails we have in the Pacific. So rocks are a most definite part of our collecting activities.
Hey, Chris, what else would you like to see?
So one of these yellow colonies, maybe the one that's directly below the pink one right in front of us.
Copy.
Josh, you were indicating you couldn't hear me. My level over here is pushing the average. You may want to check to see if somebody dropped it on your panel.
Yep. Come on in, Roland.
Yeah, it's got a little something on it as well. Uh-oh.
Coming tight.
I don't know what Tina's COCAC, what does that refer to?
Maxim.
I think she thinks that this is an Acanthogorgia in the family Acanthogorgia.
Ah.
I think that's probably...
Got it. CORAC. Oh, I get it. She just had a little typo there. Got it.
Right. And, yeah, so that's a little brittle star with its arms sort of tightly wound around one of the branches. And I'm glad I held
Another
off.
brittle
I was going to
star
say
there.
that I was surprised, at least in this initial view, not to obviously see lots of brittle stars on these different colonies. They're one of the most common associates that we see. There's another one up near the top there.
So our pilot right now, Josh, he pointed out something the other day when we were processing one of the specimens and found a little tiny brittle star on it. You know, he made the observation.
Yeah, that was
well,
the first. Oh, I see the one on the right.
We know that these guys are getting on the corals at a really young age, so it's not as though they're crawling along the bottom and then crawling up a coral that they find. This was a really baby brittle star that we had in the lab on a fairly large primnoid coral. So it's not as though the brittle star found it right off the bat. It was pretty interesting, just a little clue as to what's going on down here between the associates and their coral hosts.
Yeah, and there's a lot of different species of brittle stars, and some of them do seem to be in a very close association with corals, and so we wouldn't normally see them on the bottom. There are others that do climb on and climb off. In fact, sometimes we see them kind of parachuting off of the colonies when we disturb it. But I would absolutely expect that some of these brittle stars they brood their embryos, and so could release young brittle stars onto the colony, and so maybe that's exactly what you found, one that had recently been given birth to.
Okay, so we've completed this one. Let's see if we can find some other things to image.
Video, if you think this might be a good overhead shot of D2,
Jasper
I'd be
is
coming in fairly close
finally realized that he's sitting next to an
zooming
older
in
guy right
on
now
HD.
and has increased the font size of the chat room in front of him. And
Actually,
so,
somebody else did that. That was not me, but
That
I
wasn't
decided
you?
not to change it back for that reason, yeah.
So I can actually read chat messages pretty easily today, so I will keep an eye on that if you prefer to submit your requests via chat. So Josh, I'm sure that Scott and Les would be interested in this unbranched bamboo whip that's kind of coming into view now.
Yeah, copy that.
Josh, I'm going to follow you
It's
around.
like a little corkscrew.
Yep, go
Yeah.
for it. Just don't come down too much
To
farther.
hear
Yes,
from
I'm
Abby
keeping
LaPointe,
Delta
who you
14
noted
right
is
now.
No, I'm
following
looking
along
at your
in the
sonar.
event log.
Thank you.
And she probably has done more recent
Just
work than
push past
anybody
your
on
skid.
the morphology of some of these deep water, what we call the
Okay,
subfamily
come on in, Roland.
Craddoisidid bamboo corals. So you've repeatedly asked me to come up with some names for these things, and we're being a little bit coy and waiting. But it's Abby who's actually coming up with a lot of these names for these genera. So she may be able to tell us a little bit about this as we get closer.
Maxim.
Okay, and Abby, if you're near a phone, you know, you could call in. You know, although I can see the chat very well right now, my ears still function well. I'm on Abby's committee, so I can tease her a little bit and try to cajole her to see if she'll call in every once in a while when we're looking at one of her animals. So I'm looking at the chat here. Do we have an idea of what this is?
I haven't typed
There's a
anything
node.
in yet, Chris, but one of the things I'm noting is that kind of milky white color to the polyps. Might be that there's a lot of small scales that are in the walls, the tissue of these polyps, and I am not seeing any very distinct or long needles between those tentacles, another common character we look at, and those are certainly characteristics that are going to help Abby come up with an ID.
Okay, so Abby is commenting. She's responding to my prompt there. She's not near a phone, but she has come in and she thinks this looks like a bee clade. I said it to her.
Getting very close.
So that's great, bee clade. And so one bit of information I'll give out, because obviously those of you in the general public who are listening to this, bee clade doesn't really mean anything. But I can tell you that, some 10 years ago or so, and earlier than that, whenever anybody saw an unbranched bamboo coral whip, it would be given the name Lepidisis. It would be put into the genus Lepidisis. You would have to collect it and look at more fine-scale characters to know exactly what species it is.
Fine pilot whenever video's ready.
Yeah, let's come out rolling.
Full specimen.
Show that there's a lot more than just one kind of whip. And so they actually are quite distantly related. So you cannot call all of them the genus Lepidisis. So when Abby says it's in the bee clade, it's in a group that will have multiple genera. This will be one that is different from where we put the typical unbranched bamboo coral Lepidisis. That's about the best I can tell you right now.
Great, thank you, Scott.
Yeah, Patty's pointing out that some of the manganese looks crumbled off there, and it looked like we had well over an inch, multiple centimeters worth of crust covering these rocks, it seems, which is again why I was cautious about picking that rock up, because we may just end up picking up a piece of the manganese coating as opposed to the volcanic rock underneath.
So that thickness of manganese must mean that it's maybe more than 100 years old?
Yeah, it's probably over 100. That's a fair bet. I think if it was 100 years, then we probably know about this volcano erupting.
Would you care to explain the rate of manganese growth? That was what the prompt was for?
I figured as much, yeah. So we think that these manganese crusts, and you can sort of see it here actually again under this, sort of in the middle of the screen on the right. It appears that there's like an inch or more thick shell on top of these sort of more roundish shapes. This manganese crust precipitates from the ocean water at a rate of maybe a millimeter or two per million years. And so in order to accumulate, well, an inch would be 25 millimeters. You're looking at least 25 million years. If it's at a millimeter per million years, so tens of millions of years is common. I see you looking interested at this sponge growing over this coral.
Yeah, so this sponge is in the genus Poliopogon or Poliopogon. I like to change up how I pronounce it every day just to be a pain in the rear end. This is in the family Pheronematidae, and it's these sponges could be sort of characterized in general as being quite massive. They're some of the largest sponges you'll see in deep water, below 1,000 meters. And they also attach to the rock via that fibrous base, as you can see right at the bottom of the sponge, near the base of the coral as well. The texture of it is a little bit different, but there's a lot of species in this genus that are not described. And I worked on this genus a number of years ago with Dr. Henry Ricewig up in his house in Vancouver, and I think we got up to Poliopogon species F or H or something like that, so quite a lot of them. These were just from Hawaii alone. So it's definitely a very diverse group, and one that we do not understand very well.
Come on up.
Shrimp.
Looks like we've got a little shrimp in the water column. This other leaf-like sponge, those of you who've been following the dives probably know what this is already. This is in the genus Tritopleura. And these are some other sponges that are not described, so we can only go to genus on them. They're in the family Encinateridae. They seem to be pretty successful as well. We seem to see them everywhere we go. One thing I'm sort of looking at is just the sheer size of the animals that we're seeing right now. These are big colony of corallids, big sponges. So it's an old, probably more developed community here on this ridge.
Chris, another interesting thing relating to the age and the size of the corals is that corallium that we were just looking at obviously had grown to that size before the sponge had grown outwards and then around the branches. You know, there's that interaction. Very interesting hermit crab we see right here in gastropod shell. But
it's going to be a tough dive.
Kind of cool to think about what came here first and how
Lots
long
of
they've
current,
been here interacting
no way to
with one
sit
another.
down most of the time.
Yep, pull out for full specimen.
Yeah, and you know, one of the other sort of follow-ups on that, I wonder if we could get the shrimp, if possible, as he's swimming by, just in our initial documentation of animals at the site. I think he's got a nice long rostrum to him. That's the spine sticking out between his eyes. I think he's got one. Sometimes you get a little confused with the antenna.
Next time.
Yeah, and so, boy, I always get these mixed up. It's either possibly in the family Aristiidae or in the Benthocyninae.
Starboard to look.
And I keep forgetting which is which has a spine and which doesn't.
Back on you.
Let's see, where was the... oh, yeah, I missed that, Roland. Roland was just pointing out that there was an urchin on the bottom that he spotted, and we missed that. Okay, so this guy does not have a spine, and therefore I think that puts him in the Aristiidae, but
yeah, coming out.
Wouldn't surprise me if I've got it backwards again. So one of the things we like to remark on, and this gives a pretty good view, is that a lot of these corals are oriented in the same direction, and that would be, I think, perpendicular to the ridge line.
Yeah, the flow is coming from my port.
From your port, yeah, I got the wrong display on this computer over here.
So from the north.
From the north, okay, thank you.
And it's relatively significant.
Partial.
All right, coming up.
Okay, that anemone, I think, was in the, oh boy, I got plenty of sleep last night. The, this guy,
Careful of backing. And
I'm having a senior moment, I can tell right now.
What are you worried about?
The tether. You're fine.
It's an optical illusion.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't think it was a harmathiid. I don't think it was a harmathiid. I think it was an actinoscyphia. That's what I was trying to dredge up. I think it was actinoscyphia, but I may be way wrong.
Just needed some pumping.
You want to see this this guy here, Chris?
Maybe a snap zoom. I think it's our regular deep water
quick.
anemone. It's a different type of anemone. We think it's in the family Exosalactidae.
Yeah, and they're pointing out in the chat there was another one a little further down on the right.
Okay.
Yeah, coming out.
That's the view we like, Chris.
Yeah, a little late in getting that set up.
That's okay.
Actually see the orientation of the ROV now in the ship and in our high pack display. Yeah, same type of anemone.
Ooh, there's some big rocks here.
So if you could do me a favor, Dave, and if I look like I'm going to bump a coral, like if I'm zoomed in on something,
Right.
just give me a shout
I'll let
out.
you know.
Let's see, that's broken coral base there.
Can we do a snap zoom into the pile of rubble and rocks on the right?
Yeah, there might be something in there that's loose.
Hey, come on in, Roland.
Partial.
I'm going to come to starboard a bit.
You can see the shell on that one.
Yeah, there was one also to the
You saw
right a
one
little
more.
bit.
I didn't see that one.
Yeah, I
I'm
wonder
gonna
if we
take a
could
look.
zoom out just a hair.
Come
I
out
think
just
there
a
was
little bit,
another
Roland.
one.
Oh yeah,
This one
there.
here.
Partial.
The more robust one. Or is that too small still? Or
That's about that's like 12 centimeters across.
yeah.
Can we
Look.
pan up a little?
Yep.
Ooh, how about this one?
Monster.
Let's see how big it is with the lasers. It's about 20
He's
centimeters.
looking at the one
just
above it, Josh. He's not satisfied with these little picayune little pebbles.
I've seen the manganese looks like it might end up being like multiple inches thick, and so if we pick up a 10 centimeter rock, it may be all manganese like the one we had like the other day.
Do you think that's all manganese?
I don't know. That's the problem.
I mean, this big one, that's an
Yeah,
awfully big one.
it might be a big one. I don't know. How about
Well, is that too big, Josh, the one you had the lasers on, or is that a possibility?
That guy?
No, the one above it.
that guy?
No, keep going
This
that
guy?
one. Yeah.
No, that's way too big.
Okay.
How about can you zoom in a little bit more on the ones below it?
Yeah, come on in, Roland.
A nice face on it. Nice
Yeah,
last
it does
face.
have some sharper corners.
And this one does too. Looks like it's got some angles.
Yeah,
on
I
it.
like the one on the left there maybe.
Yeah,
Could we take a look and see if those are
absolutely.
movable?
Come on out, Roland.
So we're about to engage in one of our fun games that we do when we get to
Let's
the
get
bottom
the
here, and it's
hydraulics
called
up.
Poker Rock.
Yes,
So-
that's right.
That's
And
1500.
the reason we play Poker Rock down here is that a lot of these rocks are totally cemented into the seafloor, and even though they look like we could easily grab them and put them in the basket, there is no chance. They are so glued into the seafloor that it's impossible to extract them. So we look for rocks that have a chance of actually being loose
Turning
and
to
not
starboard
quite
a bit
cemented
more.
in.
Look at you.
What's that, Dave?
I'm turning to starboard.
Yep,
Get
it's
a
fine.
better view
We're
of
not
you.
moving, so.
Yes.
Hydraulics up.
Yes.
I guess the way you could think about it is supposedly sharks, maybe like great white sharks, they tend to bump their prey sometimes and then bite. So Josh here is actually going to bump his prey first before he bites with the
That's right.
Would
manipulator.
you like any
I'm
cameras?
gonna take
on?
a look here.
We're just going to poke here first.
Copy.
Oh,
That's
it's
loose.
loose.
That's way loose. Oh, but
Yes.
that looks, I don't know.
Too small. And this guy back here is no good.
Can you chip that over? No, that. I think
How
that has
about-
a platey look to it. I don't think so.
No.
That
Okay.
might just be manganese.
How about the monster that you nixed, but maybe just take another look? That big one there behind the lasers, yeah. Well, that's not too big, Josh, really.
We can,
Can you roll it forward to see if it's a flat piece or if it's rounded?
absolutely.
Just roll it towards us, maybe.
Don't let it roll too far. It looks like there's a bit of a cliff drop off behind you.
Oh yeah, the look. Four squat lobster. Yes, guys, we see it.
Oh, that's pretty thin.
Yeah,
I don't know.
that's a tricky one. Tricky call.
All right, so what do you want?
Let's see, it's about 10 centimeters across. For that to be all manganese, it'd be pretty sad.
I can give it a squeeze.
Yeah, why don't we squeeze it? Yep.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, before we when we finish the other game we're playing, the Squeezer Rock game, we can take a look at that tube anemone. You know, Patty Fryer is concerned we're going to put the rock on the squat lobster, but then all we're doing is we'd be transforming it into a squash lobster.
Oh, he'll still be here all week, folks.
Yeah. Sorry, I had a little bug in that. Alright, so this is maximum grip force.
Okay.
We aren't really advocating squashing the squat lobster. It was just a stupid joke.
It
We
seems
do not
like
want to damage any animal down here.
okay. I think that's bumpy enough, and if that's maximum grip force, I suspect there's probably some rock somewhere inside.
Copy.
Let's just go for it.
Let's do starboard rock box.
You know,
Bring the wing in.
chip.
Ready for wing in?
Yep.
Are you going to image it?
Do we want to image this before we stow it? Come on in, Roland. Tilt my camera up.
Got it.
We've got any commensals on it? Some teeny tiny little pieces of junk. I'm not really. Oh, there's a brittle star. Okay,
Yep.
we got one commensal on it.
I'm going to take your Zeus, mini Zeus as well. if
He's
that's
going
okay.
for the ride of his life.
Yeah. So yes, indeed, lobster is safe. Brittle star, not so much.
Alright, let's bring the wing out.
He's gonna get some time to
Starboard
decompress.
wing in. Would you like the drawer out? Or can you reach
No,
it?
you can leave that.
Tina noted that the lobster did escape. It was safe.
I thought I
Okay.
saw it climb up to the left, but
Yeah. So we can keep calling it a squat lobster rather than
yeah,
the name I gave it or the name that Scott gave it was a splat lobster.
that's nice too. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's only if Josh would have dropped it on him, though.
that's true.
Right.
Pilot, there is a request to zoom something straight down
Wing out.
below the current view before we leave this site. It's we think it's a tube anemone, just
Winging
as you're
out.
stowing this rock away. There he is, right
Okay,
by the
come on in.
lasers. That is a beautiful shot of that animal. So we actually have Tina Molodtsova on the chat room today, who's one of the world's foremost authorities on this particular type of cnidarian, which are called Syriantherians
Mark the
or tube anemones.
Should laser across this as we go
Chris,
away.
this is one of the better views we've seen from the side that exposes the tube of this tube anemone. And so I'll take the opportunity to point out that the tube is built by the anemone. It's a combination of mucus and these specialized cells
Possibly
that it
rock
can
slide
fire.
to the right
Same
so we
kind
can
of
center
cell
on the
that
part
jellyfish and other cnidarians
the
fire
tip
We're going to
to
stay right here, right now,
sting
Roland.
their prey and capture their prey. But it's a different modification of it. It's one that doesn't sting, but instead is ejected. They are sticky and they sort of hold together in kind of a mesh-like fashion with
Alright,
some mucus
when you're good on
and
this,
then
I'll
bits
try to
of
get that.
sand and other stuff that's in the environment.
Damn
The
clear.
inside of that tube
Come
will
on
be really, really smooth.
Yeah, so Tina, do you have any you have any possibility here for family? Is it in the Serianthidae or some other family in that particular group?
Yeah, no problem, Jasper.
So Patty, it's sort of, yeah, Tina is saying it's hard to tell what family it could be in.
Do you want to see the front of this, Chris?
Yeah, you know what? Let's go ahead and do one snap zoom right where the mouth of it is,
Yeah,
because
go
that
ahead
might
and
be
roll.
informative for Tina to narrow it down a little bit. Yeah, that's a nice shot. That's something that might be helpful. Yeah. Yeah. So she's speculating it could be in the family Serianthidae. So these are a little bit like the feather duster worms of those of you who have ever been scuba diving in tropical waters here, that if you were to disturb this particular animal, it would very quickly retract into that tube, his house. It's kind of nice that this particular one is sensing no disturbances and is fully extended out of the tube for us to get a good look at. I think we're fine, pilot from science.
Okay, copy that, Chris.
Another way these differ from your more typical sea
Could you
anemone, in
explain
addition to the
that?
2 rings of tentacles, is
Yeah,
that
so
the
this for a
bottom
couple
of
seconds.
the body is more or less pointy rather than flat.
Okay, can come up.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. So we zoomed out, there was a single polyp scleractinian. I'd already noted one already. You see that colony straight ahead, Josh, with the lyrate kind of branches?
Off in the back.
Yeah, in the back. I don't know if we're going that way, but it's just, I'm just pointing out different things that we haven't looked at yet. That's going to be something different.
I could try to get a shot on that.
You should have enough tether.
It's also got what appear to be some associates on it.
Are these those little berries that we grabbed the other day?
I don't know, actually. Just a little update on that specimen that Scott requested at the very end of the dive yesterday. I looked at a couple of the calyces under the scope last night, and I'm not very good at this. I was able to download some of Steve Cairns' references on primnoids. I think it's Calyptrophora, but I'm not absolutely positive.
And Chris, it looks like this one also
Okay, come
has
on in.
some of these swollen node-like points that we suggested yesterday might evidence that there are parasites in there. Is one of the reasons we made the collection in the first place. And a couple of possibilities were Ascothorapicans or
Excellent.
copepods or worms or something that's getting under the tissue and causing that odd growth pattern that you see where it looks like there's some thicker balls of polyps.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. So I think we could presumably and safely say that this is either a Paracalyptrophora or a Calyptrophora, one of the two. Polyps, some of the polyps are facing a little bit downward. Seeing if anyone else in the chat's got an opinion on this. Scott thinks possible Paracalyptrophora. And I certainly would not disagree with this. I was a bit confused looking at this under the scope, but admittedly I don't know very much about the scales, the microscopic parts of this,
Yeah,
this
I'm
group.
not sure how much of that is real.
These are what he's talking about, these
Something like
aberrant
7.5
little
might
growth
be better.
balls of polyps here. That's very abnormal. So something's
What's
going
our
on, possible
bearing to the
parasite
next
as he
waypoint?
mentioned.
Let's see.
You good, Chris?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
All right, come on out.
Can we get full specimen?
Okay.
This
So
is
you
a
think
nice
we
one.
should go uphill rather than toward that. Yeah.
Kill lasers, co-pilot.
Lasers off.
Yeah, and I don't know.
It's hard to distinguish the Paracalyptophora and Calyptophora in situ based on the polyp characteristics.
when you're good, Roland.
Video's clear. Pulling up.
Right, the actual colony morphology, to me at least, looks more Calyptophora. It's got some elements similar to Calyptophora angularis,
fish
but
over
it's
here.
got a few additional branch points. And yeah, they're going to zoom in on a fish, Bruce. So be ready
Come
to.
on in.
Probably need to slide left.
Yeah, I understand that, Roland.
There he is. He's hiding behind the coral.
Too many corals here.
Yeah.
Take that back, Bruce.
Partial.
Okay.
If you have any more, go for
I
it.
had my dive 2 days ago, and
Excellent.
yesterday was good too. So this is another cutthroat eel that we see in deeper water, genus Synaphobranchus. And it's got a short dorsal fin like the others that we've seen, or at least most of the others we've seen thus far. So we're not able to pin it down to species exactly, but it's either Synaphobranchus oregoni or Brevadorsalis. So it's a dominant large fish in these habitats. They seem to be seen more often here in the rocky habitats. The last couple of days when we were over sediment habitats, we saw a much greater diversity of fish, and we really didn't see these over the soft sediment areas, although those dives were also shallower. So I'd expect we'll see a few more of these. I'm also hoping that we'll see some other types of fishes as well. You can see it's got a very large mouth. It's exhibiting a stereotypical fright pattern or aggressive pattern of curving the body, backing up a little bit, opening the mouth in a sort of a threat posture or an alarm posture. So a cutthroat eel, Synaphobranchus.
Just let that guy go.
Could you zoom right there, right where that colony that the eel just left from?
Yeah, copy. Come on in, Roland.
I think this is going to be our first Antipitherian today. Just happened to notice as the eel was passing out of view.
Pilot, you're getting pretty far out ahead of us.
Partial.
Yep,
Looking
I
at a ship
understand.
move.
Come on in, tight.
Maybe after this.
I guess so. I think so. Tina, Scott,
Too far away,
black
I
coral people.
Yeah, I think that's a black coral. Chris, Gina's suggesting Trisopathes.
Okay, thank you, Tina and Scott.
All right. When you're happy, Chris.
Yeah, we're good. Thank
All
you,
right,
Josh.
come on out.
Okay, well, we're getting some nice diversity of animals right off the bat.
So we went ahead.
Roughly aligned with the ship's heading 060, but based on our sonar and what
Yeah.
we're seeing, it looks like upslope might be significantly more east than that right now. Maybe 075,
I'm fine with either of those.
20, 30 meters.
Well, what does your sonar tell you?
I'm pretty close to the bottom. I don't. That's
Well, let's
the bottom.
pull up
Okay,
and see how far we can go.
coming up.
We've got a another type of sponge on the bottom there. I know what this is already. It's going to be in the genus Semperella. It's another one
We
of
could
these
definitely do 20
pheronematids
meters.
that attaches to the substrate with a fibrous attachment mechanism. And there is one huge
There.
colony in
Let's
the
do
back
20.
there. I don't know if we're going
Okay.
that way
20
or not.
meters,
I
075.
think we're slightly off from the direction
0.2
we're
should be
going,
fine.
so hopefully we see some more of those.
As a bamboo coral gestalt, Chris.
Yep.
Coming in on the sponge, Roland.
Yeah, so
Partial.
the Semperella have got a very distinctive kind of shape. They tend to be a little more columnar. We're looking at the side view of it. They tend to have sort of a divided, what they call an atrial surface, which is sort of facing to the left. Can't really see it. And then these fibrous attachments that you can clearly see here. And
Is that in
Semperella
line?
tends to have a lot of
Right,
these
come in
fibers
tight.
just going out laterally. This
Excellent.
genus, other members of this genus like to actually secure themselves in sediment. And I think these lateral, very bushy attachments serve them well for that purpose. And then you've got some that have managed to figure out how to attach to rocks, like other pheronematids. We've got a brittle star, a couple brittle stars, it's like a zoanthid or an anemone, and also a squat lobster here.
Have you looked at what sort of speed we'll need to average to make the end of this track?
Hey, we need good video.
Alright, then we won't worry about it.
Yeah, that's what they said this morning.
Copy.
Right. Yeah, so there's going to be a brief pause here while the front row changes out. I think we've got a big icidid there in the background, and that actually may be closer to the direction we're going. So once they get settled in, I'll go ahead and put in the request to move over there and take a look at it.
Morning, watch leads.
Good morning, Chris. You want to introduce the new front row?
Sure. Coming in now for the shift, we have me, Chris Ritter, my co-pilot, Sean Kennison. Nav is just sitting down. That's Levi Numa, is navigator. Roland Bryan at video, and Emily Narrow at clipping. And we all represent the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration.
So, Chris, before we move out of here, could we image this larger colony right on the left side of the image
Sure.
of the field? And I'll go ahead and cue you what we've already managed to get since we landed on the bottom. We've got a fair number of these things, but there's obviously a lot of stuff here.
Okay.
So this will be our second bamboo. We've imaged the unbranched, sort of ropey-looking ones coming off the bottom, but we haven't gotten this particular type of bamboo yet.
Okay.
On the distance, it looks like a clade or Ectomyces type.
Push in a little bit of video.
Scott, I believe that was you on the intercom. You were exceptionally low.
All day.
Copy that, Roland.
Yeah, we can just barely hear you out there.
Okay, this is a beautiful colony.
Okay, you want to come in a little tighter?
Yeah, and we're looking at branch points. It's internodal, Scott, as you can clearly see, I'm sure. That's very informative.
Maxine.
Copy.
Can you repeat that last, Chris?
Yeah, it's internodal, and yeah, you sound much better now, Scott. It's an internodal brancher.
Yeah, this is definitely clade D, and I'd go so far as to guess that it might be the genus Ectomyces. And one of the ways I was using to say that before we even zoomed in was that from a central stalk at the bottom, you see this thing then sort of bushed out in 3 different dimensions. It's clearly not a plane. It's a nice bush. And then the other thing is the robustness of the branches, and then the slight red tint to the tissue color at the base. So those were all the sort of general characteristics I was using to suggest that this might be Ectomyces, and definitely clade D, which is in the broader sense keratoisis. This is the one several dives ago I said that when the polyps close, they look volcano-shaped, and that's a real good characteristic for ectomysis. And I think I saw on the lower part of the colony some polyps closed in that way. We'll see if Abby has anything to add.
Particular? Okay, copy that. Well, let's see if we can.
Yeah. So
Actually, do we want to take a look at anything in particular here?
Yeah, this little squat lobster, Scott's interested in documenting particularly commensals on isitids. And this little squat lobster here looks to me like it's Gastroptychus. It's in the Chirostylide. At least it looks similar to an animal that Mary Wickstein had identified to that genus that we imaged last year in the Northwest Hawaiian Islands. We're seeing him from a rear perspective, so his eyes are actually to the right in the front, and then you can see his extremely long front claws there. And these are features that are quite similar to that particular genus, I would assume. Mary Wickstein's at Texas A&M, and she's been assisting with quite a lot of our crustacean identifications on these cruises.
That's Max, isn't it, Roland?
That is Max Zoom.
Okay.
I think we're clear with this shot.
Okay.
So we're probably good from science here.
Okay. You want to come a little wide?
Yep. Go full specimen.
Sure.
Yep, there's another.
There's Ophiuroid there as well.
It's a big organism there.
Slight real right.
Coming right. There you go.
Get another good view of the red tint that I was talking about on the older parts of the colony, which are the thicker lower branches.
Okay, video's clear.
Copy.
Yeah, you can definitely see that tint. So it's a really beautiful coral colony and really big.
Stay still.
I don't think anyone has attempted to actually age
here.
these things.
Okay. Anything else here, Watchley?
No, I think we're ready to go on the hunt again.
Copy that. Okay, Nav, you want to get us...
They were 075, I'm thinking 070.
So I suspect, as you noted, or Jasper noted earlier, this is probably the same thing as the
that sounds good.
one we saw further to the left. So we've got a couple of these very large colonies, several of these whips. So this is a really nice spot for the corals to grow, clearly. There's
what was that?
30
enough
meters?
food to sustain these various different species and to sustain them for a very long time. So they can grow
ready for
to
a
these
ship
very large
move.
sizes.
30 meters, bearing 070
Sure, and Scott, do you
degrees.
think this is
at
the
a
same
speed of 0.2
thing that
knots.
we're looking at right in front of us, or is this worth a zoom as well? I don't really see that tint near the base.
It's a good copy, Bridge.
But
Yeah, if we're passing by it, why not have a close look? Or, I mean, a quick zoom is what I meant.
Pilot copies that.
got it.
It's
Thank
got
you,
that
pilot.
open appearance, open bushy appearance from a single center stalk, so I suspect it's the same thing. They're never exact, of course, in their colony morphology.
Okay,
That's one of the things about colonies that are being
Get in a little
built
tighter,
by
Roland.
lots of
Stand by.
individual polyps. They can take on
Sorry,
a
I mean, I
lot
was-
of
Yeah,
subtle
that's
different
it.
shapes depending on the environment when the skeleton's being deposited.
Okay.
Yeah, I can actually see a little bit of that colored tint at the base
Partial.
of it now that we're a little
Copy.
bit closer. Oh, you might be interested in panning just slightly to the left,
Okay.
and you'll see one of these predatory jellyfishes on it that eats the coral polyps. I think Scott would be interested in that.
Oh,
There
yeah,
it
the
is.
red.
Yeah.
Looks-
Fantastic, Chris. Yeah, good spot. So we saw that, I think, 3 or 4 times last year. I don't recall if we've seen that this year.
I do not.
So that's a
Go ahead,
wonderful
push
find.
in, Roland.
Yeah, I don't think
All
we
there.
have, Scott. I don't remember it at all.
Center you up.
I sent some of the images last year to Steve Haddock at the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute, and he's a specialist in many deep
Come
water
back for
jellies, and he hadn't seen this either. He was really
Nice
excited
and
to
slow.
see that it did indeed look like it was feeding. So we see a number of things here. You can see the polyps are retracted, probably because, hey, here's something feeding on me. Let's sort of pull in the tentacles and try to protect ourselves. And that's showing us that those polyps are indeed volcano-shaped when they're closed. So that's one of the characteristics of the genus Ecnomysis. So the presence of this jellyfish feeding on the coral has allowed us to, in part, identify the coral. So that's great. And this is a wonderful, just the exact sort of observations that we want to be making on a dive like this. You know, we just don't get to see enough examples of predation, and so understand exactly what's happening in these deep sea communities and what are the interactions between different species. Fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, and just a little identification note here. So I did manage to find the image of this animal from the Northwest Hawaiian Islands, and for the life of me, I can't remember who actually identified it. Maybe it was Michael Vecchione or somebody, one of these specialists, but identified it as Aegina citria in the family
Get an
Aeginiidae.
image of it with the open polyps.
And looks like it's
And
the same
that may
thing.
have been Steve Haddock, because I did send him the
Okay.
images, and he would certainly know.
Okay, then yeah, maybe that's it.
And video's clear. Science is.
When I tilt down, it did look like to me that there was some staining at the base. But
Yeah, there's a little bit of the discoloration.
Chris, do you
Scott?
remember?
Go ahead.
I was going to ask if you remembered what kind of bamboo coral we saw it feeding on last year.
Oh boy, now you're testing me here.
Okay, no problem. I'll dig it up in some of my records.
Okay. All right, so we had one of these jellyfish apparently feeding on a chrysogorgid.
okay, I think you can come
Chrysogorgia.
on here, Roland.
Another one I think was drifting in front of this other, looks like a
Full-line.
chrysogorgia also. And then here's one picture in the Okeanos Animal Guide that shows it on a
full
bamboo,
specimen.
but it's such a close-up image. I don't
We're
know
in a little
what
tight,
species that would
Yeah,
be, Scott.
that's
Hopefully
full
it
wide.
Okay. I can push that a little.
Well,
Push
it's
back.
interesting that it seems to be able to prey on various types of coral. It's just a great natural history observation there.
So whenever video is ready, we can go ahead and move on and continue our hunt for new and weird animals
That's
that
good.
have
Copy
never
that.
been recorded before on this seamount. The seamount has never been dove on before, and maybe along the way we'll see some really weird and cool rocks too. What do you think, Jasper? Yep.
Looks like ship has maybe 2 meters
Little
left. on
yellow
the-
leggy ones are
Copy that. I'll push
Acanthogorgia
that
that
ahead.
we imaged earlier on. These white leaf-like sponges are the Tritopleura. We also got an image of those along with these unbranched bamboos. I think we've got everything so far in this particular view. I think we've zoomed in on. This is another one of these Calyptrophora, I think.
Chris,
Come
I
on,
was
yeah.
going to note earlier, it's interesting that, like yesterday, or excuse me, the day before, the oxygen concentration is fairly low. It's about 2.57 milligrams per liter right now. And there was a little bit of discussion the other day about whether that could be contributing to the relatively low densities we've seen, but clearly that is not a problem for at least the corals and sponges here.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I was actually looking for the expedition report from last year, which, by the way, is still not out and available. I've got to do the final edits on it. It's been reviewed by quite a few people already at OER, but I was looking at the relationship of DO and these communities, and if I'm remembering correctly, 2.5 to
I think ship's in position pilot.
3.0
Big rock here.
milligrams per liter was pretty standard for these marvelous communities. So we're
Move complete.
we're
Thank you,
right
Rich.
in that range right now as well here at Wake. And here's a beautiful boulder. It sure is. And there's a sea urchin on the left. Almost seems like a sin to pull off of the corals a bit, but I wonder if you can zoom over on that.
Oh, on the dead sponge?
Yeah, on the dead sponge, since that's a new animal we haven't seen.
Sure. That might be. Do we want this side or the other side?
This is fine.
Okay.
This is interesting, Chris. Do you normally see urchins feeding on sponges?
I can't think of.
Yeah, pilot. Do you want us to get another move in while you're
I can't
stretching
think
out?
of ever
Yeah, I
having
think that'd
seen
be
that
fine,
before. Actually,
Copy that.
I've seen these things on
Nav.
the bottom, or what it looks like to me.
Probably the
it
same
looks like to
thing.
me that it's very
I
similar
don't
to
see too much in
Sparosoma
sonar.
obscurum. It's an Echinotherid, but I mean, that,
Copy.
again,
I'm just
my
looking at high pack right now.
Yeah,
my
whatever.
experiences in Hawaii,
okay,
not in
That's
Wake or
that's
the Western
waypoint. I think
Pacific.
will be good.
So who knows if that idea is correct?
Okay, yeah, this dive we're just trying to follow the ridge and life, I think. And yeah, so
It's definitely an Echinotherid. I
We
think
wanna
most,
end up
most people will agree.
here. So I think the next move should be closer to 050, but he's already off to your starboard.
I wonder, we can see
Yeah, give
there's
us
lots
something
of very small
In that direction with
structures
sonar,
growing
so
off of this sponge,
be
probably
good.
hydrozoans and some other things. And I wonder if the urchin is actually feeding on those,
High pack has
That's a good point.
the growth on the
from
sponge.
you 134.
Yeah,
though.
it could be. I don't
No.
see a whole lot on the face that this urchin is on right now. It's possible that he's cleaned them off already on this side of the
strange to
dead
me.
sponge.
Maybe it's USBL error.
yeah.
Got a couple of
that's
small
right.
scalpellid barnacles above the urchin. I'm going to make a little note of that.
Are you clear with the urchin, Watchley?
Yes, we are. Thank
Okay.
you.
Should laser
We
across
got
it
some
as we go.
hydroids
Yeah,
on
go
the
ahead,
dead
turn lasers.
sponge.
Lasers
as
on.
Scott pointed out.
And pilot, you certainly get to my starboard.
Video's clear.
What's the direction of motion?
So we were thinking, what, 50?
050, yeah. So
What was the one before it?
070.
70.
So yeah, we kind of want to turn left uphill.
Okay, come on, video. Okay, copy that.
Or follow life, either way.
Okay, this is kind of out of the path of movement here, watch these, but we can maybe do some snaps on this boulder if you'd like.
Do you want me to
Quickly.
rotate?
I think we've got
Yeah,
everything
leadership
here.
stuff.
I just
Copy.
kind of like looking at the boulder with the corals on
Okay,
it.
yeah,
as
we
you
can do an
pass over.
overview. Is that full wide rolling?
It is. A nice pirouette would be a nice collection.
Copy.
Just really a gorgeous scene. I think we all who are participating on this dive really appreciate finding a community like this and being able to bring this to the attention of the public, letting them know that there's just some fabulous communities down here of exotic and beautiful animals. So could we zoom in
Might
on
get a
that
tether
dark
tug,
brown
pilot.
on the edge of the pink coral dead ahead? I just noticed that.
You read my mind, Chris. I think there must be zoanthid overgrowth on a couple of these
You can do another
coralliid
070,
colonies.
That'll
The
get
one on
through
the upper
closer to the
left
rock.
has it.
Yeah, that's
I
what
don't-
it looks
I
like
don't
to
think
me
we need
too.
I don't think we need to change the move.
Okay.
What was that, Roland?
I think they want the brown stuff on the upper left.
I thought
The one to the upper right corner, almost going
Okay.
off screen right now.
upper right or upper left?
Upper right, upper left. Sorry. The other.
So a squat lobster with its
Other
arms out also. Or crab of some sort.
Okay, let's try to get it from here, Roland. That sponge is with the urchin on is right up my toe. Don't push it in too much further.
Yeah, you are right, Scott. Looks like possibly two different varieties of parazoanthids.
Once we're done with this, I'll come back towards Sirius.
Sounds good.
I think I see a shrimp there hiding in the top
I guess
corner.
it's worth saying that
See his
zoanthids
tail
are
sticking out.
another type of cnidarian. So in the view here, we're seeing at least 4 different cnidarians. So the pink on the right is the precious coral in the family Coralliidae, possibly in the genus Hemicorallium. And then overgrowing the skeleton are 3 other cnidarians, 2 of which are zoanthids, the large yellow polyps in the middle, and then the large white polyps on the upper left. And then that sort of feathery branching stuff, those are hydrozoans. different kind of cnidarian. They're colonial. They have very tiny polyps, so all you can see is their slight bumps on the feathery branches. So an interesting little collection here. Many of these zoanthids are considered parasitic. They overgrow their host and can cause a lot of problem for the host. One thing that's unclear here is if there was already damage to the coral and then the zoanthids moved in later, or if it's the zoanthids that are causing the death of the coral on those branches.
Pulling out to include the...
Thank you, Scott. And Pilot, we're good here from Science and Videos.
All right.
Got another one of these.
Let me know when you're clear, Roland. We can do a lift off.
I'll probably call in 060. I'm thinking pilots. That'll get us. We'll get on the ridge, and then we'll go up the ridge.
Looks like it's a chirostylid.
Sounds good to me. Okay. And that's, yeah. So I'll punch to 30 meters, 060.
Not so far on this cruise. This
Yeah,
is
that
a very
sounds good.
old community. I think that's why you're getting sort of high diversity and high density plus very large colonies.
Okay, coming back to you, Sirius.
Yep. I rotated towards you, so I'm going to rotate with you back.
Coming over. There's a whip coming right at me.
And there is a fish over to the right. I don't know if we can get it or not in the distance. Yeah, center right, and he's coming into view right now.
I'll call that move in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bridge RV nav.
Coming in the center right now is what I'm
Ready for a ship move. 30 meters, bearing 060 degrees at a speed of 0.2 knots.
Go ahead, Roland. I'm way out there. I can't get much closer. See if we can just get an ID.
It's a good copy.
Okay, you can certainly go to family here, and I'm going to let Bruce tell everybody what this thing is.
Okay, this is a spiny eel in the family Halosauridae. They're called spiny eels because they're distantly related to the true eels, but they have a fin on the back and fins on the belly that have one of the fin rays each modified into a spine-like structure. These are fairly abundant. We saw a lot of these on dives yesterday and the day before over soft sediment, sandy sediment habitats. They feed on small animals that live in the sediments on the bottom. This one's got fairly large scales along the side. We can't really zoom in close enough on the head. If we could zoom in closer, it would be nice. It doesn't look like it has scales on top of the head, which would make this in the genus Aldrovandia. Spiny eels are an interesting group of fish because I said that they're related to the true eels. They're also as much related to fish like the tarpon, ladyfish, or ava, as they call them in Hawaii, and bonefish. And they have a flattened, elongate larva that's shared with the eels called the leptocephalus larva. Some of the larvae of these spiny eels get quite long, up to almost 6 feet long, larger than the adults. So apparently the larvae shrink down when they transform into the adult morphology. So a halosaur. A halosaur means salt lizard. Somebody thought they looked kind of like lizards, and then of course they're in the salty ocean.
Salt lizard. I never really thought about that name before. That's great, Bruce. Been aware of the halosaur name for many, many years and never really sort of put together
fill frame with the fish.
What the name meant.
Can you get in closer, or is that it?
That's as far as we can go, and I'm pushing it.
Okay, we'll look for the head.
These yellow little bushy corals that we imaged before, Sako Matsumoto has pointed out that these are Acanthogorgia. Thank you very much. And I'll just go ahead and call out the chat room here. We got a couple of other people who've joined us. We've got Andrea Quattrini from USGS.
I can't come down anymore.
Also, actually, I think, I'm trying to remember where Andrea is right now. She's on the west coast. Masako Matsumoto from Chiba Institute in
swing
Japan.
Through the screen.
Abby Laponte, there in the University of Hawaii, and Les Watling's lab, and Deepwater Coral Specialist. You just heard the voice of Bruce Mundy from the NOAA Fisheries Science Center on Fort Island on Oahu. Deborah Glickson from Harbor Branch.
Now he's tracking us.
We've got Patty Fryer from the University of Hawaii, and Scott France from the University of Louisiana Lafayette, and Tina Molitsova from the Shirshov Institute of Oceanology in Moscow. So, yes, that's right. So Andrea is at Harvey Mudd College. My apologies, Andrea. I got a little lost in time, I guess. Used to.
Okay, let's come on.
Yes,
he wasn't really cooperating.
It sort of was and wasn't, T.
I think we're good for science. So these yellow ones that I mentioned are in Camphogorgia.
We were going for that shot.
And it's kind of a flat surface, but not much sediment. So it's indicative of a pretty coral-swept environment. A current-swept, I mean, not coral-swept.
About 5 meters left in the move.
There's a knob uphill of there that
come again now?
5 meters left.
That may be blocking some of the sediments from the top of this guyot to get down here, sort of diverting the sediments to go sideways.
I think 060 is pretty good.
You got the very last
right
part of Jasper's thought there, since he just remembered to flip
turn
his
to port once we get
I didn't. I was pointed out that I wasn't actually talking to anybody. Yeah.
He talks to himself a lot. I'm in the same room, and I've heard him.
Fish in front of the coral.
There's some beautiful laminar. Oh, there's a fish right here that just stole the scene from the geology.
Yeah, it did.
You want to go ahead?
Yeah, we can still see the geology.
Oh, he took off. I'm pretty sure Bruce can go to family even with that. But I don't know if he can go any further.
Well, he's hanging out.
Yeah, unless he cooperates here.
Some beautiful corals.
He or she, that is.
Okay. Come on in, Roland.
Okay, well, that looked like a rat tail in the family Macquaridae. He's not letting us get a good look at him, so yet, although maybe he'll come around here. I've got a few seconds delay from what you see.
He's cooperating.
Anyway, I thought I saw a dorsal fin.
Well, he's sort of cooperating. He's turning. Just hold that, Roland.
This could be one of the Kumba species, Kumba. Looks like there aren't scales on the head, something that we see quite frequently in these rocky habitats. Although now that I look, I think I am seeing scales. So, well, no, it's a little hard to tell. Zooming more on the head would be great if they could.
They're doing that right now, Bruce. You'll see it any second.
Looks like ship's in position, pilot.
Copy.
Okay. It's actually scales on the snout, I should say, the snout area. It doesn't look like it has scales. What do you think, Chris?
Let's let him go.
Yeah, Bruce.
I want to rotate.
Sorry, I couldn't tell either, quite frankly.
Funny is the fish turns different ways. I think I see scales, and I think it's not scaled, so I can't quite tell. So maybe we'll have to wait to get the photos and send this off to the experts on the rat tail identification. And we've got a couple of people we've been communicating about. Look at that very loaded fish well.
Back there in the background.
We'll hold off on further identification other than a rat tail fish, family Macquaridae.
Great, thank you, Bruce. Copy. Some beautiful primnoid tree, this Calyptrophora that we imaged earlier on in the dive. We're just going over. This is a massively old colony.
See him in the upper right corner now.
Okay.
You see the how the manganese has sort of broken open. You can sort of see how thick it is here. You sort of see the pillows underneath it. Patty suggesting
another interesting observation that. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say there's a large branch broken off of the colony on the left, but you can see that the tips of the branches, there's still polyps there, and they appear like the branches appear to be curving upwards some. And we've noticed on some of these larger branches when they fall off, they can continue to grow if they have lodged themselves into an adequate position. such that they're not going to be drifting around or moved by the current down slope or buried in sediment. You can see there's very little sediment here, as Jasper, you were noting before. So it's possible that branch that's broken off the colony just next to it could continue to develop and basically into a separate colony.
On it, the ridge.
Yeah, the other thing too is that branch was fortunate enough to actually fall kind of on a little ledge there, so it didn't fall flat on the ground. There is actually water on both sides of it, so it's possible that their polyps are still able to feed.
That's a really good observation, Chris. I think I saw there was a lack of polyps on the part of the branch that was actually resting on the ground, and it was only at the tip there where it was hanging over that ledge, so that's pretty cool.
050. Yeah, go ahead. Turn that way. Co-pilot. You might have a better
view. Turning.
Maybe even more. 040, I don't know. High Pack suggests.
Oh, we just got fish bombed.
That's right.
He was inside of our.
I've been encouraging the video team to come up with a highlight reel full of photo bombing features, but so far they've only smiled at me, so I don't think it's happening. Cool.
Yeah, I think that fish was the same Kumba species or another individual with the
050 when you were ready.
As far as we could go. He's silhouetted by the lights.
Bridge, ROV nav. Ready for a ship move. 30 meters, bearing 050 degrees, and a speed of 0.2 knots.
Different fish, yeah. Moving backwards somehow.
Oh, there we go. Got another fish.
Okay, come on in, Roland.
Yawning.
Good copy, Bridge.
Yawning. Yeah.
Just woke up.
I'm sure that's what it is.
Don't think we've ever seen that hole coming out the bottom of this
particular
eel there.
Now he's shaking to wake up.
Quite see where the dorsal.
That's another cutthroat eel, and there you can clearly see the two gill openings that are almost joined on the bottom of the throat. That's what gives this type of eel its common name, cutthroat eel, because it looks like somebody made a slit across the bottom of the throat. So genus Synaphobranchus, he's turning so fast. Oh, there I see the dorsal fin. So it looks like the same species that we saw before.
Yeah, Bruce.
Sort of a stereotypical reaction by this species to the ROV, except this one's twisting and turning.
That was the first time we've ever seen it.
Bruce, I want to be a pain in the rear and differ with you here, because it looked like the lateral line pores were white on this individual, and the other one we saw were quite black. And I don't know if that matters. Maybe you can determine or just describe whether that matters or not. Also, the dorsal seems to be about halfway up the body, a little bit further up.
Yeah, that's a good observation. There is another genus that has white lateral line pores, but in that genus, the dorsal fin is far forward, up above those paired fins on the side behind the head. So this is in the genus Synaphobranchus. And we have seen these that have the white pores before and a dorsal fin a little bit further forward than some of the others. We've been tossing out two species as possibilities for these cutthroat eels that have the shorter dorsal fins, Brevidorsalis and Oregoni. And Ken Sulak, who did the last revision, was a co-author of the last revision of this genus, identified one of these as probably Synaphobranchus oregoni that had the pale lateral line pores. So that pore color may not be totally consistent, but it may indicate which ones are oregoni and which ones are Brevidorsalis. Oregoni has the dorsal fin origin a little bit more further forward on the body than Brevidorsalis. The range of variation in that character does overlap between the two species, but that observation that you have, Chris, of the position of the dorsal fin and the color of the lateral line pores could indicate one way we might be able to tell at least some of these individuals apart as oregoni versus Brevidorsalis.
Yeah, I've been scribbling like mad, Bruce, just as you mentioned that for my own notes. Sure, it'd be nice if it turned out that way, because we would have a way to actually differentiate the two. So, yeah, thank you so much for that. We've
And I like to comment earlier that he was yawning because, like you say, that the stereotypical fright or aggressive response, but I certainly show the stereotypical response myself in the morning of yawning when I get up. So.
Yeah, I'm not seeing red.
Just the arms of the.
So we're zooming in on a starfish
not seen
that's
today.
facing the other way. He's on sort of a dead sponge branch, and this will be our first starfish of the day.
Patty, someone earlier, she said a while ago, but I don't think we saw we were moving along.
Yeah, but Patty's a geologist.
That's true.
Wait a second. She was on the last Okeanos leg, so she learned some biology.
She learned biology just like me, yeah. That must be what it is.
That must be what it is. Okay, all right, then Patty saw the first starfish.
Okay, you can come in.
This is good. We don't usually get to see under the legs of this guy.
Yeah.
What I want to know whether Patty's wearing that hat that she was wearing on that last leg too. That incredible hat that they took a picture of here. I think it was her birthday or some holiday or something like that.
I'll stop drifting here soon.
We've got that hat for you to wear also. If you
no,
determine it's your birthday.
I'm going to skip. I don't do dress up very well. So this is, we could leave this for Chris Ma to ID.
Oh, sorry, Ron.
Because
I think we're ready for a full specimen on this.
I think this could be in the family Brasingidi, but or Frey. Freya stellity, I think, is what
Looks
a
like
Freya
ship has
stellity,
5 meters left to move.
Genus. But definitely a sea star Brasingid-like.
Okay, if you want to come wide, Roland. Watch, so we're going to do a quick pilot change here.
Okay.
Get Levi on a stick.
Alrighty. So they're going to do a quick shuffling of chairs. It's not a watch lead change. They're just shuffling chairs so everybody gets experienced in the different positions on the front row. Levi is now going to be piloting for a little while.
Got Levi in the chair now.
Levi's in the hot seat.
Alrighty.
Little reminder to everybody, since we have the slight little pause in the action. You're seeing a live broadcast from the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer. This is operated by the NOAA Office of Ocean Exploration and Research in collaboration with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. We are currently on a seamount south of Wake Island in the Wake unit of the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument.
As you said, the ship is, I think,
we've been working in this area for the last week or so, probably a week and a half to 2 weeks.
Large subjects here.
And doing the first deep water exploration in this monument that's ever been conducted. And boy, did we find the site this morning. We have got some beautiful, huge, old deep water coral colonies, big sponges, all types of things.
Chris, sorry to interrupt. I'm just curious, can you see polyps on these whips? I'm just curious if all the polyps have been removed or not. It looked like 2 of them that kind of were bare.
We've sort of passed that
point,
point,
starfish
Scott, but
on the top
I'll
of the
keep
sponge.
an eye out. There's another whip coming
up. Okay, yeah, I see that now.
I think they've got polyps. And then, pilot, there's a starfish right on the edge of this sponge. I wonder if we could get a...
Copy that. I'm trying to dodge these tall guys here.
Yeah.
Then I'll get closer to him.
Is he munching away at your sponge?
I don't know. That's something
like there's
that...
a lot to munch.
Well, yeah, it's something that Chris Ma is very interested in trying to determine. He actually has dissected open a sea star and found sponge spicules in the stomach contents. I think he said this was in a genus called Pythonaster. I think that's the one he said. And Scott, I can see polyps on these whips to the right that you'll see in a few minutes. And there's also a Cerametra lateralis crinoid or feather star on it as well.
Okay, video can come in. Okay.
Patty's saying this looks similar to the starfish and the sea star she saw earlier.
Bring them into view here.
Slowly it reveal itself.
So I'm going to go ahead and throw out an ID so it's just consistent with the record, and then Chris Ma can either laugh at me or confirm this later on when he calls in. He's been calling in quite a time disconnect. Usually I would let him go ahead and make the ID. But this looks to me like it's in the genus Henricia. It's Echinasterity, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to look at that, but definitely I'm fairly confident that it's Henricia. And I believe this is one of the ones that he's quite interested in determining whether they are eating sponges.
Pulling out slightly.
Sounds good, Ron.
So, yeah, thank you very much, Pilot. That's a beautiful view. The sponge that it's potentially munching on is called Tretopleura.
Do we have lasers on it?
Yeah, you can throw lasers on.
Lasers on.
All right.
Okay. Pulling out wide.
Thank you, Roland. On and out. 050. Got a couple of whips here.
I'm just looking at the heading of the ROV and the orientation of these fans, and these fans are lined up crosswise to the ridge line, which we've seen before, and we are suspecting that these ridges are forming blocks to deep current flow, and that the water's got to come up and over these ridges, over the sides of these ridges, and it gets accelerated when it does that. And this is what the corals prefer, and they're orienting in an optimal direction for filtering the water, since they're filter feeders. Does that, and this is what the corals prefer, and they're orienting in an optimal direction for filtering the water, since they're filter feeders. So it looks like most of these big coralliums are indeed oriented perpendicular to the ridge line, with their broad faces pointed toward the sides of the ridge.
Say, Chris, I was wondering, we're seeing some more of these large sponges with a kind of a ruffled look, and that's just a fish biologist description. But on the previous dive, we saw one very large one that was quite elaborately branched that had some black corals growing on it that Tina was interested in. I don't know if it would be worthwhile taking a look for those again or not. We're a little more shallow than we were when we saw those, but I know that it seemed like it was a sort of a missed opportunity before. So just a thought.
That is a very good thought. Thank you very much, Bruce. I had forgotten that, but you're right. We can see if we can spot something like this. But before we do, Pilot, can we look over to the left? There's a very large globular sponge over there, and I think it's different from those that we've actually seen before.
Way in the background?
Yeah, way in the back. Okay. Is that possible to get over there, or is that too far out of range?
It'll be maybe at the end of the leash, but that's how close I can get.
So this is different. This is not one of the big, massive ferronematid sponges, which are glass sponges. In the genus Poliopogon, this is different. I believe this is in the family Euretidae. It's a brittle, hard sponge. forms these big leaf-like plates. All of these are in the class Hexactinella, the glass sponge family. They get their name presumably by the transparent, siliceous, microscopic skeletal parts called spicules.
And as you focus on the sponge, I'll point out, Patty's pointing out in the chat that there seems to be some sort of layer-like steps in there under the manganese crust.
So this is the first of these that we've seen today.
I don't think I've seen this cruise.
Thanks, Cobot.
This looks new to me, Chris.
Yeah, and this is a really big one. You can just see by the lasers, those are the red dots in the screen. That's 10 centimeters. This is an absolutely gorgeous
video, you
column.
can frame it up.
It's about
I think we can
3
clear
feet
the lasers
across.
also.
Yeah,
Copy that. Thanks, Cobot.
You have to bring it centered.
Just wondering about
All right,
my
I'll
ID
center
there,
that.
whether it really is a brittle. I'm pretty sure it is. Boy, I have to put a big question mark on that ID.
It's a big guy, isn't it?
Maybe they can aim their thruster at it a little bit.
No. Got a tiny little shrimp
Hold on a
right
little
on the
bit.
very top of it.
Your verticals are drifting.
There's really no good way to age
Copy that.
these
They should
sponges.
settle
We
out
suspect something of this size would be quite old, but we really don't know.
Let's get lasers on it one more time since we're centered on it. Just for a few seconds.
And
Thanks, Cobot.
And we just turned them off.
there's also
Just for a few
black
seconds.
coral that's to the lower
That's
right
good.
of the sponge. I wonder if we could take a quick look
Okay,
at that
can we
before leaving.
zoom in tight?
I think we want to look at the black coral to the right, Roland, if that's okay.
Okay.
Sure, that's fine.
Oh, yeah, video sounds like you can get it. Zoom in the center if you want, yeah.
Boy, oh boy. I'm not so sure this is in the family Eurydidae at all. This is possible it's something in the family Euplectellidae related to, or in the subfamily Corbitellinae. This may be actually a softer sponge, not a hard sponge.
Okay, video's clear.
Alright, let's find that black coral. I think it was.
Thank you for that zoom roll, and actually that was quite useful.
Tina's asking if you want to sample it.
I think we'll maybe pass on this one. I suspect we're gonna have all types of potential sampling
Ready, guys? Feeling about another move?
And also this
Yeah, I'm ready.
particular dive is
Yeah.
sort of
I think we're in a good spot.
proposed by Scott and Les, and I think they were pretty interested in trying to get something with a commensal.
Ready for zoom?
Alright, let's see what we can do.
Oh, there's probably commensals in there, Chris.
We're zooming on a black coral right now.
040. How's that sound? Go Bob.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Alright, I'll tilt down just a little bit. With this guy.
Tina Molitsova is saying that this is a Trisopathes. Probably similar to the one that we saw before. We had a
Macroscopic
reasonable view, but this is a
squat
better view
lobster.
of this
Oh, yeah.
black coral.
I can go back to the larger guy coming down, and I'll turn right just a little bit. Looks like I'm drifting up a little bit.
Yeah, a little bitty squat lobster on there, and there's another one.
Looks like there's a little brittle star next to him too, to the left.
Should move underway.
Move underway. Thanks, Nav.
Looks like the squat lobster is Chirus stylid, possibly Gastroptychus, similar to one we saw earlier.
Maybe tilt to the top of this coral and get those associates.
Copy
And
that.
Chris, if I'm not mistaken, didn't we see squat lobster like this on a different kind of coral?
I think you are right. Let's see. Did I make a note of it here?
I think it was on the bamboo coral.
Might inch in closer, Roland.
You're
Yeah, I think
really
you're. Yeah, because you're
not
looking
very
at the
much at all.
Ectomyces, and immediately after that, I've got Gastroptychus on it. So I think you're right, Scott.
forward,
So
backwards,
that's
or stable.
informative.
You're
It gives an
rotating
initial
slightly.
suggestion that
Copy.
these particular crabs are not species specific, although it's very risky for us to try to identify the species of crab from these images.
Rotate to the brittle.
All right. Well, thank you very much, pilot.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
Just gonna back away from it. All right.
Yeah, no laterals in the auto XY.
Okay.
Okay, we're moving on and seeing if we can find some things we haven't imaged yet. There's a sponge there that looks like it's a Aspidoscopulia.
Copy that.
Lead of my pencil nearly shooting out all over the place. Okay.
Oh, there's a little fish swimming in front of the black rock, about a third of the way to the right, to the right of the lasers. It's going up now.
All right, video. See if we can get the little guy. There's a fast little guy. Coming out.
Looked like he turned to check out your lasers for a second.
There's a nice shrimp in that little hydrozoan branch next to the coral. That is a beautiful coral colony. Bruce, you want to comment on this fish?
The one that's just a little far away and hard to see.
Yeah.
You try coming in, video.
It's possible that he's...
Yeah, that's another rat tail. It could be the same thing, family Mercuridae. They're an abundant group down at these depths, 500 to 2,000 meters and even deeper. And this
Yeah,
looks
sorry
like
about
it could
that
be
video.
the same species
This
that
big
we
sponge
saw
on my right
before.
toe.
What we were thinking might be a Kumba species. Fairly
There we go.
elongate. You can see a little whisker on the chin. It's probably sensory, maybe has taste buds, or because these would probably feed on small things on the bottom. So a rat tail, family Mercuridae. They're also called grenadier fishes.
How thick the base
And sometimes
of
on the Atlantic
coral
we call
on the
them
right is.
marlin
Yeah.
spikes in reference to the spikes used on old sailing ships.
Got a second to
That's
get a
from
shot
the
of it.
shape of the body with that elongate pointed
Yeah,
tail.
all of science is interesting.
Okay.
Thank you, Bruce. That was the voice of Bruce Mundy from the NOAA Fisheries Science Center, who is an absolute encyclopedia of deep water fishes as well as shallow water fishes, if you hadn't gathered that already.
Chris,
I think he's just revealing a fraction of what he knows about these animals. It's terrific to have him on the line.
So it's interesting to see in the ground here. We were just looking at these rounded pillow-like shapes under the manganese, and here this looks much more layered underneath the manganese. And so for layering like this, we have options. It could either be sheet flows, it could be volcanoclastic deposits, or it could even be carbonate deposits. It's hard to see through this. And Patty says it could be fractures too that are in here. I think these are layers. There's too many to be fractures, is my guess.
Well, I wonder if we could get a zoom on that sort of orange-brown one to the left of the lasers right now. I'm pretty sure this is a different species of black coral.
The sky.
It's just above the lasers right now.
Okay.
That's it.
I'll get a little bit closer video, and then I'll let you come in.
Coming up on the end of that move.
Copy that now.
Chris, it's interesting growth on that pink one just behind it. Sort of got this offshoot going straight up.
All right, video, you can come in.
Yeah, I wonder if it's got partially broken and then regrew or something like this. So this is a different species of black coral. In fact, it's a little bit different than...
We've seen this once before.
Well, genus, but sure looks a bit different than... I'm going to go ahead and let Tina and Scott comment on this thing. This is pretty interesting. Tina says...
Yeah, I wrote down Bathopathes in the event log, but I was a little too hasty now that we've zoomed in. This looks like it's the genus Storopathes, and it also has a squat lobster associated with it. And so black corals, you know, have this internal black skeleton beta protein. They're fairly closely related to the stony corals and the sea anemones. In fact, more closely related to them than they are to the octocorals, despite the fact that those latter two have a sea fan-like shape. And one of the ways that we use to identify them and give us clues to what they are is the degree of branching. And so you can see that off that main center axis there are these side branches, and then there are branches off the side branches and more branches from there. And that's characteristic when you have this sort of fan shape of the genus Storopathes. Bathopathes look much more like a feather.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. Tina was sort of noting
Slight
that's got a
tilt
pretty
down.
odd color, and you know, most of the Storopathes we see just have, you know, secondary branches coming off of the branches, if you will, coming off of the main stem, and this thing actually has a tertiary set of branches on it. It's a slightly different variety than we've seen in other places. Thank you, Pilot. Great.
If Tina thinks it's officially different, then perhaps it's a collection target if you're still there. I'm 14 seconds behind. But
we're starting to lift off there. I was kind of waiting to see if there was any interest, but...
come in
no
for
problem.
the fish.
I was going to say, because it had that squat lobster in it, you know, that would be a nice target. You said that earlier. It would be ideal to be able to make collections that had some associates in the branches. And this is a very odd branch pattern that Roland pointed out a little while ago. And I wonder, Chris, you suggested maybe it was a broken branch, or maybe what happened is another branch has been broken off, and that's what's left behind, not so much that the one that was broken is repaired. And I'm referring to the pink colony that's no longer on the screen.
Right. Yeah, that colony got superseded. You got fish bombed.
Fish bombed, yeah.
Fish bombed.
I saw that as I was speaking.
So, but that particular fish was cooperating so well, so compliant that he had to go take a look at it again. It's another one of these Kumbas. And then we're looking at this sort of broken coral, and I assume it's just an odd branching pattern. We could probably go ahead and move on, Pilot, when you're ready.
Copy that. Moving on.
It's actually a little bit of a clear spot to look at some geology, Jasper.
And the forest clears.
Yes. See the forest floor.
Yeah, that's right. So we're sort of getting at the edge of where we saw these more layered-like structures under the manganese, and here it sort of starts breaking up into smaller bits again. I still think, given the thickness of the manganese that seems to be coating this, I have a hard time believing that we would really have coated carbonate with this much manganese, but I could be wrong.
Now we're looking at the, I guess you'd call it the southeast
It used to
slope
be
of the ridge.
true wind, but now it's relative.
We've sort of
wind.
actually
So we
approached
kinda use
the
those
ridge
big
from
gauges up there now.
the northwest side of it, just slightly, or the west side of it. We've
Right.
kind of
But yeah, typically it is up.
the ridge crest.
So you just kinda
and
take
now
it with
we're
a grain of
just
salt.
taking a peek here of the
Yeah.
the eastern side, or I guess we're pretty much right now on the center of the ridge crest, but we can look over. It seems to me that there's a uniform density of corals across this ridge. Sometimes you find corals on one side or the other. Now he's looking over toward the west again, or sort of upslope a little bit. That is one big giant pillow, isn't it? Or what is that big glob of
I would call it a boulder.
A boulder? Okay.
Is that something you want to collect?
There's differences between wanting to collect and being able to collect.
Looks like a little fish. We try to get now.
Ready for when you are?
He's
Jelly on the far left.
Yeah, I think
we can try to get the jelly.
something in the
While
left
he's
there.
here. Go for zoom on jelly.
Corals are going to be jelly bombed right now. You have a name for...
Tina.
Well, the rocks are usually being coral bombed.
That is a weird jellyfish.
Come in, video.
That is different.
As I
You'll want
It
to
looks more
keep your
like
distance.
the
This guy's
thing
very
that was
thin.
hanging off of the coral
Copy.
yesterday at the end of the dive. I think.
No, is it even a jellyfish?
Yeah,
Oh,
Scott was. Oh no,
yeah,
it's.
well, I guess it's a jellyfish.
Center it.
I think I see a crustacean in there.
I'm seeing something in there.
Huh. Yeah, that's got to be a jellyfish. That's a very interesting looking one. I agree, Jasper. That does kind of look like what got hung up on that colony.
he's
But I
pretty
thought
far
that
out.
was a siphonophore.
So Bruce suggests it could have a hypereid amphipod, APH?
Amphipod.
Okay.
Yeah. Hyperiids are pelagic amphipods. They typically have very, very large eyes. Most of the head is taken up by eye. And they often ride on the back of various gelatinous organisms. So this almost, I can't tell if this is inside or on the back. This has got a very interesting morphology. It almost looks like that disc on the far side of it is open on the other side. But there's no question that it has kind of a
It works
bell
better
that
with
it is
thrust more
contracting,
than
but I don't
tilt.
see any
Copy.
tentacles around the margin, and I don't even see any radial canals. Radial canals,
Careful,
basically
why?
the stomach in jellyfish
Copy.
is divided up into a series of canals or tubes that run through that transparent bell. And I didn't see any there. That was a very interesting observation.
Do you want more of this, Scott, or are you satisfied with the view we got already?
I'm satisfied that I can't identify it.
Okay.
So I will send some images on to the experts in this field. I was just trying to determine if that was a prey item or, as Bruce suggested, an amphipod hitching a ride, or I think Patty suggested maybe it was a mysid. But I can't tell if it's something that's been captured or something that's kind of voluntarily moving along with it, or if it's actually an organ in whatever we're seeing here, and this is not actually a true jellyfish, that it's something else.
Okay, and Tina Molitsova suggested that we need Dougal, and what she means by that is she's referring to Dougal Lindsay, who's at Jamstech right now in Japan, and Dougal is an expert in some of these midwater animals, as are some of the other participants that we've had on these dives, Michael Vecchione and others.
I'm wondering if it's actually some kind of siphonophore or salp, just because that pink structure doesn't look to me like a crustacean. It actually looks like an organ system. And as I said, there's no tentacles, there's no radial canals. There's something odd about this. But I don't recall ever seeing a salp be able to close up like that. A siphonophore might. A siphonophore is basically a pelagic hydrozoan.
You'll get a rotated view in a minute if you don't already have it.
That.
Looks like there's a bump on the outside.
Yeah, looks like there might be orifices at each end, too, which would suggest more of a salp type of organism.
Yep, I agree.
So I'll take back my guess about the amphipods. I was totally off base with that.
I think that's what it has to be. It's some kind of pelagic tunicate. And that red structure you're seeing with a little bit of a blue tube from it would be the digestive tract.
All right.
Great view. Thank you.
All right, video. I think we're done with that. Alrighty, get lined up, see what it looks like. Yeah, copy that. Yeah.
Okay, so now Chris has stepped out for lunch, so this is where we, of course, have to find a large sponge for him to miss out on.
Yeah. Yep.
There's again one of these large boulders.
So we had a question here yesterday with respect to the geology when you were looking at some of the really large boulders that were fractured and cracked, and seeing this boulder sort of separated from the others reminded me of that. Since this is in the middle of the Pacific Plate and it's not as tectonically active an area as the Marianas, what would cause these rocks to split apart or to separate, crack, and all? What kind of forces would be down there in the deep ocean that would cause that?
Well, I think there's two options. The first one is some of this may have actually been the result of when it was originally formed, and as these particularly if they're volcanic rocks, as they form and cool in the water, they crack and fall into pieces as they cool. The other option is just sitting out in the water and having gravity pull on them. Eventually some of this might break up. If it's not too consolidated, things start sliding and bumping into each other. Yeah, in one word summarized as gravity. Thank you, Patty. So those are sort of your two main options to do this. The rocks yesterday
it's really
were
interesting.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
The rocks yesterday were a little different because I think there we really were looking at these larger, like 100-meter large rock formations that were steep but relatively smooth on that 100-meter scale. But then if you looked at it in detail, you could still see there was some layering in there with what looked like pieces of coral and shells and other reef debris. And so in order for something that large to sort of form and become a large rounded block, I have a really hard time seeing that happen from rolling downhill.
Seems to be swimming.
might be more likely that that
small,
was actually
we'll
a
try it.
weathering effect from when that was exposed near the surface.
Oh, okay, thank you. You know, when we were in the Marianas, we were
guy.
looking at things,
Copy.
thinking about very abrupt, violent earthquake activity, things related to earthquake activity and volcanism. But it's a different perspective to think about the long-term effects of gravity and the weathering during exposures over geological time out here in the middle of the Pacific Plate.
Yeah, there's not going to be a whole lot of shaking way out here. The bigger effect is going to be from larger landslides and things like that. If you're looking at effects at large time scales from where they originally formed.
All right, video. I'll give you one shot to push in.
Okay, thank you.
That was
great.
Max.
Oh, that was Max. He's just a little guy.
I think at this point it's just a game to try and see if we can image this guy.
All right, video. I think he's too small for me.
It's more of a game to see if we can stump the biologist.
Ah, okay, yes.
Moving pretty fast.
So, I thought I saw something. Where did I see it? I don't see it anymore, so. No, I don't know where it went. No, that's the question that I had to myself: is what is that? But it was kind of a yellow beige color. It didn't look like a dead sponge, but I couldn't tell what it was. But I can't tell where it was anymore either. So. I think we've zoomed on most of these things, so if anybody on the phone or on the chat has a preference to look at anything.
Did a fish just go off upper left corner?
I didn't see it.
Are we in a holding position, Jasper?
No, I think we're just kind of looking around.
There's a white tip of that coral.
The ship and the vehicles are all pretty close together from what I can see.
Yeah, we're moving, Watchley.
We are moving on the ship. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so in the chat, it's being pointed out that a number of these coral colonies are all sort of oriented in the same plane, the same direction. And so I think this goes with what we were talking about earlier, is they're sort of on the edge of this ridge trying to catch the current coming up as well as they can. So that would make sense from that perspective. There's another fish in the middle there, a little bit above the middle.
We didn't come in. It's pretty far out. I'll try to get closer, but come in more if you got it.
Ooh, he didn't like that light.
So this is another one of the rat tails like we've been seeing before. I think we've seen two of these, or maybe three before now. Rat tail or grenadier, family Macruridae. and again, probably similar to or in the genus Kumba, which is a relatively poorly known genus. And on one of the previous dives we were talking that we're seeing quite a few of them, and it may be because we're going
It's about
over
all I can
these
rotate video,
ridges
so
of manganese-encrusted
go.
basalt, which are the type of habitat that's very difficult to sample by most conventional means of trawling and trapping. So we're seeing an unusual number of this type of mercurid that's not that well known.
Thank you. Now coming back to the orientation of the corals that Charles pointed out, the nice view from Sirius actually shows this quite nicely, as Patty pointed out. Can we maybe look at the sponge on the left?
Absolutely. Okay. Where's the sponge?
Further down left.
Okay. Oh, I see.
Mostly just focusing on this so that we have looked at a sponge while Chris was gone.
All right, video, come in. I'll try to set it up for you, Ron.
Looks like one of those fibrous things again. Not much of a sponge here.
Maxim.
Copy that.
There's a few brittle stars in there. Actually, a whole bunch of them.
Pull out for a full.
Just focus in on where it meets the rock here. Zoom in.
Okay.
Get it close up.
Maxim.
Maxim. Thank you. Nice. Tilting down just a little bit. Yeah.
That's probably good.
Okay. Thank you, Watch Lead. Thank you, video.
Oh, and another fish out there in the water column.
Come in, video.
This one looks a little different.
Keep coming in if you want. I'll try to
Is this another halosaur? No, maybe not.
I got a little screen lag here. So, okay, this is another one of the cutthroat eels.
Yeah.
It looks a little different because it's swimming toward us. It's got a little bit of maybe abrasion on the snout or discolored nostrils. But I think it's the same type that we saw last time. So the genus Synaphobranchus, we're looking at the top of the eel, the dorsal surface, so can't really see the color of the lateral line pores. But I'm sure it'll turn, and we'll probably go through that same thing of flexing its body and opening its mouth. It looks a little disoriented by the lights of the ROV. That's why it's bumping into the rocks.
I think you'll get a better side view.
Cutthroat eel. There we go. Now, if we can zoom in on the head and the back of the body behind the head, that would be great, because if we can see any of the scale pattern, can be a very helpful thing for identification. But the scales are small and difficult to see.
Partial.
Diving back down.
Now this is another one like the last one that has pale lateral line for those little dots on the side of the body. Those are actually little bits of sensory cells all along the body that can sense vibrations or eddies in the water, pressure waves that would be set up by potential prey or predators coming in. So these fish are relying on senses like sense of vibration, sense of pressure changes, smell,
I think we got the
things like that.
most detail we're going to be able to get out of them.
Vision for their primary sense, because there's no sunlight down here. We get kind of a false sense of what the light's like, because the lights from the ROV illuminate everything. The vision is primarily used to pick up bioluminescence, very weak light.
Very nice scene.
Yeah, a lot of big corals there.
Okay, thanks, Bruce.
The fish upper right.
Yeah, 10-4.
So I'm back from lunch, and Jasper's filled me in that you guys saw a sponge and some more
Go
fish.
for lower fish.
Two more.
Chris, we're still just in this boring area with a couple of sponges and a couple of corals.
Yeah, no. Really not much to look at, is there here? No, not at all.
We do have a few reports of people having some screen freezes.
That's because there's...
That's because it's lunchtime.
Well, no,
come out,
I
get full
think,
specimen maybe?
I think it could be a case of coralitis. This is inflammation of the corals. There's too many corals that are showing up at their screens at one time, and
the computers can't render it all.
No, they can't quite do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Nav.
So it looks like it's the same Synaptobranchus.
Okay, video, you can come out. I think we're good on that guy.
All right, let's see if we can...
pick me up a pillow.
Yeah. Does that sound right? Yeah.
I'll be back.
Okay. All right.
Oh, that's quite a nice pan looking over at across the density of these animals here. And most of
Chris,
these...
do you know, is hemicorallium one of the targets for the precious coral industry?
The shallow water species of hemicorallium, which Amy and others are calling Hemicorallium lauense, is definitely a target for the precious coral fishery, as is the Pluricorallium secundum. This particular Hemicorallium, we've often just referred to it as either Hemicorallium new species or Hemicorallium near lauense. It's I think it's one base pair off from lauense.
Wait for the ship.
This one's the skeleton's going to be too white, and it's not going to be that valuable. I think they prefer the corallium that have color, more color to their stems.
Yeah.
Okay, this looks like another one of these Synaptobranchus, Swargani or brevidorsalis. We can, I think we're good here as science pilot.
Copy that. All right, video, come out. Looks like the same one.
This is a really amazing...
he's not cooperating. He's swimming away.
Yeah, this is a pretty amazing community of corallium, though. Very dense, very large colonies.
Is there a big sponge over here?
A giant sponge, Poliopogon, kind of laying on its... Oh, you know what? This is a different sponge. This would actually be quite valuable to take a close look at. And I wonder if we could even come around the other side if that's possible.
I don't have enough tether right now, but in a couple minutes I might.
Okay.
I can get this side for now, or should we look
Yeah,
at other things?
we're headed that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this, yeah, we can even zoom from here. The backside is informative too. So one of the things I'm looking at here is the extent of the attachment fibers at the base of this thing. As you can see, it's very extensive. And we used to call this thing the bearded sponge when we didn't know what it was. And finally collected it in 2003 up in the northwest Hawaiian Islands.
All right, let's let it settle out for a second.
Right now, we do know it's in the genus Poliopogon, and it's in the, we're calling it Poliopogon species 2, so it's a brand new species. But just take a look at this huge skirt of what they call Basalia, or the fibers that are coming off of the bottom of this thing. And this is the first one of these species that I've seen in either the Marianas or here on this cruise in Wake. I was starting to think that these things didn't occur over in the Western Pacific.
Okay, get the lasers off, co-pilot. Thank you.
If he comes around on the front side, you'll see that it isn't just a big massive mound. It actually looks like almost like a helmet. And now that I remember correctly, we called it the bearded helmet sponge, not just the bearded sponge.
Bearded helmet. I like that.
Video's clear.
I'll probably get more tether in a couple of minutes here.
Yeah, maybe we could look at something else. There's a small colony right above it while you're waiting. You see that with a little ophiuroid in it right up against the rock? I wonder if we could take a look at that or take a zoom from here.
Oh, right there. Okay.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
I don't know if we've documented the Chrysogorgia. Is that a Chrysogorgia or is those zoanthids? Those are zoanthids.
I don't think we've seen a Chrysogorgia yet today, Chris.
Yeah, and we haven't now either. I thought it was a Chrysogorgia, but it's overgrown.
I think that's a zoanthid overgrowing a plexaurid based on that particular brittle star, which looks like an astroskematid.
Yeah, thank you very much, pilot.
Yeah, no problem. All right, co-pilot, how much tether do I got? Video, you can come out. We'll try to get to the back side of this.
Hopefully the shore will indulge us here just to take a quick look at the front end of the sponge, because this is most definitely going to be a new record for this whole half here of the Pacific. And as he's spinning around, you're looking at a live feed from the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer.
Shrimp
We're now in
just
the
in front
Wake
of the
unit of the
sponge.
Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument.
Why don't you turn to face in,
seamount south of Wake.
Looks like you're
our
clear
depth
ahead.
is currently 1,440
Yeah, you
meters.
can turn, Sean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine.
And we have arrived in a spectacular bed of deep water corals and sponges that has never been discovered before.
Might be a cool
until
shot of
today.
D2 while we're
That
here.
made sense. It was never, no one had ever discovered it before until today, because as he's coming around, you'll see that it actually will form a helmet, and that it's hollow inside around that lip you're seeing on the right
Tether
side.
look pretty happy, co-pilot. Copy that.
Co-pilot, can we tilt down the Sirius camera a little bit? Lose some of the darkness.
See how extensive this skirt is around it. I don't. He may be on a rock, and he's kind of
Won't
just
stay here for too long.
Much better.
totally overgrown.
We're
rock.
almost to the end of that ship move, if not done. So
Copy.
It's hard to see what's going underneath that skirt of fibers.
Get some fog lights for this situation. Some skid lights.
So this is a really great observation, at least for us sponge enthusiasts.
Tether still
You can see right on to the other side of the backside of the fibers. So you see the sponge part is
I'd like to
only
back up, but I don't really have a whole lot of
helmet
tether to do that. So
over
I
the
think
top
if you
of
sit
this
straight down, you look pretty good in
beard-like
from videos.
Yeah, I get
skirt
tucked.
of fibers.
Yeah. We'll probably just do this one in manual.
Yeah, you might be able to pin yourself down for a minute.
Okay. All right. Yeah, the lower we can get the lights, I think, the better for this situation.
Or the side swing arms all the way down.
Take a look at that.
Let's leave more there for now. I don't want to catch them or anything.
And there is no rock inside of that sponge. You can see it's completely hollow.
Nice.
You're seeing the back wall of fibers on the inside.
Okay, hold on.
So very, very different morphology than the other members in the genus Poliopogon. And we know it's in that genus because we did the spicule preps. And I did them with Henry Ricewig up in Vancouver, who is one of the world's foremost authorities on these glass sponges. At least for now it's Poliopogon, but perhaps at some point a decision will be made to create a new genus for this thing because it's so unique.
Copilot, you can take my rotator if they want to do anything with it.
Let's look at the connection point between the fibers and the top of the sponge before we pull back out for a wide. Right there. Yep. Okay. Pulling out.
Yeah, so we're good from science whenever video is ready. That's just an extraordinary view.
Copilot, try tilting up on Zeus. Take a look at Sirius for like a second, then we'll get out of here.
Okay.
My Zeus tilt up.
Being a little
Full
careful lifting up, making sure we're not bumping into any of these
You all the way out?
gorgeous
Rolling?
corals.
Yeah, you're full wide.
Alright.
And there's our camera sled that
Snap soon.
is always above the D2 ROV. That's a Sirius vehicle. We don't often see it from the ROV. And there it is.
Yeah, I wouldn't follow it.
Should come up a little
So
bit.
the Sirius is going to move around quite a bit more than the D2 ROV, and that's the point.
Shot.
It's the
Yeah, it's
vehicle that's
Typically
tethered directly
dangerous
to the
shot.
ship and will move with the
Alright,
surface
you can
swell.
bring my Zeus back down for me, and then I'll
There's
take
a
off.
lateral tether that comes off
Thanks.
of that to your ROV that you're seeing the camera feed from right
Thank you,
now,
Copilot.
and it's completely isolated from the surface swell.
Thank you.
So that's how they can come down and be very stable on the bottom. Yeah, thank you very much for that, pilot. That was great.
Yeah. All right, I'll get back centered up with you. Kind of stretched out to grab that view.
And your camera's still tilted
So
pretty
Scott,
high.
do you
Okay.
you want to keep poking around in here, or do you want to move a little ways before just see a little more upslope, or what would you prefer to do at this point?
Okay, he came around for you, so why don't you push back out to 030, guys?
030I.
Abducted by alien corals. I like that, Tina.
Copy that. I'll push forward.
Could it be a close encounter of the coral of the third kind, maybe? I don't know. Art's back here just shaking his head. Just please, Chris, try to exercise a little control. That was not worthy. Close encounter of the clad 3 kind. That's Bruce. He's the one who actually instigated this little line of humor.
10-4.
And now looking over on the northwest side of the ridge. That's what you're sort of seeing. And now they're looking a little more up the ridge line itself, the direction that we're headed. Bruce, do we need another one of these eels, or can we let this one go and maybe make a little bit of tracks here?
Well, if it looks like another Synaphobranchus, I would say yes. I haven't seen it closely enough yet to tell.
Yeah, it was a.
Start picking up things like this.
It was a
like
Synaphobranchus.
Okay, yeah. You know, if we start seeing the Iliopas, for example, I'd say we need to zoom in on. But we can keep going for the without hitting all the Synaphobranchus and Kumba.
Hey, thank you, Bruce.
That's the one thing I would hope that we'd see some other types of fish as they move up more shallow, so that would be interesting.
Current depth is 1435 meters.
Start thinking about a move.
Sure.
What direction are you guys thinking? Oh, copy.
I'm thinking a little more north, maybe
Yeah.
015020.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at 20. That looks like a good direction.
You got some returns on your sonar now. A little off to the left.
So,
okay. 020.
Pilot, I want to go out on a coral limb here, and over to the right, in the very top right corner, there's a big colony. It's to the left of that sort of leafy sponge. I think that's different. I can't really tell from here, but I think it could be in the bamboo, and I think it's a different type of bamboo. And I may be completely wrong, and I probably am. And
Talk about the larger colony or the smaller one?
No, I can see from here that I'm completely full of beans. So let's go on and up slope again. Sorry.
All right, that's fine.
Straining too hard to find something that we haven't seen already today. Strained a little bit too hard. Looking at the chat, we've got a new addition. Charlie Wall was here just a second ago. There he is. He's in the chat. He's with the Marine Protected Areas Division. Good to see him in here and on this dive where we're where we again have found ourselves in a beautiful coral community. We've got another.
We got here.
Looks like another eel, Synaphobranchid. Another.
I'll try to center him up.
Weird type of jellyfish or something.
Is he getting closer to me? Yeah, he's coming in. I'm gonna try to back off. Yeah.
Salp or something.
Let him fly right by me. I can't go down Couple tall corals.
That looks like a siphonophore, Chris. I can see the bisonets, are they called, the flotation things, and then the tentacles. Maybe others have an opinion too.
I think you're right, Bruce.
Scott agrees.
It's a cool looking guy, isn't it?
That is
That's
a
very
beautiful
cool.
animal.
Yeah, so this is a colonial animal. It's related to the Portuguese man of war found on the sea surface. So the different parts of that are actually different animals with different functions that form a colony that make up the whole organism.
Scott French says that nectophores are the term for the bell-like propulsive zooids.
I think we'll let him go. All right, full
Nice.
wide video. Thank you.
Yep, we're full wide.
Excellent.
Sako Matsumoto is also commenting on this beautiful view of the coral forest here in front of us. It really is. Our present depth is 1,435. I think I mentioned that already, but in case I didn't. We are on a manganese encrusted slope.
Ship in position, man.
Slope consisting of boulders and cobbles. Presumably underneath all of that are pillar lava formations.
Probably get ready to call another one in pretty soon.
Sure. You already stretched out? Yeah.
Yeah, I'd go ahead and call it in.
Copy that.
Make a pretty good ground here.
020?
Yeah. Does it look okay,
What do you
co-pilot?
think, co-pilot? Maybe a little...
Les Watling has just
little port?
joined us. He's another coral specialist from the University of
We can
Hawaii.
do another 020 or 015.
And he's sort of commenting, of course, he's delighted having joined us and seeing all these corals immediately as soon as he turns on the feed. He's delighted with this particular spot we found today. So just bringing you up to speed.
Look at this little guy. I didn't come in and try to grab him as he
Another
flies by.
Synaptobranchid eel.
good.
He's got the white
020.
pores along the line. He looks like could be that Oregon eye again.
In about 10 seconds, then I'm going to let him go.
Hi.
And that's about all I got, video.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Come wide.
Now, just a caveat, that was just a sort of suggestion,
Careful,
but
Ed.
it's not confirmed that the
Should
white
move
pores
added pilots.
always identify Oregon eye.
Thank you, Nat.
Got
So to
another
really
30
get
meter.
identifications, you need to see the scale patterns, get measurements on the exact position of the dorsal fin. So it's a little trade-off between trying to identify all of these and moving on to covered ground. And I would say, since that one's going by so fast, things like that, we can't zoom in on them.
Well, Bruce, you know that every ID you make, I take as gospel. So you've already made that observation. I'm sticking with it, and I'm not changing. But of course, we've got the Ken Sulak override factor here. So if he comes in and overrides your call, then we might consider changing it. But Bruce, by the way, is so knowledgeable on these animals that you're pretty good. What's the right word I'm thinking of? You're in pretty good standing if you take what he says and run with it. It didn't really come out very well, but anyway.
I have a bridge I'd like to sell you, Chris. Are you interested?
Does it fit in your mouth? I'll take one of those. I'm not quite that old yet, I guess. I'm getting there, though. Again, a lot of these corals, just to update people who've just joined us, a lot of these larger fans are...
Try to get the fish.
Okay.
Coralliids.
Come in.
Family
He's going
Coralliidae.
to come right at me and we're going to lose my bet, but...
We're going to...
Nope, he's going away.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh.
Quick zoom on a fish here. Looks like it's probably one of these little Koombas again, Bruce. That would be my guess. But the larger pink colonies we've seen are large hemicorallium in the family Corallidae. Interspersed amongst them are something we think is probably Paracalyptrophora in the Primnoid family. There's also been some bamboo corals, both what we think are in the genus Ectomysis, but also these unbranched bamboos. Little small yellow colonies you see on the bottom are Acanthogorgia, so a different type of coral. And then sponges that we've noted are Tritoplura, these sort of leaf-like
there's a holothurian at the very bottom of the screen underneath the left-hand pink coral.
Sponges in the family Pheronematidae.
This guy?
Yeah, I don't know if they've seen it already.
Yeah, turn lasers on and then come in real quick just to give an ID, just so I can see it. See if
a little cucumber, Holothuroidean.
Okay, that's probably good.
Okay. Throw a full wide.
Excellent. Thanks.
Les Watling is asking what the pink fan is, and these are hemicorallium, Les? We have not seen any Paragorgia yet, and we don't think we've seen any Plexorage yet. We think most, if not all, of these yellow ones are Acanthogorgia. View in the background are some of these things that are either Paracalyptrophora or Calyptrophora that we imaged earlier in the dive, and then one of the unbranched Isidids that we also imaged earlier in the dive that are in the bamboo family.
Masako is pointing out maybe some Plexorid.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The
Not all of
shipment's
these
complete
colonies look the same. So we could have some Plexorids mixed in there.
Almost.
Almost,
Yeah.
okay.
Or maybe close to it.
You gotta want another one right on top of that?
I think so. What do you think, co-pilot?
Chris, can we get another close-up of one of these whips, please?
Sure. Do you hear that, pilot?
Yeah, that's one of these tall guys?
Yeah, one of these tall guys.
Excellent. Anyone in particular? I'll probably go...
The middle one's fine, I think.
Sounds great.
They're all the same. We've got the whip coral expert on right now. Just joined us. Also, Abby Lapointe is an unbranched or whip coral expert who works for Les Watling too, over in Les's lab at the University of Hawaii in Manoa.
Okay, you can come in.
So we're not sure they're all the same, which is why we were just discussing and asking for a close-up there. I just want to be certain that the polyps look like the ones we saw earlier.
I'll try to center it up for you,
what
video.
Les pointed out first was the ones that were really, as I called, tortuously twisted as opposed to smoothly coiled.
Go
going 015, guys. Just a little to the port.
Sounds great.
So are these bioluminescent like some of these whip-like corals, bamboo corals in Hawaii?
Bruce, I can't speak to all of the species of bamboo corals, but certainly we have seen that, as you say, you know, those ones in Hawaii, we've seen it in the North Atlantic. I don't recall if we have ever done it systematically so that we've compared between the different clades that we were referring to, which at some point are going to be different genera and species.
Come up a little bit.
Essentially, when these corals, or when corals that bioluminesce, when they're disturbed, they can chemically create a blue light, and you can actually see that pattern of blue light moving along the skeleton as it moves from, the chemical reaction moves from polyp to polyp, and it's thought to be perhaps a defensive maneuver to startled prey, startled predators.
No, thank you.
So from what I can see from this view, I think this is the same as we saw earlier, Chris. It does look like there are no prominent needles, and the sort of milky appearance suggestive of scales, and so likely clade B. And we'll see if Abby Lapointe and Les Watling agree with that.
Yeah, Abby had already weighed in. Abby had already weighed in that she thought it was clade B, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, right here.
She was referring to the one that we saw earlier, not this one.
Okay.
So we wanted to get another look to see if these were the same as the earlier ones. I think there may have been a worm or something on that.
Move up
on that whip a little bit further down.
I think that's.
So we're full wide.
Excellent. Thanks.
That's good. Thank you.
Let's see if I can come out of my parking spot here.
Another little Kumba macrid swimming by, like we've seen. Definitely going to keep my eye out for
go right between
different macurids, see if anything else is swimming around.
Said 1.5 nav.
So, pilot, could you see this white sponge over to the right side? I don't know. At least while I've been here, maybe you imaged one while I was at lunch, but could we take a look at this?
Absolutely.
And I think it's going to have the commensal anemones in it, so it'd be good to see if that's correct. If it is in this, what I think is going to turn out to be the genus Lefroyella.
Okay.
Sometimes I call this out well in advance because I want to understand whether or not we could actually predict just from the colony morphology whether it's something and also whether it has these commensals in it.
So you're playing a little game with yourself?
Yeah.
Is that a little vase behind it?
Yeah, it could be.
Oh, photobombed by a shrimp.
Yeah. Well, we can skip the shrimp right now. It's going to be another RSD. This thing, I think this is going to turn out to be one of these glass sponges that has a special relationship with an anemone. We do not understand at all, but whenever we see this type of sponge, we always see an anemone with it.
Okay.
They're just that good of a friends.
Yeah, they are very good friends. And
That's
this
a partial?
colony did not disappoint. There they are.
Come in on the top.
So could it be like kind of like a defense mechanism?
That's full.
It could be. But I mean, the curious question here is if the anemones are always with the sponge, does the sponge get started
1 minute
and the anemone somehow
Let's grab the
finds
base
the sponge?
just so we have it.
Or
take off soon,
when these things reproduce, does somehow the anemone and the sponge go off together? And so they start off life already together, and then they just sort of grow up together as best buddies. I don't know.
Yeah, I wish I could. Okay, get a full specimen and then I'll take off.
Okay.
Well, I don't understand what the other explanation would be. You know, if it was just a matter of chance and these anemones are the planula larvae for these anemones, I guess, would be floating around and they just find one of these things. Every once in a while you'd expect to see one of these colonies that doesn't have them.
Video's clear.
Alrighty.
Thank you very much, Pilot. Appreciate it. You just don't see that.
10-4.
Well, so one of these really interesting relationships that are occurring in the deep sea, which we know nothing about. So Scott was sort of commenting that this is a good game to play for the coral biologists as well. This is how we kind of learn to recognize and develop a gestalt for the different types of animals down here. You know, you'll do some predictions, and then sometimes you'll be right, sometimes you'll be wrong, and then you learn by that. Okay, so maybe, you know, maybe this particular little feature that you hadn't really noticed before is important, so then you try the game again, noting that feature. And your percent correct, your rate of success in predicting it goes up.
Right. The idea is that you get better eventually.
Right.
What you got left of the ship move?
These are these beautiful big primnoid colonies right here in front of us now. We think are in the genus Calyptrophora or Calyptrophora, and there's another halosaur going by, like we imaged earlier today.
Yep.
And Bruce thinks it's an Aldrovandria.
Yeah, we'll get a quick one on the fish, and then we'll keep moving.
Sure, particularly since he's slowed down and maybe cooperating.
Go ahead,
video.
Okay. He's just going to swim away when you get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't seen very many. Well, I think we've only seen one of these, so a quick zoom on the head would be helpful, but don't spend too much time with it.
And grab the head
well,
for a second.
Bruce, it looked like he was going to cooperate, and then he...
There we go. That's full zoom.
Kind of decided, nah.
Pull out just a little bit.
He's there, but he's showing us his underside. He's not showing us his head.
Well, I can see enough to be sure that it's an Aldrovandia with the enlarged scales on the lower part of the body, and I don't see scales on the snout, so we can move on.
Okay, thank you, Bruce.
Okay, video can come out.
Okay.
All right.
Full wide.
Thank you. I'll push out again. I think I'm at, yeah, you got me at 80, so. Yeah.
There you can clearly see the pelvic fins, the small fins on the belly behind the head a good distance, and so that's something that true eels don't have. These are related to the true eels, but these have those pelvic fins and the small fin on the back, the dorsal fin. The true eels have it in a different morphology.
There is a humongous bamboo coral over to the left, and I'm going to leave it up to Scott and Les whether we've seen this before. Quite possibly it could be this ectomysis again. It's sort of a bushy one, as Scott was telling everybody that the members, the ones that he's aware of, can be pretty bushy compared to some of the plainer bamboos, but we're headed that way. We'll take a look. Also got something on it. These are barnacles or something.
I was going to say, they look like the barnacles we got on the other sample the other time.
Yeah, but these are bigger barnacles.
Well, the whole coral colony is bigger.
Those are big gooseneck barnacles, I think. So Scott does think it could be another ectomysis.
Okay, video come in on this guy right here.
Okay.
Zoom on those barnacles. Wow.
I think this is what they want to see.
Yeah, I think so.
They got their arms out.
I can center them up for you.
Yeah, that would be great.
and I think this is different. You can actually see the stalks on this particular species of gooseneck barnacle. I think it's still in the group Scalpellidae.
And this is a partial zoom.
But okay, we're going to pause here on the barnacles for a moment while the front row changes out.
Watch lead pilot. We had a little switch out here. Are you getting the shot you'd like?
Yes, we are, and that's Jeff Lanning. And Jeff, you want to introduce your new team here that's taken over?
Yeah, they're not all seated just yet, but I can get them introduced. Let me just see who's at video. So, yeah, okay, Annie's down there. Yeah, I'll do it real quick.
Video, can we zoom in on some of the polyps?
Pilot, is it all right to zoom in further?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I see needles.
What's that?
I see needles in there.
Yeah, I see them.
Okay, up front we just had a watch change. Piloting will be Jeff Lanning. At the navigation is Andy Lister. Co-pilot is Fernando Aragon. Down in video is Annie White. And we have Art Howard clipping. We're all here with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration.
Okay, Jeff. Have we got any comment on the sclerites yet? You think they...
No.
No, this is co-pilot.
They asked us to zoom in on them, so we did.
What was the
now we
last
have to wait
shift?
to see if they
We had
actually have
30
something
meters
to say about
at
them.
015.
I think
They say
Scott,
thanks.
015.
science is
Copy
good
that.
on the zoom there, Scott. It's like Scott saw what he needs to see.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jeff.
I'm happy.
No, Scott.
All right. Yeah, video's clear whenever.
That's what I say.
All right, come on out.
Okay. So we're full wide.
There's a little crinoid there up above on the branches.
Yeah,
quick
looks a
snap
big one.
zoom. Yeah, I made a snap zoom on that one.
Come on in.
And I think I'm
That's a
seeing
partial?
another predatory jellyfish after we do a quick look at this. So this could be something in the group Thalassometridae. I'm looking at the prehensile cirri that it's attached to the coral with. And there's a little shrimp behind him as well. And then before we move away from this colony, if you could look to the upper left, just by zooming out a little bit, I think I saw something that's of interest to the onshore. A little bit over, maybe zoom out a bit, see if I can spot it again.
Okay, I'll try.
There he is. See that little red blob to the lower left corner?
Oh yeah, I do see him.
No,
He's very close. Let me just back up a couple steps here. Get him in the light a little bit. Okay, video, you can start in.
Okay. That's a partial.
Thanks.
So we're looking at, I believe,
Yeah, it's
another
not
one of
very
these
well
little
lit. Why don't you come out wide?
Okay.
The last pile left me in autos, and I was trying to let it do its thing, but I think I'm going to do this without autos, because I don't like them very much.
Jeff's going off auto. He's going to do a manual job.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh. Hold on to your seats, folks.
I don't actually use autos all that often, just because I feel like they are sometimes unreliable.
Well, how do you get around then? That was...
Sorry.
That was
I left it on from when we did introduction.
Art appreciated that joke. Sorry.
Is that the hi-hat?
Scott is good with that. You don't need to spend too much time on this, Jeff.
Okay, so you don't want a closer zoom?
No, I'm using Scott and Les that proposed this particular dive as a...
Well, then I'm happy to move on.
Yeah, Pilot, how come we have such bad lighting? Do you want me to move anything around?
The reason for the bad lighting at the moment is because someone parked me with a coral right in my face. The lighting should get better when I back up and get it out in the light pool here.
Copy that. We'd actually imaged that same beast before. That was a comment that Scott was noting. I just didn't know how many of these he wanted to get images of.
Can we go wide and see if the bottom changes color?
The bottom changes?
Yeah, the bottom of the
base
stock.
Of it?
Yeah.
Say again?
If you can zoom wide or pan down a little.
Pan down, okay, because we are full wide right now.
Yeah. I've got my focus pulled in pretty close, so if I pull that, push that out, it might get a little wider.
Okay.
All right, that's as wide as it
I'm
goes.
trying to accommodate the request here from the chat to see if this thing changes color.
So it does look yellowish to reddish color, which is one of the characteristics that Scott was noting for the previous thing he identified as ectomysis.
Okay. So we're happy?
Yeah, I think we're happy.
All right, onward.
So we still don't have, this is another synaptobranchid eel. I don't know if there's interest in zooming another one of these. It kind of looks like the same that we've been seeing all day.
So no interest?
Yeah, let's pass this one by.
All right.
So we still don't have any biologics, and we have one rock, Jeff, just to get you updated on the collections.
Okay.
And
copy that.
We'll keep an eye out for something that would be a worthy
Now this is co-pilot, the bearing.
So we're looking for maybe one rock and probably a
015
two biological.
Yeah, or two biologicals.
Oh, even two. Okay.
What was that, co-pilot?
What is the bearing to the second waypoint? Is it
040?
So could we do a snap zoom on that weird little white colony to the left of the big pink coral? It's on the ground below it.
Sort of fallen over?
Yeah, sort of fallen over. This could be
the
just
one that looks dead?
Well, it could just be dead, but then could be something else.
Yeah, all right.
You know, I'm just trying
Snap
to
in here video.
Trying to spot stuff that we haven't imaged already.
Ready for snap in, please? Yeah, perfect. Going for this.
This is a new one, and I'm glad we snap zoomed on this one.
Is it stuck on the ground in 4 places?
So it's a
could
partial
be.
zoom.
If we could get even closer on this one, this would be good. This is going to be not this dead colony, the one to the right.
Oh, the one to the right.
Yeah, the one right there. That's
all right. Yeah, I can get lined up on that. Stand by 1 second. We can get a real close zoom on this in just a moment.
I've got about 3 possibilities in mind right now. I'm not really sure. I'm gonna see what we get from the chat room.
Pilot, you have a big coral on your port side
use some
right
help
with
this one.
I'm in a nest of big corals, aren't I? We'll be real careful. Okay, you can come in more video.
Okay. So that's full zoom.
Thank you.
Scott is suggesting possible anthothelid, and I only know of one type of anthothelid, so I'm not very familiar with that family. I'm just going to throw this out to the to the chat, is this something that's worth considering or not? To me, this looks like it's got a hard skeleton, which would indicate it could also be Corallium kishinoye. Scott's also suggesting the possibility of a paragorgia. It's not really sure how hard that skeleton is. Is there any desire at all? This is a little bit different than what we've been seeing today. Is there any desire in the chat to potentially sample it, or should we just move on and look for something else? I'm happy either way. Just it does not have the commensals that Scott was hoping. Yeah, Scott, it looks like Kishinoye to me. That would be, of course, a new record for this area. In fact, we hadn't seen it in the Marianas, I don't believe. But I am getting no major enthusiasm for collection on this thing.
That means they must not care that much.
Yeah. All right, chat, be that way. Just be that way. I think we can go ahead and move on, Jim.
Okay.
All right, video's clear.
I'm clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we're full wide.
Thank you. We'll take off real careful here and make sure I don't
So
anything
this
on our
is
way up.
not, if it is Corallium kishinoye, it's actually not Corallium kishinoye anymore. It would be Pleura Corallium kishinoye. That's a guess. Could also be either of the other possibilities Scott proposed.
Just going to be real careful, and it looks like if I go out over here, more landing spots, and still get to see all the coral. That looks like a lot better to me.
Pretty friar Siamese corals. Again, just noting, since we're on one of these little particular view, how all the corals are lined up, and we see this a lot. They're all kind of, they've been growing optimally to filter the water as it comes up over the ridge.
I guess the lighting is kind of strange, isn't it? Can you make sure that the upper is all the way up? Starboard upper?
Copy that. Enabling HPU.
Guess it probably is. It looks like it to me.
Ramping up.
Could carefully tow in the lowers.
Enabling.
Scott thinks that. Oh, excuse me. Can we look straight down to the lower left corner, please?
Yeah, possibly.
And you see this thing that looks like a gigantic polychaete worm, but isn't?
This coral looking?
Yeah, that coral.
Yeah,
right
okay.
there.
Yeah.
This is the first of these, I believe, we've seen.
We are in a forest, so I'm going to make sure I land without bumping anything else here. And I think I'm clear, so we'll come right down and get nice and close to it for you.
So I'm going to mark that last white colony as either Paragorgia or Pluricorallium kishinoye, because I'm not really
just watch me keep an eye on that port side's rail cam as I come down, if you don't mind.
Copy that.
If you see anything pop
Yeah,
up.
I know there's something over there, but I think you're off of it right now.
Yeah. Looks like I am as well to me.
Tina Molatsova has identified this as a Bathopathes.
Yeah, you can come in.
I'm taking a zoom at this because I think it's the first one we've seen today.
So that's a partial.
Thank you. Not going to be able to land too many other things around, but we'll make this work. Come in a little bit more if you'd like. Is there any part you'd like to see in particular, Watch Lead?
I don't know these well enough, but I think that'll probably do it, I believe.
You're coming down.
Yeah, I see that yellow guy. Trying to avoid him. Just trying to set my right toe without...
Tell that the branches appear to be alternating. Maybe up at the top a little bit. If you could zoom in just a little bit further up in that red Yeah, it's a couple little crabs in there.
There we go.
I've got a little bit more zoom too.
Okay.
Kind of funny little squat lobsters.
There we go.
Guess we could just call this a galathioid.
Okay.
All right, that should do it. Thank you, Jeff.
All right, no problem. I'm ready when you are, video.
All right.
Take as long as you need.
I think we're good.
Great, thank you. Carefully lift off here.
So, pilot, you wanted me to check the lower swing arms were completely out, or?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want them completely out, but you can take the right one and bring it inboard very slightly, and take the left one and bring it inboard very slightly, and the right one should not have a lot of clearance issues. It should have stops to not allow it to be dangerous, but still get a good view of the camera on it and go real slow.
Okay,
so when bringing it inboard.
Stowing the port side.
No, you can leave it out.
Okay.
Yeah, just leave it out, and then there's the inboard outboard button. So get a camera, one of your Titan camera or the Mini Zeus on it, and look down at it so you can see where it is with clearance with the shilling manipulator, and you can tow it inboard a little bit, and that will bring the light around and show it out front more rather than off to the sides, and that might help. The lighting. So you're using the Sirius one right now, so hit 1 enter or 1 ENT, and now you should have ID 1, and then that view up there is the Titan. Yep, so that's zoom. The twisting of the knob is zooming. Left, right spins it. There you go. Perfect. What have you guys worked out for the next ship move?
The target destination is at 040, so it's wherever you're comfortable, because, you faced that way already, and sonar looks good. You seem to be on a real flat surface right here.
Yeah, I think it's real flat.
So 40 to 60, anything you're happy with, and we can adjust.
I have the general uphill sort of due east, but we could venture towards, due east probably is the wrong way, so we can venture towards the...
due east is downhill. It just happens to be a little rim here.
So
but we could head north.
We can go ahead and head towards the point.
Okay, how about 040 then?
Yeah, 040 is clear for me.
Co-pilot, you good with that?
040. Yeah, I don't have anything on sonar, so yeah, I'm okay.
Okay, and if you want to face that way, I can...
Do you want me to? Okay. Facing 040.
Bridge, nav. Hey, we're putting in a ship move. 30 meters, 040, 0.29.
Fish, upper part, yep, another snap blanket maybe.
Another blanket, possibly could be different, not really sure.
Can't drop with it like that because there's coral under me, but I can follow with the camera if you want to take a zoom and double check.
Okay.
Alrighty.
I'm not sure if we already know what this is and if I even should be. I didn't hear watch lead.
Let's see.
Can't do quite the same fish hunting we can with all these coral around.
Right. This is another Synaphobranchus. I can tell by the mouth shape, the shape of the head, and then the stockiness of the body.
Thanks.
So it's probably one of the two species that we've been talking about before.
Yeah, we just have to hover a couple meters, and if I get jumpy and try to go down at all to chase fish, I will bow over coral. I definitely don't want to do that. So we're gonna bounce over coral as we can here.
He's apparently missed his prey a few times and rammed into a few rocks, perhaps. Not really sure why they have scarring on the body like that, or something tried to eat him and he managed to escape.
So you're going to line up 040, which is, yeah, okay. I'm stretched out basically here.
Yeah, pretty much.
So I'll hold on here and do a little look about in a way that makes the tether happier.
Pilots, do we have a ship move in, or are we just waiting for something? Or
yeah, the ship move just started, and we're on our way. It's just we were on a long pause looking at all those things a couple minutes ago, so we just got it going.
Got it. Thank you.
1 or 2 minutes ago, and Sirius will start feeling it. We'll get to make progress. More to come. Yeah, I don't know what the rate you guys have been going, if there's been a lot of zooms or sort of just been making ground, or what you're hoping for.
It's kind of been mixed.
Okay.
We certainly spent some time at the beginning of the dive, and then when we kind of seen pretty much everything in front of us, then we started picking up the pace a little bit.
Okay.
We see a few more things that are different, and we'll stop.
Because we can do two styles. We can either inchworm, where we just sort of move the ship, let it settle, move the ship, let it settle, or we can try to keep moves compounding, but then zooms will be harder. So it's up to you what you'd like.
We only need to average 0.07.
Right, so...
Oh, okay.
That's what they've been doing.
All right.
See, we had some question about the length of the dive today. This will be normal length, Tina. Scott, I don't know if you're making dinner still around on the audio chat, but there was a question for the pilot about the pacing here. Would you like to keep at this pace, or would you like to speed it up a little bit? And the trade-off, of course, is that they can't respond quite as quickly to zooms at a higher pace. And
yeah, well, actually, a little bit more information is we don't even have to average 1/10 overall to get to the end point.
Excuse me?
We have lots of time still, it turns out.
Yeah, okay.
We're not in any sort of rush, so.
Right, no, I agree, and that was actually the plan for this dive.
Okay.
Just seeing if the person who proposed it, this is Scott France, has a preference.
Okay.
Well, we sort of started.
Hi, Chris. Thanks for asking. I'm kind of torn. We can go a little bit faster to see if we can find some different sorts of corals, but it would be nice to continue to make some of these observations to see, for example, I'll use that jellyfish, how common is it? Is it feeding on different kinds of corals and so on? But for the time being, why don't we at least make one move that's a little bit faster so we see if we get into a different area?
Okay, I assume you copied that, pilot?
Yep.
Great.
You want me to just change that 30 to like a 50 or something?
Yeah, it seems
it's fine. Yeah, that's reasonable.
Okay. Big garden of coral and sponges right away.
Bridge, Nav.
A bit of time looking around there.
Hey, can we go ahead and add a 20 meter move on to the end of that one? It's going to be the same bearing at 040.
We got a lot of good stuff when we first got down.
And then after that,
yes, good copy.
More of a let's see what's new kind of exercise.
Well, this could be perhaps one of the most extraordinary communities of corallid corals that I think I've ever seen. I mean, this just keeps going on.
Yeah.
Very large colonies just all over the place.
Particularly right there, you see them in the distance again, all lined up.
Yeah, Sirius Cam, I'm surrounded by them. You can see I got to get nice and low because there's this little dead patch, but all around is.
That's right. I can see it now.
It is.
I need to look up more at that Sirius because that's a pretty cool view. Those of you who can switch the camera too, every once in a while, you might want to take a look, and it gives you a really nice overview of the community that we're moving through.
And here you sort of see the flat pavement top of manganese on top of the actual other rocks. Sort of broken up again.
So I don't think I'd be exaggerating by calling this a high-density community.
There's a little sea cucumber down there.
Yeah. So the same one we imaged before.
Yeah,
it's probably a
right.
Hansenothuria.
Yeah, so we gave the ship a little a 50-meter move, so we'll make a 50-meter hop here, and then we'll let it settle, and we'll see where we are and what we like, and we can keep doing those until things change.
Yeah,
Does that sound good?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I know what Scott's looking for out here, so I'm definitely keeping an eye out for anything I think he might be interested in, him and Les and the other participants as well. It isn't just their dive, they just happen to propose it.
Okay.
All right, pilot, as I'm getting closer, I'm going to come up a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe increase my delta to 16.
Absolutely.
So Sako suggesting to take a look at some of these yellow ones to see if they indeed are all the same.
You know, I agree with that. I think we do need to do that.
Yeah, just, stay within the safe range.
So pick one.
Copy that.
And I peek all the time, so if I see something I think is not right, then I'll holler at you.
All right, copy that.
Yeah, what we might want to do is wait till we finish the move, and then he'll have more time to really zoom in on a couple of them. And
is there something you want to look at? Sorry.
Yeah, what we're going to do is at some point, there's some question as to whether all these little yellow ones are the same species. So at some point, we wanted to kind of image a couple of them that might look a little different.
Okay.
These ones that are scattered all over the bottom that we've been seeing all day.
Okay. But you'd rather wait a second to do that?
Well, I mean, if you can get a decent close-up while we're moving, that's fine.
It's actually a good spot to get a close-up, so let me just pause here.
And take your pick.
Yeah, of course. And you want a couple, right?
Right.
If I pin my toe just right, I should be able to swing around to any one of these.
So, like, if you see one that's lighter or darker, or one that's leggier and less leggy, that type of thing.
So two that might look different from afar, see if they're actually different.
Right, exactly, thanks.
Yeah. Alright, come on in, video. We'll start with this guy. He seems to be sort of the most like all the others.
That's a partial.
Okay, come on in, full. Just to characterize here.
That's full.
Thanks. We'll let that sit a couple seconds, and then we'll jump to the next one once Science is happy he knows what it is.
I think this is the same, similar to what we imaged before. And Asako has confirmed she thinks this is Acanthogorgia.
Okay.
So that one is similar.
Just so I can see
there's little worms on that branch.
So that's
little
partial.
amphipod.
Yeah, I just want to be able to see a couple of the colonies like this, so I can pick out another one that might look different.
There was sort of a weird. Well, how about this one to the
right?
To the right, it's a little leggier.
Okay.
This one,
it's got a darker.
See if I can zoom my head around over
pattern
there. Without losing my footing. Might lose my footing for that. Pick up a little.
and then there was sort of a
All right, pilot, I have you at 70
weird
degrees.
thing in the back there too. That was kind of a
Come on
really
in,
thick
video.
yellow.
Okay.
I think it's the same thing. I'm not positive. I'm going to wait to see if Asako can.
Okay.
She thinks we're looking at the same thing. She suggests left colonies. Okay, so she's looking at.
All right, come on out wide.
I picked wrong. Les thinks it's a Acanthogorgia, and so does Tina.
And
so, any particular left colony out there in the chat room?
Got about 10 seconds here.
It's got 10 seconds. And Scott doesn't think the ones we just imaged are any different, and I would agree. We got another one. We're being fish bombed by a Kumba again.
All right.
But
we'll boogie over this boulder, and we'll see if there's some more over on the other side that look different.
Okay.
How's that sound?
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right. Off we go.
Yeah, there's a few behind this rock too.
Jeff's making a boulder move here.
Yeah, very nice.
Thank you.
That's probably the third hi-hat of the day.
Yeah. Look at this community. Jeez.
Yeah. We're getting the broad view now as I get over top of that hi-hat.
It's busy here.
Yeah. You can zoom past the skids if you want to get them out of the view.
Sounds good.
Thanks. on the other side of that bump.
So, Jeff Scott's suggesting that you pick, play this game. So for the yellow ones,
all right.
You didn't think.
I see one that looks different. Hold on, we'll try it.
Careful now. If you're wrong, he may retract that statement and won't let you pick anymore.
I know. Well,
but go for it.
Has like one single stem with a bunch of things coming up. No other branching.
I see that one. That's pretty interesting.
Come on in, video.
Okay.
And that looks odd to me, that it has that kind of.
Will Jeff be allowed to keep his picking privileges? We're about to find out.
A little video. I have a little space. Probably not. I mean, this is probably a non-winnable game.
It is. You're right.
But
this is why it's fun for us to play.
I can't win at games against my wife either, and I keep playing. So come on in.
Well, I play a digital game of hearts every morning, and it definitely cheats. I'm convinced.
It knows your cards.
It knows
sure of it.
Nav,
so
this is
a
Copilot.
Acanthogorgia,
How
but
long
it
we
could
have
be a
for that
different
move to be
species
over?
of Acanthogorgia. That's what I'm thinking.
It's over.
Does anyone else
Copy that?
agree with that, or they think it's the exact same thing?
Oh boy.
Skeleton looks lighter to me.
Well, the polyps look smaller too.
Yeah, and closer together.
Yeah.
Quit bobbing around so much. This is a really awkward way to fly.
There's the excuse. There's a lot of them. A lot of species.
And she's right.
Come out partial.
She's absolutely right, and the problem is they're very poorly known.
Come down a little bit.
Everybody can go to Acanthogorgia, and then we're all kind of stuck after that.
It's further than I got. I would have called it yellow.
Scott sort of following up on Asako's comment, saying that there's more than 60 species in that genus.
Is that just a young one of the fans on there on the left?
Yeah, just a small corallium.
Okay.
Now that I'm done bobbing around.
I think we got the long-legged shrimp here noted, do we?
No way. I guess I'm out of tilt. Alright, backing up. Sorry, video. I got all stable and I thought I had more tilt down and I didn't, so I'm going to have to back up.
No worries.
Looks like a Metacarcinus. Yeah, and Scott's also following up on his comment too, that the experts agree that this genus is a mess.
It's false.
Thank you. Backing up a little more.
Teeny tiny little brittle star curled right around the top of it.
So what's the word? Is it any different?
Right.
The word
is that the genus is a mess. That's
so
the
it's
word.
different. I win.
Yeah, I think so.
That means you got something that's different potentially, and they're not sure what it would be.
Yeah, nobody is arguing with the fact that it could be different. So, all right, then you can keep some of your privileges, Jeff.
Yay.
We're fine when you guys are fine with us.
All right, I'm good.
All right, video's clear.
Yeah,
and we're forward.
These are primnoids, big, beautiful primnoids that we saw from the get-go.
Okay, pilot,
Here, they all seem to be the same species of primnoid, which is a little unusual. Usually we see at least several species of
stretch out then.
Primnoid corals. Big dead sponge stalk on the ground, and there's a great big huge stalk sponge in the background there. And that's going to be something different.
Well, that probably
looks like a big flower.
Maybe.
Yep.
Hopefully. Could be. Although, maybe I've misjudged the distance, but
I can put in another little ship move if you want.
We'll see how.
Okay. You want to wait, see?
Yeah, we don't want to get too close again.
That looks kind of similar to the one we saw earlier.
I agree, and I wonder if we were just looking down on it and didn't see the stalk, because that would make a lot of sense. I think I know what it is if it had a stalk, like this one. That one.
All right, so that 50-meter move is about done here, or it is done, and Sirius is settled on it.
Okay.
So,
well, we could maybe image the sponge and then make another move. Would that work for everybody?
Happy for me.
Coming down to give you a little bit more tether.
Thanks. It is sort of out.
Scott says that you shouldn't be looking down at your sponges, Chris.
Oh.
All right, so the sponge that I'm looking down on.
Why don't we do another ball?
This is going to be in the family Euplectelli, and I agree. This was the same sponge that we saw earlier, and
you might want to
actually
change
it's good that we
the heading to 20 degrees, just because it'll take us
may
right
or may
over
not
this
be
guy.
good that we didn't sample it, because I'm
Go
pretty
by
sure
with
this
that
is
too.
in the genus Saccocalyx.
I'm good with that, so changing my heading to 020.
I think I marked the other one as Saccocalyx without a stalk, but now I'm beginning to wonder whether or not we just...
Sure.
It
So
was
you know
just the angle.
You know what this is?
Bridge nav.
Yes, I do know what it is. I'm pretty sure. You could do one.
Ready for a move.
Slightly
30 meters.
closer look at it.
Okay, you can
0
play
decimal
the video
2
real
knots.
quick.
All right.
Just want to look at the outside. Yeah, and it's got a lot of the projections coming out at the outside. So pretty
Good
sure
copy.
this is Saccocalyx. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Are you happy, video? Would you like any more?
If we have time to do a slight zoom.
Yeah, of course.
See this little white one also before we leave this spot to the right after we finish this.
Okay. For sure. I'll get out towards the edge. That's a cool shot, I think.
Could be a different...
Getting a little bob here from Sirius. Don't mind the video.
It's got a little shrimp in there.
I'll hold here.
So Scott was also looking at the same thing I was. It could be another case of a zoanthid overgrowing a colony on the right. We were going to take a look at that, Scott. Or it could be a small different species of primnoid.
Okay. Next video. We'll get to the next sponge when you're ready.
All right.
It's up above the pink, up above the anemone. It's the one right above it.
Yeah, okay. Come on in, video. I went too far because I didn't know
It
which
is
one we were going
overgrown.
for.
It's the same as the last one. Completely overgrown.
What's that
So
yellow
that's a
guy
partial
at the
zoom.
end? Is that a tiny little...
It's a little bit left on the top,
Tiny
or is it
little
a
cry?
different...
It's a different type of zoanthid, I
Yeah.
guess.
Come in a little tighter. We'll try to get that yellow. I'll move up to it here.
Could be the final remnants of an Acanthogorgia, which is maybe what the zoanthid is overgrowing. I don't know if the others in the chat believe that's what we're looking at, but
Bit of tether bob out here.
yeah, Scott thinks it is Acanthogorgia.
Fortschritten.
Just come around this way. We'll leave a little bit of tether. Tether again.
So we're at a depth of 1,413 meters.
As soon as we get it in view,
and our
tether
DO,
goes
our
nope.
dissolved oxygen, is 2.6.
Alright, coming up again.
That is about
Okay, tether's in a half-year position. So
a
hopefully
little
that
less
doesn't
than
happen
half
again.
of what it is at the surface.
Hold for a second here,
Temperature
maybe.
is 2.7 degrees
Oh, look.
Celsius. That's pretty cold down here.
Alright,
Not as cold
next
as we've
video.
been
It's coming
in
out.
Yep.
deeper dives on this cruise, but still
Careful wide.
pretty darn cold. I'm Chris Kelly. I'm with the University of Hawaii Oceanography Department and the Hawaii Undersea Research
How long did you make
Laboratory.
that
I'm
one?
serving as the
Another
science
50?
or biology
No, I made it
lead,
30.
excuse me.
Okay.
And next to me is
I can
I'm
extend this
Jasper
20 if you
Conter.
want.
I am at the
Yeah,
University
read
of
my
Hawaii
stuff.
as well. I'm in the Department of Geology and Geophysics, and I'm serving as the
Bridge
geology
nav.
lead. And then we have a number
Hey,
of folks
can we go ahead and add
on
another 20 onto
chat
the end of that
and
one?
on the phone line to help us out as we explore this seamount.
All right, we'll just call out some of the participants since I haven't done that for a little while. We've got Diva Amon
Yep,
calling in
020,
from
thank you.
Trinidad, Abby Lapong calling in from the University of Hawaii, Sako Matsumoto from Chiba Institute, Bruce Mundy from the NOAA Fisheries
Copy
Science
that, thank you.
Center, Charles Wall with the Marine Protected Areas Division, Deb Glickson from Harbor Branch, Les Watling from University of Hawaii Zoology or Marine Biology Department. Patty Fryer from Geology and Geophysics, University of Hawaii. Scott Franz from University of Louisiana, Lafayette. And Tina Molitsova from the Shirshov Institute of Oceanology in Moscow. And so we've got a good group. These are just the ones that are on the chat and actively texting and commenting on the dive, and then of course we have quite a few people who are actually watching passively.
This protrusion is normal, yeah? On the middle section of that sponge right in front of us?
Yeah, these things can actually get
okay.
2 or 3 or 4 leaves on them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, all types of growth forms for these Tretopleras.
Great. Just double checking.
So we're still seeing a lot of the same characters.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean we can't zoom them. I'm sort of looking for interesting commensals as we're going along on some of these colonies.
Yeah, we put in another hop on the ship, so we'll see if it changes a little bit. But I do have a little, space here, so if you catch anything, we can take a second.
Hi, Chris. I don't know if you noticed some of the discussion that we've just been having, but that last colony we looked at that was overgrown by the zoanthids had that brittle star, probably in the family Astrostomatidae. And
yeah.
I haven't noticed those on any of the acanthogorgiids that we looked at that didn't have any zoanthids on them, but it was on the much earlier colony we saw that had the zoanthids overgrowing them. So all of that is to say, it would be nice at some point if we saw more of the yellow colonies that didn't have zoanthids on them, just to verify that they don't have that ophiuroid. And
all right,
I wonder
pilot,
if that
I'm
would
definitely
suggest that
now. If you
something about the
stretch out a little
acanthogorgia
bit more,
prevents
you
the
can.
ophiuroid
Okay.
from getting on it or discourages it. But if it's overgrown with zoanthids, then the ophiuroid will get on it.
So they want a lot of looks at the yellow.
Yeah, so we'll take some more looks at the yellow. Maybe we can get this little vase sponge, and then we'll, if it's right in front of us, and then we'll.
Yeah.
I think it's another Lefroyella, but I just want to confirm that. You don't need to spend a whole lot of time on it.
Okay.
Zoom from here.
Yeah, you can go from here. This will be the most stable, anyways.
All right.
Thanks.
So that's a partial.
Yep, and you can see the anemones all along it as well, even from here. These are the little dots all over it. It's very distinctive once you know what to look for. Yeah, thank you, pilot. So again, every single one of these that we suspect is Lefroyella.
No, I think we're good.
They've got these anemones on it. So, pilot, the request is, as you overheard, to maybe look at a few more of these yellow ones that do not have any ophiuroid on them.
Okay.
And
come in a couple of yellow right here, see if there's an ophiuroid. We won't spend a lot of time. We'll just take a peek at them to see if we can see any commensals. See, there's an ophiuroid right there on the right. Come on in tighter, video.
That's a shrimp.
No,
oh, no, there is. Yeah, here's one on the
right.
Yeah, it is a small ophiuroid on the Acanthogorgia, Scott, but it's really small.
Hard to tell what he is.
There's 2 of them. There's another one on the branch next to him, too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost a baby or a juvenile or something. Who knows? Could be just a small species, but. So there's a tiny one. Do any of these other ones seem to have anything like that?
Yeah, there's some legs down below on the bottom half of the screen there.
Oh, yeah. There's
is that an Ophiacantha-like one, Chris?
It's hard to say. They're so small, Scott. That's hard to. I don't know if you can get any more zoom, pilot, on.
We can try. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, we don't need to look at it in that detail. It's just that the ones that had the zoanthids overgrowing them had those very large astroschematid ophiuroids.
Okay.
Earlier, we saw in the zoom of some acanthogorgias, they had the small Ophiacantha-like ophiuroids, which are a very different kind of species. They have a different sort of biology.
I'll get a little stretched out, and then we'll...
Ship's done moving, though.
Ship's done, okay.
Are the astroschematids only
try to do, like,
if there are no
partial
zoanthids?
and catch them as we go
Yeah,
by.
we don't have to do all these ones
as
right
many as
here.
we can.
Once in a while, let's look at a yellow colony and see
Ceros is mostly
what's
happy.
going on. That's all.
Okay. Well, Scott, my impression was that brittle star was not astroschematid. It didn't look like it to me. If anything, it was most likely an Ophiocanthid. So
I agree. And, I saw several colonies there, and usually from that distance, that focal distance, we can already tell if there's one of those astroschematid ophiuroids, and I haven't seen any. So it's fascinating that the only two that we have seen are on the colonies overgrown by the
Looks like there's one on this one.
Okay, well,
one on the right?
The one sort of in the center.
Yeah, we're good with these. Scott was sort of thinking that every once in a while we could take a peek at these things as we're moving along.
All right.
Yeah, he's got an interesting idea that just popped in from the observations that we made, that this one type of brittle star may not be hopping on these corals until the corals are overgrown by the zoanthids.
Okay, so you don't have much interest to keep looking around.
Yeah, we could probably just cruise a little bit and then occasionally look down as we're...
Okay. Well, I've got a tether length to move right now, and the ship is stopped and Sirius is just about settled.
Okay.
So I will mosey to the length of my tether.
So from up here, like your starboard lower swing arm does look a little bit inward.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can scoot them forward as much as you want, but I mean, until they, without hitting anything. But you could ask video what they think of the lighting. I mean,
so one thing we're seeing here is that, Jasper, is there was some concern that this kind of flatter part of the ridge might be too sedimented in for corals, when people were speculating on the dive site here, and we're not really seeing that.
No, I meant on the other side of this. So we're coming up to the peak along, like a small peak along this ridge, and so my worry maybe was that behind this ridge the sand might split.
Yeah,
so as we go over this and start heading downhill slightly, we might start seeing a little bit more of the loose sediment we've been seeing in the last two shallower dives. This looks very much like a big pile of pillows with a thick layer of manganese.
Yeah. And I guess it's never too early to think about your second rock, as we are cruising along here.
We just Co-pilot, you're not moving right now.
Yeah, I mean,
with the ship
not necessarily here.
Yeah. I mean, with the ship stopped and a pile right here, and me stretched out, it's a good spot if there's anything in there that you want.
Yeah, we can always look.
But
you see any of these that might fit the bill? I mean, just to
you can give me a little tether if you need to.
Be good to lock down.
Yeah, you can certainly come down like 5 meters or something. 5 to 7 meters.
Could we put the lasers on maybe, or are they on?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
They're coming on right now. There you go.
Thanks. There they are.
Come on down a little more.
It's not a bad size one. The one, the one that's on or down below here. Some of these.
I imagine the one back there is loose. Some of these other ones might be.
This little pocket, though, I'm just worried that we're just going to end up picking up a piece of manganese.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't really see the obvious pillow shapes.
No, we'll just keep it in mind as we cruise along, and then if you...
Oh, don't worry, I keep it in mind.
All right. If you see something...
You weren't spotting biology collections?
I was... I was making corrections to your formal scientific names of all the critters we've seen so far, but other than that...
Do you have a spell checker?
Yeah, exactly.
Named...
Big unbranched bamboo. You seem to see a bunch of these, and then they'll kind of taper off for a bit,
I
and
guess
then
we could
see another one of these.
Keep
on. About a 30.
Yeah.
Okay. I think 20 is still good.
Okay, copy that.
Yeah.
Bridge, Nav. Hey, can we get a
These
30
things are
meter
tall,
move,
though.
20 degrees at 0.2 knots?
Yeah, it's not bad.
Negative.
We've
It's
seen
30
taller for
meters
sure.
at 20
we have.
degrees.
They've, I've been zoomed on something. I've been snuck on by them because they're looming over the top of D2. When I look at Sirius, I got to duck
Good
out
Cappy.
from under it, fly away. They get real tall
As
sometimes.
we were rising there, that coral just kept going and going and going.
Yep.
It's a tall one.
Yeah, I thought it was done after the first curl, but then it kept going a few more.
One of the things I find interesting is trying to determine what is it that knocks over these larger colonies. We've seen quite a few that appear to have been dislodged, including the holdfast, which is the round structure that actually holds them to
Wasn't
the rock.
me.
Possibly a
Copy
rapid
bridge.
current. Oh, there's a whip here. Looks like maybe it's forked.
Yes, there
I'd like
is.
to get a close look at that if possible.
Okay.
Looks
Yeah,
like
I'll
there's
try to
something
get
on the
around to
left
that.
top one.
You,
Looks like
you,
there's one in the background, too.
yeah, you
It
follow
looks
that
like the
pilot, right?
close one
This,
is also
this one
forked.
in the back.
The one right in front of
There's
It
us.
also
looks
one
like
right in
it's,
front of
There's
us.
one in
forked.
front.
Yep, I see the fork.
This
One
one
in the
here.
front
Oh.
as well, on the far right side. Far
Okay.
left side. Far left side.
Got
Yeah,
it. So
I've
either
got-
one of these.
Got two of them here. Which one
Yeah.
is ideal?
Well, I guess one of the things he's particularly interested in would be the branch point, if I'm not mistaken.
Well,
And the
then
one in the back looks like it's much clearer. But,
Oh, okay.
I mean,
I
you
thought
could look at this one
Get
too.
a tighter look at this one.
Yeah, since we're here.
Come on
Yes.
in.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, so the whole issue here is
That's a
if
partial.
these grow 14, 15, 20 feet tall and they don't branch, how come every once in a while we do see one that's branched, and when it's branched, it's always near the tip? And so the question is that a branch, or was there a loss of tissue, perhaps because a jellyfish was feeding on some polyps that exposed the skeleton, and a larva from one of those polyps then settled back on the skeleton, and this is actually a new colony growing off of it? So that's the sort of thing we're trying to determine when we see these, and we don't see them very often.
All right. I
Yeah,
think
this
I've
one's
got
a
branch point.
Tough
pretty
view
close.
of the branch point.
Come in
So
right here.
we're gonna
Yeah,
get
I
some
agree.
good
It's,
polyp. Well, we're
kinda hidden.
yeah, we'll get some good polyp shots here because this is really well illuminated. But maybe we'll go visit that one in the back for the branch point.
Do you want me to turn off the lasers?
Sure. Can you
Laser
see
off.
the branch point right there on the bottom left at all? Holding it here. Trying
Right there.
Oh, there it is.
Still.
I see it now.
Oh boy.
It's either just subnodal, Scott, barely.
The nodes are off the
node-
branch point.
The node here and the node
Yeah.
there is it's
I think it's
potentially.
not at the node.
Yeah, but the one in the back looked like it was. To me, that's why I thought it would be an interest to.
I agree
take a
with
look.
exactly what you said, Chris. That one from a distance looked like it was coming out of a node, and this one probably not. And the other thing I'm looking for is to see, is there any irregularity around the point where it's branching? And I don't see any irregularity. And by that I mean some evidence that there had been some injury, some polyps had been cleared away, and so you might expect to see some different sized polyps in there and so on.
All right. we
But
can
it's
come
also
out on
possible
this.
it was
I'll
injured
try to
such a
get the other one
long
in the
time
back
ago
there.
that we
Okay.
wouldn't see it. So this, it remains a mystery.
That's full wide.
In the Atlantic, I did have an occasion to collect
I
both
want to
tips
try to
of
go
one
over
of
that
these
one.
forks.
You can try to zoom
And
in
when
here.
we compared
Okay.
it genetically, we saw no
Come on
difference between them. However, the DNA sequences
not
that we were
quite
using
full.
really aren't
Yeah, you
sensitive
take it.
enough to tell us if it was a different individual of the same species or not.
So Scott, superficially, this looks like it is either coming out of the node or just below the node again. It's hard to really say. It's coming slightly out of the back of the colony. The
I agree. I'll tell you what, those are really thick nodes. Really thick nodes.
Look at the difference in the thickness of the stem between the two of those.
yeah.
All right, thank you.
So Scott, Jeff was just bringing up a good observation. He was noting the difference in the thickness of the two branches above where they split.
Yep. And Patty, I think, is raising a question that is probably along the same lines. And she says, if your second theory is right, the second branch would most likely be shorter. And that all depends on when the branching occurred. So it's possible that this branch could have developed long after this was the thicker part that we saw has grown. And so just the thickness doesn't tell us the difference between a post-growth recruit or
Look at this one's all dead
a very late branch. So we know for certain
Maybe that's why
when this occurs,
branched.
it's happening quite late in life because it's always up near the tip, and they grow from the tip, not the base. And this is interesting because now we're seeing on the left side there has been injury and damage to this coral, and it's lost some tissue, and the exposed skeleton has been overgrown by a number of hydroids and barnacles, and we saw a crab there. So this is the kind of the thing I meant. If some of the tissue is lost
Okay,
and
Pilot,
the skeleton
have
is
you
exposed,
almost
then a coral
70%?
polyp should settle on there just the way the hydrozoan polyps did, or larva did, and the barnacle larva, and so on. So it continues to be a mystery, but it's very helpful for me to see these sorts of observations to at least get a handle on how common are these sort of forked things. And they're uncommon enough that I'm not convinced that it's a regular branch. I lean more towards the idea that it's a secondary recruitment onto an existing colony. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Scott, and thank you, Pilot. That was a really nice view there. Got some juices flowing there, trying to understand what was going on there.
Yeah.
So, Jasper, are these just splits in the manganese crust where it's starting to fall off to the port side here, and maybe because there's a little bit of an escarpment, and this was kind of split and is going to fall off, and then this one too? Is that what we're looking at, or what do you think?
Yeah, it's. I mean, if you look a little further along, you see that the whole hillside has sort of collapsed a little bit, and you see sort of plates of this stuff sailing. Well, they're not moving actively, but breaking loose and having moved downhill somewhat. So I think this is sort of an edge that's slowly cracking, and under the weight, under gravity, it's crumbling down and slowly disappearing into the depths.
And that sediment in the crack is just something that came in afterward? Fell in, yeah.
That's my guess. Patty says, yeah, it's breaking.
Yeah.
She's pointing out this is pretty much exactly parallel to the ridge crest, so it's just hinging essentially along the crest of the ridge and breaking and sliding. Most of this sort of material movement is under gravity and eventually sets off small little slides or bigger landslides underwater as density currents effectively moving downhill.
Yeah, anytime you want video, if you see it, you can zoom past the skids.
Okay.
Got it in there. Feel free to take them out whenever you want.
Cool.
So at some point in the future, this ridge is probably not going to exist, even though it's been here for a while. It's still slowly going through some erosional process, right?
Well, gravity keeps tugging on it. And the other way to look at it is eventually it'll meet the subduction zone.
That's true. Ridge may make it all the way over to the Mariana Trench, which is where the subduction zone is at the moment. A great big huge Saccocalyx there in the distance off to the right. We got an image of one of them already, but there's just a massive pom-pom over there. Look at that in the background. Jeff needs his machete out here to work his way through the jungle to get there, but
try to just helicopter over without macheting anything over.
We don't really need to see it unless you want to. It's pretty sure that that's the same one that we were imaging. I was just
if you want to think of
launching a joke from that observation.
Yeah.
If you haven't noticed, I do that frequently.
Go ahead.
There's a sea star over to the left.
3 minutes or so.
The second branch is much smaller.
Total.
And the first, you can see it coming off one of those coils, the first really dramatic coil. That's the third fork here.
I can't quite hear okay.
We got two sea stars. We got a white one on the ground below it. You see that one? Could we zoom in on that one? This is a new one.
I don't
maybe
see it yet, but I'm keeping my eye out for it.
It could be an urchin. So if you go down where that...
Oh, yes.
I think it's an urchin.
No. That's the same one that you saw a little while ago?
Yeah.
The light white colored one?
It could be.
I'll pick up a little and we'll take a snap on it.
Just a snap zoom on the urchin guy. First thought it was a sea star, but I think
the
it's
sea stars above it on the branch and on the sponge.
Yeah, so I saw that, but then I saw this white one I thought could be a pterasteroid, but it's an urchin. So this one we have...
Don't make him feel bad.
No.
Just an urchin?
Yeah, just an urchin.
And we'll tilt up here for the... I could have sworn it was right here.
Good. I think
not partial.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I just had to go a little further.
Almost there.
That, yeah, I'd like to see the polyps as you zoom in on this sea star too.
All right, I'll come around that side then.
This is a primnoid colony, but I think it could be an informative primnoid colony.
All right, there we go. Okay, you can start in.
Okay.
Here.
That's not quite full zoom.
Thanks.
Osakis is primnoid too.
Yeah, you notice all these polyps are facing down. That's one of the things I was looking at. They're closed and they're facing down and they're small. And there's at least probably about 5 or 6 per whorl. It's really hard to see. Maybe not quite that many. So I don't know, Sacco or Tina or Scott, Les, you think this is more characteristic of Paracalyptrophora?
I was leaning Narella, Chris.
Yeah, I'm just, wow, this would be an awfully big lyrate Narella. Maybe when he finishes zooming the star, we can get an overview of this whole colony.
Yeah, of course, you can do a whole colony overview.
Well, that's what I'm not sure. I was so focused on the star, I wasn't paying attention.
There.
Yeah.
But you can.
It's pretty big, and down in the base.
Backing up for the base.
What is going on?
Too.
That's okay.
This thing.
I'll hold here and tilt down. Oh, there's a couple coming out of the base.
Yeah, you know, I saw one like this earlier, and I made a comment in the event log that it was interesting to see the two main branches on either side, but fairly sparse in terms of the sub-branching, and I wondered at that time, had it been damaged, or was it just newly growing? And you can see on this one, it's been damaged. This sea star, I think, has been feeding here for quite some time.
Yeah, and I think this is the big lyrate ones, frankly, Scott.
Yep.
So
right, maybe Calyptrophora. It's hard to say. Both Calyptrophora and Paracalyptrophora face downward, but Calyptrophora more commonly, the polyps face upward.
Right. Do you have any interest in looking again at one of these overgrown acanthogorgids with the astroschematid in the center of it? Because there's one there to the right.
One. Yeah, it's down there on the left.
There's a couple few here. There's 3.
Yeah, there's some directly below us too.
3, 4.
3, 4.
4 of them in this view alone.
And none of these other yellow ones appear to have these large astroschematids.
Nope.
Yeah, maybe you could do a few snap zooms on these, Jeff. Just these.
Of course.
There's a third one.
Come on in.
So you may hear a bell. They're doing our drills.
Go off. EXRV. Tell the bridge.
I'm not even on. Oh, okay.
So, Chris, I now see in this view 5 different colonies that have the lancet overgrowth, all with astroschematids, and all the yellow ones that I see don't have them.
Okay, it's a pretty good observation, Scott. I'm on board with you. I think you spotted something here.
Yeah, that is very cool. Very cool.
And then
So this is partially, right?
Yeah, but what his point is that even when it's partial, this large brittle star is only on the part that's overgrown by the zoanthid.
Yeah.
And that's what he's noting, that that brittle star is not on the live Acanthogorgia.
There's a brittle star up on the yellow part, just
There's
at the top
a
of the
tiny, tiny little brittle star, which we saw before in the other ones, but clearly I think Scott's onto something here.
Interesting observation.
Yeah, it is.
And it's like it's like every one of these has a brittle star on it.
Yeah, that other one's an Ophiacantha brittle star, so
partial?
it's not the same.
Right.
Not the same
Like
kind of brittle star.
without fail, all of them have it.
Yeah.
So, Chris, going back to that primnoid, would it be?
Right.
Do you think it would be worth collecting part of that branch that had the asteroid on it? You think you would hang on?
You know, it's a pretty good idea there, Scott. Should we float that to the rest of the chat log here?
Yeah, let's do it. See what people think.
Yep.
Which one?
So Jeff,
so I can assess what we're thinking.
Yeah.
Here.
So he was suggesting that we collect that asteroid by collecting the coral the asteroid is on just below it, so we get a twofer there.
Okay. Which?
If you zoom up a little bit, or move up, pan up. Right there.
Oh, you want the sea star?
Yeah, and the live coral that it's feeding on right there, if you could. So just get the branch with the sea star on it.
Yeah, or we can make that happen.
I don't know how big that branch is, but
yeah. Well, we won't get the whole branch probably, but we'll get a portion of it with the sea star. As long as he's holding on, all right.
Yeah. Well, I'll bet he'd be. Well, I bet he'd be easy to chase if he falls off.
Okay. Well, I'll try to get myself situated for that. You want to go down and get him?
I'm a little overweight too, but I'll bet I could outrace that sea star.
Yeah, I'm hoping it doesn't fall off. I mean, I personally don't really want to spend the time chasing a sea star, but it looked like it's in a position that would be, all things considered, relatively easy to snip that branch so that we got enough polyps that we could identify the coral that we've been seeing quite a lot of here, and as a bonus, get another one of these asteroids for Christmas.
Yeah, I agree. And then Chris could actually look at the stomach contents and confirm the asteroid is indeed eating this primnoid coral as well. So there's.
I'll bet that asteroid has been on this coral colony for years.
Yeah.
All right.
That is a long,
painful
death.
The other thing we can do is just leave it here and come back in 2 years and see if it's still feeding.
So Scott, would you sort of view this collection more like an exorcism, perhaps, or how would you just? Because that coral is certainly going to appreciate this.
If we leave any live behind.
Yeah, maybe we might be saving this guy. I don't know that I would use exorcism because I don't attach any malevolence to that sea star. You know, he's just doing his thing. Unless you were on a bamboo coral, then it would be.
Yes.
I see. So the asteroid is taking out competitors to your bamboos. Okay. Let's set a double standards here, if you ask me. But whatever. That's fine. All right, so if you're just joining us, we're settling down to make a collection here. We're on a seamount south of Wake Island. We are at 1,410 meters on a ridge extending off of the seamount. And we're about to collect a piece of this coral that's got the sea star on it.
Copy that.
This is a live broadcast from the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer. And we're in the Wake Unit of the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument.
Come in video as tight as we'll frame it at least. I don't know if we can go super tight.
Got some visitors watching this broadcast from the Maui Ocean Center in Maui. Greetings. You're in an absolutely wonderful aquarium. I go over there every year. I give talks over there. I live on Oahu.
Do we want lasers?
And if you're also watching this from the Waikiki Aquarium, greetings to you folks as well. So you got another marvelous aquarium there in the islands.
There he is. Okay. So you don't want to pluck the sea star and get the coral. You want to try to get the coral and sea star all at once, right?
Yeah, that would be the idea.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. We'll make it happen here.
In
why is this off?
He's got his stomach around the coral. It may not be so easy for him just to
he's
jump
not
off.
going to just jump off. No, I don't think so. If he's
There's
actually
a little switch down.
Yeah.
He's probably first suck your stomach in, then jump. I don't think they move that fast.
Mute your mic.
So this sea star could be Hipposteria, but I'm not really sure. There. We really need Chris Ma to call in.
Get some light.
Give us some hand with it.
I can't see, so I can't tell you if that's
okay. So that'll go in the rock box then.
Yep, that one. Yep, flip it out. Thank you.
I think he's gonna go for the.
I'm gonna go. Guess he's gonna go for the port inboard bio box.
Oh boy. I'm not sure. It might be a bigger piece.
It seems to be their favorite one though.
Yeah, well, that's the easiest one for the arm. But I mean, for bigger specimens.
Yeah, maybe he'll do the outboard. Okay,
sorry for the delay there. Our craft controller was accidentally bumped off, so I didn't have the master control of the craft. And so we had to get that rebooted.
Okay.
But we will get ourselves resituated here and try again. A little runaway with the autos as well.
I don't know if you copied that shoreside. They're rebooting the craft manipulator controller. It was just it was accidentally turned off. So it'll just be a minute here, and then they're going to make this collection.
Well, the autos are no longer holding.
So Chris, what would you like me to put for a field idea here? What is the primary target here? Is it the coral or is it the sea star?
It's both.
Well,
yeah, but I have to put one first.
Yeah, so I prefer the coral,
okay,
and
Scott
the sea star is a commensal or a predator.
Okay.
Right? But also you can look at it as which came first. It's a chicken or an egg thing, but in this case, the coral had to come first.
Otherwise, the sea star would be hanging in mid-water waiting for it to grow.
Yeah, if you've got the tether to do it, I'm not sure you're going to have the tether. Yeah, you might have to just turn around and not face me at all.
You want to be more specific than that?
You might have to face away from me to give me the tether to do this, because I'm spinning
around
where
there isn't coral,
so I can land.
Yeah, you're definitely label right now, because I'm not positive about either the coral or the sea star. So
okay,
that'll work.
Just gonna follow you with the other cam right here.
Perfect.
Oh, there's a big unbranched. They sit it in the back.
There you go. I have you on view.
Okay. I'm sure he appreciates that, Scott.
It's destroying my self-image. That's what's happening out here. See, it's.
He always has a quote that he can blame it on.
Well, I mean, there's another way you can look at it. Like if you're talking about something that you really don't know anything about, then it's not impeding your opinion. Any knowledge of the subject does not impede your opinion.
Yeah.
Not
having knowledge actually doesn't impede as badly as having knowledge.
Right.
Thank you.
Badly as having knowledge.
Right.
Thank you.
Hey, this is Chris Ma. I don't know if you guys are still looking at the sea star or not.
Yes. Yes, we are. We're trying to collect it.
Yeah, we had to come around where there was a landing spot for me to collect the sea star from.
Yeah, Chris, I was going to put it in my personal collection. Sorry.
So it can haunt you and eat the corals whenever they get through.
Are we going port side?
Yeah, we'll go port.
So Chris, do you have an identification?
Starfish that does that. What was that?
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you. Is there any chance that you can speak a little closer to your microphone? There you are.
I'll do my best.
Okay.
Is it better?
Yeah, it's a little bit better.
Do you want any other cameras in my monitor,
yeah, it looks
Pilot?
like
Yeah, if you could get the
spine patterns on
mini
the
Zeus for me up there, and
on the
train
edges
the mini
look
Zeus on
consistent.
the
And
Copy
if
that.
it's feeding on a
on the
primnoid, not
grab.
a
Actually,
bamboo
I'll start
coral,
pushing the mini Zeus
it
down.
might be the new one
Just
that
the time here. I already used up some.
you had discussed
Getting
earlier.
situated.
So
All right.
if you're trying to collect it, then that would dovetail nicely with my recommendation.
So where on the coral do you want to grab?
Well, as big a piece as you can fit into the box, I think. Just, I'm sorry, I was speaking to the pilot for a second, Chris. He was asking where to make the collection. He's deciding where to actually clip the coral branch, because we're trying not to grab the sea star. We're trying to grab the coral that the sea star's on.
And the sea star.
And the sea star.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, good. Were there any shots of the stomach eversion?
You know, we had a view on that side, but I was paying attention to something else. You guys happen to note where the stomach was inverted?
I didn't see it.
Art is saying no, he did not see it.
I did not see the stomach everted on this one.
Okay. Well, we can go back and we'll have a chance to examine it if you're in the middle of collecting.
Well, we're trying to collect it, Chris.
Yeah.
You said port side, correct?
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Port side, yes, please.
Okay.
Future reference, that urchin that we saw earlier is Guyot, which is a delightful animal and is splendid.
Force 9, too much.
As long as you don't end up getting stung by one. It's not just
an easy spot to get to, but
special kind
some of these auxiliary branches maybe are going to suffer.
Yeah, there was somebody in our lab quite a few years ago, about 2 decades ago. I think you know her. It's Janie Culp, and we were both pretty naive about those urchins, and it just so happened that Janie was pulling one of these urchins that we had collected from a submersible out of the box, and she regretted it. It was quite painful for days.
It's not been widely reported that they are poisonous to touch. I mean, that the spines are
do you want me to get the
I'm not even sure if it's actually been published.
bio box open already?
I'm in the way of it right now.
People who work with
you can do the pin, but
I don't know if that sort of biology has actually been reported anywhere but anecdotally. It's not a surprise considering that their shallow water relatives are so toxic, but I don't think anybody had really reported it in the literature. So I see a lot of people who inadvertently end
I have my sea star sickle. And we will try to get that into the box now. This is a very fragile coral, so any waving around, I fear it will break. I'll try to do as little waving about as we can.
Anyway, it sounds like you're in the middle of some interesting collections, so I am watching, as you noted earlier. I appreciate the call out, and I will dial back in the moment that I see something of interest.
Okay, so retract it.
You saw, I think, was
extended, and then
Yay, I got it right.
Extending drawer.
Perfect. And go slow, make sure that the arms are in the way. I'm just trying to keep it as close as I can.
Okay.
So, yeah, you're okay for now. Just go on out. No problem.
You know, the dynamics would be
well done.
I don't think you're...
Thank you, and I'm looking
oh,
forward
the lid
to
is not open, yeah.
I don't see
the starboard lid is open instead of the port. Could you close that up?
Ship here to Washington, D.C.
Open the port side.
So thank you, Chris, and they've got the sea star and the coral and the claw, and it isn't quite in the box yet, so we always hold our breath at this point.
Retract
but
port.
They're taking their time and doing a careful job just to make sure that everything goes into the box. So I think we're going to have a sea star for you very shortly.
They were commenting that it's quite brittle, actually, the branches.
Yeah, they are. Primnoid branches are real brittle.
Yeah, I was worried that the star would fall off. Now, could you tilt down on the on the, actually, I'll just get this down a
Their
little
agility
here.
is legendary,
There we
and
go.
Twitter speaks highly of them. So there are fans everywhere.
Okay, well, thank you, Chris, and that's the voice of Chris Ma at the Smithsonian, and he's one of the world's authorities on sea stars, and so he's been a very active participant in the Okeanos missions and calls in when he sees one of the animals that he's a specialist in. So we really appreciate that.
Looks good, maybe a little bit to the port side.
Pretty interesting to compare this particular primnoid to the one that was collected yesterday evening at the very end of the little bit shallower dive. That was also a lyrate primnoid, a multi-branch lyrate primnoid.
Okay, he's in. This is probably pretty heavy, so I'm just going to drop from here.
I'll take a peek at one or two of the polyps this evening here, and then I'll let you folks know what I find out about it. Excellent.
Well, that would be interesting. You know, earlier in the dive today, we also saw these lyrate primnoids that had the swollen areas with the modified polyps like yesterday. So it'd be kind of interesting to see if it's the same thing that we were seeing yesterday. It's very, very shallow.
We have it in the box.
So, Chris, since you're listening, we have got the Sea Star and the coral safely in the box, and your Sea Star was not squished at all just because of the manner in which pilot and co-pilot and nav were able to collect that animal. So it's in beautiful shape. It will be a beautiful specimen.
So
we sort of call them Chris's Sea Stars just because they're
pick up.
all of our animals are heading toward the Smithsonian, and that's where Chris works. But of course, others can access these specimens as well.
Port starboard bio pins.
Retract port bio
But yeah, Chris will just from his own interest, he'll probably take a look at this animal as soon as it gets there, and that will be later on after these cruises are finished this year in September.
APU.
Thank you.
So retract is locked.
Retract is unlocked.
Okay.
Retract means the lid's going to stay.
Yeah, you can go ahead and change your screen to the...
Yeah. We're not going to be able to see me
got
just
a
yet.
pretty good current
have
going
it right
and
here.
it's blowing a fish backwards, which
I will
is already gone.
Unwind here. Just like this. Get my head back the way it belongs. Facing, what were we, 030, 020?
020.
Big Saccocalyx.
Perfect.
Glass sponge right there on a stalk.
But
so in the
even
family,
at 020, you still might be over the port.
Yeah.
At least that's what I think it is.
Okay, so you can unwind Sirius now.
Okay, copy that.
And I should be able to get me back in view.
020.
Thank you.
So we've got one rock and one biology specimen so far, and we typically collect 2 rocks and 2 biology specimens, so we'll be on the lookout for
okay, now that we're all unwind,
both of those.
Lyle, you want to come in for the last bit?
Our second rock and our second biology.
All right. There's a lot of current right now from the east. So I'm going to push you out that way a little bit, and then
pulling up a little bit.
Biological, I meant, not biology.
Push this way. Lift up.
There you go.
Thanks.
Delta 15. Everything looks good.
Great.
So what we think we collected is sort of a ratty, almost dead version of these beautiful lyrate colonies that you see right now on the right-hand side of the screen. And the reason it was sort of ratty looking, we believe, is because the Sea Star may have been consuming that colony for quite some time. Scott even speculated years that it's been working on it, and that's why it looked like it was in such poor condition, where some of these other ones you see on the right-hand side, as they just switch seats a little bit here, so there's a short pause. These don't have that predator on them, and so they're still in really good shape.
Okay,
Andy in
pilot.
the pilot seat? I
Your
can't
tether's
see
a little bit
who's
stretched
there.
out.
All right, Andy.
All right. Shall we continue on?
We shall continue on.
Got some good current. Yeah, co-pilot. Last I saw, we were going to be looking at 040 towards waypoint, so I think if you're okay with your sonar, we can probably get a movement towards that direction.
Yeah, I don't think my sonar
So
is
here's just something to
particularly
think
useful,
about
but yeah,
as we're
looks
moving
good.
across the bottom. The guy in Hawaii, Dr. Sam Kong, and his graduate student, Megan Putz, and there's also some others who are sort of postulating this out there, and that is whether or not deep water coral communities or deep water communities have something that's equivalent to a climax community that you see on more in terrestrial ecology, forests.
I would. We were kind of debating 040.
Climax groupings of trees and so forth. And
mostly agrees with that.
I think the jury's out on this. We don't really understand whether
I don't know.
communities sort of evolve over time until they reach a point of stability where they're
unless you like 050.
where then they're stable. The same members are dominating a particular site. And obviously, when we come down here, we don't know what this looked like early
Do you
on.
want me to turn to 050 pilot?
When it was being colonized, and
Turning
whether
right
these
now,
same
050.
animals were the first to arrive, or whether there were some other animals, and then these have come afterwards.
Yep, that's what I'm going to do.
And whether succession occurs in the deep sea.
All right.
So it's just something to
Currently
ponder
at
as we're sort of
050.
moving across and looking at these communities. We're seeing the same animals here, you know, over an extended period of time. We're not seeing some of the patchiness that we have at other sites. And it sort of makes you wonder. Chuckling a bit about the chat there.
We've reached that part of the dive, I think.
All right, you're getting close here. I'll call it.
And, it's been quite a punny day, actually, on the chat today.
Ship move, please. Let's do 30 meters, bearing 050 degrees, 0.2 of a knot.
This particular part of the dive, we're seeing a little bit, I'd say a minor reduction in the number of the corallium, but
can't see it
really,
there, but
we've seen a little bit
almost
of
fully stretched out.
Minor changes.
So let me just move a little bit before you go ahead.
How many of each type of thing?
Thank you, Bridge.
That we're seeing at any given point. Some of the unbranched bamboos, they'll come and go. You'll see a cluster of 5 or 6 of them. Then
All right,
you won't
guys,
see
we're
any
headed
for a little while, and then you'll see another bunch.
Copy
I
that.
got you, 30 meters.
So a lot of that. Same thing for the primnoids. They sort of disappear. You see a whole ton of corallium, and then next thing you know, the primnoids pop up again. So
Tina says she sees another
so
starfish
co-pilot.
probably on
Notice
the branch
how
over there on the left.
Pretty far stretched out, and you've got delta
if we could
or
do
an
a
altitude
snap
of 18
zoom on
right
that
now.
dead little branch right in
got
the
a little
center
room
for a moment.
If you want to come to an altitude of
Andy.
15 to give them a little extra.
So
Okay.
What
is
until
the
ship starts?
Sure, it's
Looks
a starfish.
What is the
I think
smallest
that's
altitude
spot
I
lobster or
would like
Looks
to
like
be
an
in?
arm.
In this case, we're not.
That's a
Yeah,
very
we don't.
unhappy
You don't want to
bend
go
if
below
that's
15.
Copy that.
You want to zoom in on that?
If
Yep.
you go
Yeah, just where
blip at
that,
14
not the shrimp,
and your
the
sonar is
little
clear,
white
you're
crab
okay.
there on the
But you don't want to
full
average
arm.
lower
Come
than
on, zoom
15
out.
at all.
Oh, right over
Yeah,
there.
right
Just
there.
right there.
Yeah, it's
and
a sort of
you know you don't want your delta to get
See its
so
features.
low. It's past
All right,
10.
just go ahead.
But
and
notice how when he's way pushed
Okay.
out, you can come down lower,
It's a partial.
and he's not going to feel as much as the bob.
Okay.
And then as you get closer to him, you're going to want to raise your delta up and let your altitude go up.
Yeah, so he's got a bunch of spines
Copy
on
that.
his back. I don't really know what this one is. Maybe again we'll
So right there, holding
try to get some help with
altitude
the
of
ID on
15.
these from Mary Wickstein.
Yeah, that looks good.
All right, I think that's good, pilot. Thank you.
Copy that. Come on out, video, whenever you're ready.
All right. So we're full wide.
Thank you.
Substrate's all very sedimented pillow lavas, right? In your
Ships
opinion?
Yeah, they look
third of the way
nice
through
round
that.
shapes.
So serious unbound. It's
Covered, of
sure
course,
it's bound
in
to be following.
should
this
start
permanent
moving by now.
manganese crust
Yep.
we've been seeing at these depths, and then with a nice dusting of sand on top.
Careful pushing out too much.
So we're waiting for the ship move. Is that correct, pilot?
Yes, we are
Okay.
currently moving right now. We're just waiting for Sirius to catch up so I can push out a little bit.
Great, thank you. Oh, we've got a moment. Do we have any Zoom requests here from the chat? From the onshore scientists participating?
Okay, pilot. I think I'm
Seen a
moving slowly, so you can
Sorry,
push out
Chris,
a
if
little
we're
bit
just
if you
sitting
want.
here, maybe just a zoom on, I see there's two
you're
acanthogorgids
still pretty
on
stretched.
the right side of the screen,
Hold
one
off,
that is
don't
more
push it too
white
far.
and one that is more yellow, but only if
Yeah.
we're sitting here waiting.
Yeah, so Andy, that white one that's right in the center right now, I think is what he's referring
Lasers on?
to.
Right above lasers right now.
Just
No, to the
below razors and to the right of the lasers. You're right
Yeah, commensal on it.
above where the lasers are now. Oops.
Okay, let's zoom in.
Yeah,
These
that's
two
it.
guys.
That's it.
Right here.
Right.
Yep, I
so
think the yellowish one.
looks like they've got longer polyps, Scott. And some of the acanthogorgia have got these very
I've got more
elongated.
zoom if we want it.
Yeah, sure. Let's go ahead and do
Okay.
it more. There you go.
So that's full
I don't know.
zoom.
They look pretty long. Of course, that's characteristic of a lot of acanthogorgia.
Yeah,
This looks-
that's what we're using to identify
Sorry, I'm
the
drifting.
relative length of the polyp, plus the fact that the quote head of the polyp, where the tentacles are, is wider, so it almost looks like a little bit like a lollipop. You know, it's slender stalk, slender body, and then fatter on the top, and clearly distinguished from the main axis. So that's good. And then maybe if we could just sort of pan to the right, there was a yellow one. And then there was one that was overgrown
Let's
with
zoom in
zoanthid.
a
So
little bit.
I'm not seeing an
To the
astroschema in that
right.
first one, although I did see a
This
couple
yellow one
very
over here?
small
Yeah.
ophiuroids, maybe 4 of them.
Okay, let's
There's a whole bunch of little ophiuroids, yeah, on that white one. So now we're looking at the overgrown one.
I've got more zoom if we want
And
it.
I will note that that is not an uncommon thing for some of the acanthogorgids we've collected in the South Pacific, in the New Caledonia area. They seem to have a lot of very small ophiuroids draped in their branches. And yeah, so here's one that has all the zoanthid overgrowth, and there is what we're referring to as the astroschematid ophiuroid. So in English, that would be a particular family of brittle stars that are characterized by these very, very long arms that are kind of wrapped and twisted snake-like over the branches. That's great. And then the yellow one just behind it, I don't think I saw one of these large brittle stars.
So he was, yeah, that's it. As we're panning up to take a look at the final.
Yeah, that's great.
Can we turn lasers off, please, Copilot?
Thanks, Chris. So that's good for me when you're good.
Ship move's done.
Copy that.
Yeah, sure. And since we're looking at this colony right now, yeah, you know, and Scott, you can go ahead and tell the story if you like, but in fact, I'll prompt you. What does Acanthogorgia mean? What exactly does that name imply?
Let's zoom in a little bit more.
Yep.
Thank you.
Acantho, I believe, means spiny, and so you see it associated with lots of different kinds of biology. And if you look very closely at the
Pilot, I have
polyps
you
of
at
Acanthogorgia,
70 degrees.
so you hear that associated with many of the sea fans. They have what are referred to as collarettes up around the tentacles, and when they withdraw, they basically have this like crown of thorns or a lot of points, and these are the sclerites. Quite different from the needles that we have been talking about with respect to the bamboo corals, but nonetheless they're pointed and they produce a pretty good crown of thorns that is thought to be protective when the polyp withdraws itself.
Okay, that's wide.
Yeah, and part of it may be the length of their polyps too, where they really can't retract as much as some of the other polyps, so they're a little more vulnerable, and maybe that's why they've got the spines around the ends. They're easier to nip off.
Did we
thank you.
Get any closer view of that, or just continue on?
I can continue on.
Copy
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Once you get a little push, I'll give you another move if you want it.
I'll head on out there.
I mean, if there's something here, we'll take a look. But
nothing that I've been told yet. Any of this watch lead, or just continue?
No, we can keep going on. Thank you. We've pretty much imaged everything in sight right now.
Okay.
Before, this has been the community since the get-go this morning. These big coralliums, this pink one, the lyrate primnoids, the tall, leggy bamboos.
Those are some big, fat bases to the coralliums there.
Yeah. Well, they probably need it. They're probably heavy because they've got a hard skeleton. So I suspect that any place where you get these really large corallium colonies, that probably means that the substrate is very stable,
ROV nav.
Consolidated, because that tree would weigh a lot. and also
another
how
ship
close
move,
the
please.
branching are in it, then their sails and the current's going to just be beating.
We'll do another
that thing.
30 meters,
So if he's not
bearing
really
050
firmly
degrees
stuck to the
and
bottom,
2/10
he's
knot.
going to fall over, and it's end of story. He's not going to do very well. Oh, we got a little sand. Look at that.
Yep.
Thanks, Bridge.
Some ripples in it even.
Yeah.
So now you can come down to 15 delta.
Pilot, is it alright if I zoom past the skids?
Tilt your
yes,
camera up
absolutely.
a little.
Thanks.
We're just playing that game, you know.
Yeah, if you see that, just let me know.
Great, thank you.
Sometimes I'll use it for reference.
Just looking up slope a little bit.
There you go.
There isn't many corallium here.
Delta 15.
Perfect.
I wonder if we're gonna.
They don't like the sand, Chris.
Yeah, but
There's some.
yeah, there are a few. These could be younger colonies too. They look like corallium, but they're smaller.
Nav, you currently have a move finishing or finished?
Starting.
Starting.
Yeah, we.
30 meters, 050.
So Sirius is not moving right now.
Sirius is paused for now, but he will be moving. Shoot, he or she will be moving shortly.
There's a live sponge on the right and a dead sponge on the left, showing you the difference. The live one is the bright white one. That's what glass sponges look like, many of them, when they're alive. And then that sort of lump down there on the bottom is a dead one. I guess it collects sediment, and that's what gives it the brown color.
It's a good sediment trap.
Can we do a quick zoom on that?
Yeah.
So this is presumably one of the pharenematids that we've seen today. These are soft sponges. They have fibrous attachments. Suspect that it's been dead for a while.
Right, video's clear whenever.
Okay, come on out. And I'll push forward a little bit.
So Scott was asking about the big whip on the right.
Oh, on the right. Second.
We may be past it now, Jennifer.
Oh, okay.
It was just a very, very thick skeleton and a head of big white swollen bump on it, and it may have just been a crab or something.
Oh, okay.
It was a very large dead one.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're good with this one.
Okay, I'll just continue forward.
Yeah, it's not this one that's coiled. It was farther back to the right.
About 20 meters in that 30-meter move. You want me to tack another?
Sure.
Bridge, ROV nav. Can you confirm we're about 20 meters into
Looks
that
like
move?
there's a big fish off in the distance on the right side.
Let's tack on
which
another
side?
30.
The right
bearing
side?
050
Top,
at 2
top right.
please.
Yeah, sort of middle right now.
Man,
Right at the bottom of the curly Q
oh, I
whip.
see him. Copy that. Let's go ahead and zoom in.
Okay.
Then fish for Bruce to look at. Oh, he's trying to swim away.
He's getting out of there.
Yeah.
All right, come on now.
Looked like an eel, but a little bit too far away to really get there. That was indeed a fish for Bruce to look at, but not for long.
Sea star.
We got one.
Oh, there's a white sea star on the bottom left.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Nice little sea star. That's right.
Let's go ahead and zoom in.
Okay. So that's a partial.
Ooh, ravioli sea star.
Oh, yeah.
I can never remember their real name, so I always call them ravioli star.
So Chris stepped out, so we're not going to get his idea of what this is.
Well, then ravioli sea star it is.
Sounds like a good name to me. Okay, come on out.
Okay.
Okay, pilot, if you want to push out, you can
Careful
go
wide.
ahead.
All right, it's time to push out.
You don't have to push too hard. You're right in the happy zone.
Based on a very quick check here, maybe a pteraster.
Thanks.
So we got a fish right there.
There's one swimming right in your view.
Or a
Easy.
ceramaster.
Come in some more if you want.
Okay.
Where are you going?
It's not going to make it easy.
He's going to move in every angle. That's difficult for
Okay,
me.
come on out.
Thank you.
Oh, that's another Synaphobranchus, cutthroat eel.
Right,
he's moving kind of fast. I haven't been able to see what the dorsal fin morphology is yet, because it's still under short. But
he was kind of in a hurry, Bruce, so I'm not sure you're going to see much of it.
About
go ahead.
10 meters into that third maneuver, so we got 20 meters left.
Yeah, it does appear like the size of a bunch of these colonies has decreased, although there's still lots of them.
I'll let this move settle because we want to start peeling around to 040 soon. I don't know when, so we're going to take a look at sonars and everything.
Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing something over that direction.
You're right in the middle of a low, I think, or about to be in the middle of a low at the moment. Just a little local low.
Oh, that's a good current.
Saddle, that's maybe...
Now we'll take bets on whether there's little
100 meters
anemones
wide,
on
then we
that
kinda race
sponge.
it across here.
On which one? What was that?
To the left. I bet that's another one with the little... Is that another one with the little anemones on there?
Looks like it
Got
might
another
be.
one with the little anemones on there.
This guy right in front of me?
Yeah, I think so.
So it's interesting that at this particular
Nav, this is
feature,
co-pilot.
anyway,
How long
this little
do we have
high,
until
there's
the end of that
all
move?
the coralliids, or most of the coralliids.
It's almost
are
done. Let me
gone.
measure it out for you here.
Maybe I guess there's a couple of small ones, but lots of
You've
the
got
Acanthogorgia
maybe 10
colonies.
meters left.
Oh,
All
yep.
those bamboo
check.
whips are gone as well.
Just
Yeah.
under 10.
The really tall stuff
6 or
isn't
7
there.
meters left.
Copy that. Thank you.
Yep.
Nope.
Yeah, so this is just a unbranched Tretopleura, probably a young one of some of those other larger leaf ones. They superficially they look quite similar, yet this one does not
All right,
have
pilot,
the
I have
anemones on
you
it.
at 70
Sorry, I
degrees.
tried to play your game,
out,
but
it's coming
I'm
out
not very good at it yet.
No. no, you're not. Whereas I got the geology down pat. What we're
That's
looking
right.
at is carbonate terraces, right?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. No. Nobody believed that. That was
Yeah.
a lot of Acanthogorgia all over the bottom now.
Yeah. Little pink clusters here and there.
Yeah, well. These are
They're
the
very small
Cralium,
now.
but they're small. They're much younger community. I mean, it's much younger patch right here, at least. Some bright
There you
white
go,
things
that's the
over there on those
Yeah.
branches. I don't know what.
Saddle.
Looks like a
Some
bunch of
reflectors.
squat lobsters.
Oh, they're all squat lobsters, I guess.
Yeah.
Some of those.
That's... Yeah.
Well, the community clearly changed. This is what we always hope to see. Even if we don't understand why. In this case, because the substrate certainly looks still solid enough and
How's the current?
unsedimented.
It's good. There's some good current down there.
So the current's picked up. I don't know if that might play a role. Did it change direction, do you think? Or which way do you have the current from right now?
I have it more from southeast.
All right. So the current's picked up and moved a little south. I don't know if Watchlead can hear me. I'm not keying. I'm sorry. Watchlead nav.
Roger, Nav, go ahead.
So the current has picked up and it's coming a little bit more from the south than it's like coming from southeast rather than just straight east.
Okay.
So I don't know if
Still coming across the ridge, though, right?
yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Is it coming from your? Yeah.
Yeah,
coming
it's
from right to left rather than down the ridge.
And let's see, earlier on, where are my notes on the current earlier on? That was, thought I wrote it down.
No, I did at the top. Northerly was actually what we started with.
That it was
coming from the north earlier, yeah.
Yeah, find it.
Doesn't look like it's exactly
If you
that way.
Get pushed out a little and get out to the right side of his screen.
Yep.
So let off the stick, maybe we can take a measure.
So, Pilot, I think all these white things are stumps of corals, but there's another possibility. They could be large barnacles.
Okay. Let's, you want to zoom?
Yep.
Let's,
excuse me, yeah, if we could zoom in on them.
Sure. Go ahead whenever you're ready, video.
Okay.
Yeah, Les was suggesting these were bases of some of those tall whips. And maybe,
yeah, and they're not
these quote, too windy up here. All the really large colonies have disappeared.
Nope, these are all big barnacles, probably in the genus Chirona.
Wow, look at that. Yep.
Yeah, seen these before and actually collected them myself in the Northwest Hawaiian Islands or something similar to it. These are a bear to collect, by the way. They all come all broken up, but you can get the buccal or the oral scales, I guess, or plates around those. I guess those are important. But we should spend a moment just getting a good zoom on some of these barnacles if we could.
Okay. Let's, zoom
I don't know if you see any of them that are actually extended.
Any of these three, maybe?
I'm going to say most of them look like they're pretty closed up, but
yeah, ship's just about to the end of the move.
Okay.
Copy that.
Let's zoom in partial.
Okay. So that's partial.
Co-pilot, he's gone into a saddle, so you can come down a little for him if you want.
All right.
Just to give him a little room while he drops. Just
you see sort of 3 layers there.
Right, if we could get lasers at some point too.
Sure, co-pilot can take that up.
Lasers on.
So this is good-sized barnacles. These are, what, about 5 centimeters at the base or so? 4 centimeters?
I'd say 3 to 4.
Yeah, if you have auto XY and putting in a stick input, it's going to do strange things.
Okay, let's zoom out partially. Yeah, let me just try to stationary here.
I don't know why I'm so fascinated by these big barnacles, but they're so rare. All the dives that I was ever on in Hurl, I saw them twice in these depths. And whoa, what's this guy? Oh, it's a polychelid lobster, I think. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, zoom in on him?
Yeah.
Try to catch both of them.
Bruce went straight for fish.
So we were lobster bombed?
That seems like it.
So
zoom in a bit more.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll repeat it one more time. I'm hoping that the video guys will at some point put that photobombing wheel together of all the different animals photobombing the frames.
So I'm going to see if I can bring up the old photos of these giant barnacles from the Hurl gallery and see if they look at all similar. Of course, I don't know what I'm looking at when it comes to barnacles, so there they are, the barnacles. So does that look like it's the same thing? Actually, I know what Bob Spansiak at the California Academy of Sciences, he actually changed the ID from Chirona to Striatobalanus amaryllis. It used to be Chirona amaryllis, I think. It's in the family Archaeobalanidae. And again, I have no clue whether we're looking at the same thing or not. We did get some of these giant barnacles last year from the Okeanos dives. Here's one of the Hurl pictures of one. And yeah, it looks like these may all be the same thing. There's not quite as much detail here. The imagery isn't quite the same. Yeah, that's good for science. Thanks.
Copy that. Let's whenever video's done.
All right, video's clear.
Okay.
I'm thinking 040 is going to get us to follow the ridge up towards waypoint 2.
There's still some big
I'm not,
corallium around.
Which way are you heading right now? I see a lot of you in D2's face. Or a good start.
Do you want to do a quick zoom on this guy right here in the middle?
Let him get this zoom and we'll
see
sort
if
it out.
Anything. I don't think so.
So, maybe we could talk about a few things that are conspicuously absent today. And we have yet to see a single chrysogorgiid here. And chrysogorgids are normally everywhere.
When you're happy, pilot,
we have not seen those whatsoever.
What we want to do for the next move. Which direction you want to go?
We've seen one type of primnoid
like
only.
40 as well.
We haven't seen any other type of primnoid, which is really unusual.
So what are you at right now? 50?
I'm at 5-0
We've seen
right
maybe
now.
2 types of bamboos,
but a little longer.
Typically we see
Just
more.
To check and see, make sure
just 2 types. A lot of things missing, even though this is a spectacular community. It's fairly low diversity. We're seeing a lot of the same types of things, and in comparison to some of the other communities that we've been at. But I'm astonished that we haven't seen a single chrysogorgid here.
Yep. Ready. Okay. Bridge, ROV nav. Can we get another ship move, please? We'll do 30 meters, bearing 050 degrees, 2/10 of a knot.
Thank you.
I'm just catching up on the chat. Celeste is commenting about the barnacles too.
Yeah, there's a whole discussion going on about whether or not they are tidal or diurnal or something along those lines.
Good bridge, thanks.
I would love to get an image of one of those with the legs out on it, because I never, on the few times that I've seen these things, we never saw them with the legs out.
What's that, Watchley?
No, you won't find it. We're just having a conversation based on the chat entries we're seeing.
Okay.
And here are the big corallium again over to the left, so it's not as though the community completely changed. We just had a little bare spot there. Whoa, look at the size of these primnoids. Holy cow. Those are some of the tallest primnoids I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, we just went through that little low point along the ridge. That's where we had a little bit more sediment on there. Now we're starting up the slope a little bit more again.
Look at the size of these primnoid colonies. I'm trying to get a sense of how big these things are. That's 10 centimeters right there. So what are we looking at? 2 to 3 meters maybe?
Wow.
That primnoid is taller than us.
I don't think it's 3 meters. That seems really tall. Let's see if we can see it in serials. Get some idea from the size of D2.
Or I can go mosey on.
Those are monstrous. Scott's sort of saying, yeah, some of them are a bit damaged, but they're all struggling to stay alive.
No, I think he's struggling still.
Yeah. Hello.
Okay.
Oh, is that Chris or is that Jasper?
Both of us.
No, it's Chris. What, did I miss the sea star? I stepped out for a moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did see it, and believe it or not, this is one of the few starfish that actually was recognizable from the brief close-up that the ROV took of it. It's a range extension. It's a goniasterid. The genus name is called Peltaster, and the species is Cycloplax.
Peltaster, what's the species again?
Cycloplax.
So Peltaster.
It's unusual because the marginal plates, the plates around the edge, are really round and swollen. I suspect that's what the name alludes to. Cyclo meaning, I think, round or circular, and plax meaning plate. But it's known generally from the Philippines, and so it's widely occurring because I've seen it in museum collections from other places. But
sure.
This would make it the first record from this area.
Well, gall darn it, I missed it, Chris. I only stepped out for 5 minutes. But
you had to have that soda.
I know I did.
That literally happens every time I step away from the machine. There are like 5 sea stars, and I just, and fortunately, there are other places I can watch them, but, and the time lag is also somewhat frustrating because by the time I'm seeing it, it's been 5 minutes since I passed it. So.
Actually, was it any of these?
But fortunately, this one
Or
was,
did you want to get a different angle?
Recognizable, and I'm sure that when I get to see the high res images, I can be absolutely sure.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Sure, I'm almost positive, but it's always
what was that? Quick
the,
zoom where?
The really high res picture. Anyway, thank you. Looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, thank you very much for calling in, Chris. And that was Chris Ma
The 2 little whips
calling
there.
in from the
See the crack?
Smithsonian.
Oh, on right.
Maybe. Can't tell.
Yeah, so Pilot, these unbranched small colonies that are right in front here.
These guys?
Yeah, that's it. You
Show
pick one,
zoom.
either right or left on either side of the lasers.
Sure, go
I
ahead,
don't know
video.
if they're the
Okay.
same thing or not.
So that's a partial?
Okay, that is an unbranched Acanthogorgia. Maybe just a small one, or we're looking on end, maybe?
And then this
They
one.
both are. They are unbranched Acanthogorgia.
Trying to get them both for you in view.
I can zoom out a little bit.
So has anybody ever heard of an unbranched Acanthogorgia out there in the chat room? Because this is a new one on me. They're always branched.
Even when they just start growing?
That's preposterous what you're saying, Chris.
So, Scott, have you ever seen unbranched Acanthogorgias before like that? Even, I assume they're maybe young and they just haven't started branching, but have you seen this before?
No, I would have said the same thing, that these must just be at an age where they haven't yet branched, and yet I would expect that they would start branching when they're very small, but, I don't know. I guess the number one objective of animals that are feeding on food that's being delivered in the water current is to grow up into that current. And so maybe it's more important in this particular place to grow tall than it is to
Video, let's zoom out for right now.
grow sideways.
They're right there, yeah. That's perfect.
I don't know,
Thank you.
but, I agree with you. It seems pretty unusual.
Yeah, and Sako Matsumoto said that she saw, or we saw some unbranched Acanthogorgiids during the 3rd dive. Again, I don't remember that, but she does remember that. I'm trying to think of where I think the 3rd dive was in the northwest guyot in the monument.
We just panned back out, but in the background behind those 2 unbranched ones was one that was only lightly branched, and I will note that the branches were all up near the top. So maybe it is just, a matter of branching later.
Yeah, and we just happened to see some that were early, just before they branched for a change. Yeah, Abby Lapont also thinks it could be a baby Acanthogorgia. Yeah, and then Les Watling also thinks it's the same thing. Let's see. Asako said this. She said this dive. Sorry, she just misspelled a typo there. She said she saw some unbranched Acanthogorgias on this dive earlier on.
Right. And so, this is one of the things that having the opportunity to use the Okeanos Explorer and all this exploration does for us. It sets us up with a number of questions that we like to pose later. And so to answer this particular question, we would have to, at a minimum, collect one of the unbranched ones and collect a couple of the different kinds of branching ones so that they all could be compared together.
Right.
So there was some interest in some of the rocks, since this is one of the first places that we've seen in a while that has been cracked open, and there's, you can sort of see in the distance there's some loose rocks lying next to it. So I was trying to steer over to the left a little so we could take a quick look around there.
Yeah, copy that, wash leads. Look over to the left.
Look for a rock.
Look for a rock. You guys have had all your fun for the last 3 hours.
Yeah,
we can
take
a quick look.
Okay, we'll go look for a rock.
Get out of your view.
There's a really nice rock. This has got a little pink fuzz thing.
Oh, yeah, that one?
Can you put my lasers on?
I suspect it's a big one because that's a little drop off down there.
Yeah, I don't see the lasers. Oh, there they are.
That's why you're not seeing the lasers.
Yeah, it's a pretty big one. There's a couple of Canthogorgia on another rock. Oh, there's an Iridogorgia straight ahead. This is our first Chrysogorgia that we've seen today, I'm pretty sure.
And still catching the moment.
We can look for rocks since this is a pretty common coral. You can spot them from miles
Jasper,
away.
thanks for saying to go to the left to look at the rock.
Little did he know he was going to spot a coral we hadn't recorded.
Right. Maybe we can pan to the right a little bit because I suspect they're going to be at the base of the little drop-off.
Copy that. Panning right.
Jasper's direct.
Right.
Right away from that thing. Yep.
Oh, and there is an Acanthomastus. Look at this right here on this rock.
You want to take that little rock?
Yeah. See the little red thing that's directly lower left right now?
Yes. Is that zoom?
Yeah, definitely.
Clearly,
the first
we
one.
need to let Jasper do more directing.
Yeah, he's finding all types of stuff here.
You guys are just focused on the same guys all over and all over.
Oh,
no, you meant the little pink one to the left.
Yeah, the pink one to the left. But that one's pretty interesting, too. The one he's got the lasers.
We've seen that one already.
Have we?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Bathy or Trisso?
Yeah, no. I don't think it's a bathy. If anything, it's that weird staropathy.
You think the staro one?
I wonder if we could do a snap zoom
right,
just so Jasper doesn't get too frustrated in his rock search.
That's okay. We'll just extend the rock search.
Yep. So this is that same oddly colored staropathies. I'm going to wait on Tina assessment of this thing.
No, she says staro.
Yeah. And again, it's got almost like tertiary branching on it, if not more. I don't know if that matters.
I believe there are 3 species described in the genus Stauropathes.
That's it, Scott? You mean around the world there's 3 single species that are described in that genus?
As far as I know, that's what I checked earlier. I think I still have it here. Yep. Arctica,
all right, video whenever you're good.
And Stauroprado, which is the Hawaiian one.
There's a little yellow thing sort of just
if we could zoom to the left on that red mushroom coral right on the rock, that would be helpful. So what does this mean, Scott? Is that staropathies a possible collection option or not? Or are people just not that interested in it?
Everything's a possible collection option. They're all really interesting. Certainly. We'll see what Tina has to say. I'm not sure the distribution or the known distribution of these species, and I'm not sure. I know Arctica is definitely in the North Atlantic. Punctata, I'm not sure where it is, and I don't know, what it looks like. If it has to, you have to be looking at the spines. Meanwhile, you're looking at
come in more if you want.
Anthomastus, one of the soft corals.
That's full zoom.
All right.
But one thing about that Stauropathes, Chris, is, it had 2 chirostyle crabs in it, so it fits the bill for the sort of collections I was hoping to make on this dive.
Maybe you can, we're going to let Tina evaluate this mushroom coral. I'm waiting to see if she comes up with an ID for it, but also after that, Tina, if you could weigh in on this little discussion as to whether or not that Stauropathes. Oh, she's coming in right now. She does not have a Stauropathes from this area. Have you seen this color and branching pattern before, Tina?
It would, of course, be okay if you wanted to take this as a biologic sample with the rock under it.
Yeah, that would be fine.
Into BioBox.
Right. Pseudanthemastus is what she's identifying this as, and we're seeing if Tina thinks it'd be worthwhile collecting that Stauropathes.
I'm not sure there was enough rock attached to that.
But you could grab the rock, and we'll
and get you a third biological.
No, yeah. we'll just clean the biology off once it gets into the lab.
Oh,
so
yeah, we'll just wash it back in the ocean.
Yeah, we won't mess up your rock.
Okay.
So it may be worth to collect. She said if there's no objections. I'm fine with that being our second Stauropathes collection. Scott doesn't have any objections. Asako, you want to weigh in on this? Do you think that Stauropathes would be a good collection? Les is supporting the collection of the black coral. I don't know if Abby has an opinion as well on this. Yeah, so Asako also thinks Stauropathes. So why don't we go ahead and grab that colony if that would work for you, Pilot?
All right, video, come on out.
Right. We should probably get a shot with the lasers to...
Copy that. I'll get the lasers up.
So it's going to be that other branching thing to the right is what we're interested in.
So the one we were just looked at, Washley?
Yeah, that orangier one, not this red one.
That. Video, is that good with lasers?
Yeah.
Looks like it's a little short to get both on.
Nope, that's good.
All right, come on out.
Yep, that's the guy.
All right, Nav, what is the first biosample in?
Port Inner.
Port Inner.
That's a nice rock where those lasers are, isn't it?
Just to spite you, I'll probably pick a different one.
Incidentally, while they're looking out ahead here, Jasper, you come up with a different sponge as well. That's our first Caliphacus
how do you feel?
In the background there.
Are you all stopped? Okay. Yeah, if you want, you can put minis this up.
Yeah, we seem pretty stable
Anytime
here.
you want to tell them to go over here, go over there.
You're okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
You looked a little bit upset when I did it initially.
If we could get a full specimen, that would be great.
Yeah, do you want to come in?
Okay. I've gotten over it.
So you're going to take the whole thing?
Yeah, because there's interest in the commensals in there. I don't think it's excessively big.
I see extra labels to print tonight.
So I think that's Sean, is that right?
Yes.
Sean, will that fit in the port outside? Do you think the whole thing, would that work?
I believe so. It doesn't look too big.
Okay, well maybe you could even grab the little rock that it's on so you get it, might not even need to.
I don't think so.
That might be a little trickier.
Oh, okay.
Might have
down
to
in the ground.
dig for that.
Alright, never mind then.
Yeah,
video's good.
We do have one on the port side. I mean, are you okay with putting it in the starboard side?
I think it goes starboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, Washley, are you fine if we go starboard?
Excuse me?
Are you fine if we put this in the starboard bio box?
Yeah, no, that's
so
fine. Yeah, whatever you think will fit in.
Great.
It'll fit in either.
While I have a second with the video, can I focus past this to
Tina's
something that's moving behind it?
Sure, if you want to do it briefly.
It's just this. No, it's just
muck.
Just muck.
See, what do we...
Alright, we're full wide.
Alright.
Now to about...
Copilot, you said I'm ramped up.
13 centimeters across by, maybe 15 to 20 centimeters tall, maybe 20 centimeters tall.
I'm fine right now. When I get out there, you can adjust Mini Zeus and look at it.
So it looks like you're pinned in the center of the vehicle, not on your toes. So if you rock forward a little bit, you'd be surprised.
Sean, Scott is just advising that this could be a little bit of a floater.
Okay.
I don't know if it'd be worth trying to see if it would come loose from one of these cobbles just before you cut it. That would be a possibility or not.
Let me see.
Yeah, you can.
Because if it was loose,
Video,
then you could
zoom
literally
in?
just grab the stalk
the
without
base.
cutting it, maybe.
Yeah, I'll see.
I would suggest closing your jaws and then maybe touching the gobblers to the right of it somewhere else.
Some of these,
seeing if it's loose.
Yeah, watch this. I'll see if it comes loose with a rock.
Okay, thank you.
All right, video, come on out.
Okay.
It looked like a little tube worm there that was right in front of it. Saw something there.
All right, arm coming up.
So would you consider this a nodule field, or this is pebbles and debris? They kind of look pretty angular to be nodules, but I don't know.
They're probably still coated in manganese substantially.
So they qualify as...
I don't know whether... They're not the traditional round spherical oval nodules, but... Going to see if we can knock it over without knocking it.
Maybe. Well, just scraping the surface.
I suspect that could be sediment with loose stuff.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. It's
yeah, some of it's loose.
A little loose.
Maybe you can dig under it.
Well, that's what I was wondering, whether you can fork under it and see if it would actually come up.
Try not to do that. For risk of damaging the
I would just say
jaws.
don't push it around so much that those chirostylids jump off of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's a good idea, is to just cut it so that you don't lose the commensals.
I mean, these chirostylids should be pretty faithful to this colony, so I don't expect them to leave, but you just never know.
That's a drill going on in the background if you heard that.
Sounded like James was doing the drill today. There it is. It was free. And I think he's got the rock that it was attached to as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Go ahead and get the pins
so
ready
he actually
for the
didn't
bio
cut
box.
it, he grabbed it.
Yeah.
Right in the
video.
snout.
I'm going to skip.
Yeah, that's
video,
fine.
if that's fine. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah, feel free to extend.
And you can get that mini Zeus over for him, too.
Spin it over and shake it out.
No. It goes crab. Oh,
eel swimming by. Yeah. Bye-bye.
They look pretty excited.
Yeah. Maybe he's being chased by a shark. That'll come next. Definitely a photo bomb again.
Yeah.
Copy that. Sleeping for a sec.
I suspect with the rock it won't float away.
Well, that's a good point. Second advantage of collecting them with the rock. Okay, it's in the box.
All right, you can close, Copilot.
All right, great job. Beautiful specimen.
Nicely done.
Completely intact Starpathies.
That was tricky.
Yeah, I kind of put myself in a weird spot. All right.
No, that was good.
So that takes care of our biological collections today. Now we have one more rock
Closing
to
the door.
grab.
Shutting arm off. Arm dead. Yes, well, actually, top right. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of kudos, as we say in Hawaii, pilot, from Patty and Asako. Great collection. Well done, pilot. Just
Thank you very much. All right, yeah. Well, actually, if you see a rock, if you want to direct me.
Yeah, so a little bit to the right of the middle, between the bigger ones. Yeah, you pretty much have the big ones in the middle now. How big are those?
Those might be a little big. This one might be 30 centimeters wide.
Yeah, that's not that bad.
I think you better get that one.
Let's get a closer look.
How about the one behind it, above the shrimp?
Yeah, that's smaller.
This one?
That one, yeah.
That one looks fatter. Let's see.
I don't know.
Might be able to get this one.
So that's the way to do it, huh? Pick an even bigger one.
It does look smaller when you go from that one. Let's see.
That's a sizable one, yeah.
No, is that going to fit in the box or not?
How big is this? This is 30 centimeters, so it's about yay big.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, well, actually, what about the one? This is going in the port, so we do need to choose a slightly smaller one.
Yeah.
What about the one behind it? It might look a little smaller.
I can't.
On now.
Hold on, I'm going to turn you up a little bit. I can't hear much what you're saying. Say again?
Yeah, sorry, I adjusted my mic. So this is going in the port rock box, which isn't quite as big as the starboard. So we need to choose, I guess, the smallest of the bunch here.
Yeah.
The one the laser's on now, it might be a little smaller.
Yeah, I'm wondering what that looks kind of flat.
Okay.
What about this
the
black
one
one that's got the broken
that's
coral
kind
on
of the one I was looking at.
Behind?
Yeah,
it's
the
in the
dead
top
coral?
left corner.
Yeah. Let me get over there.
He's just trying to get another bio collection in.
Well, dead coral don't actually float,
this
float
one,
my boat.
over
So.
top left. Is that what you said?
Yeah,
the
this
one with the big white
with,
stick attached.
Actually, yeah, that looks pretty good. Let's go over there.
Yeah, the coral can be broken off, obviously, so it's not a big deal. There's a one with a barnacle on right above the dead white.
It was the bigger one that I had initially pointed at that they didn't like.
Yeah, this one would work. If you're happy with that, Washley.
Yeah, can you do the usual, pick it up and squeeze it?
Absolutely. Co-pilot, are you still in a good spot? This isn't a swing.
There's a Bathopathes black coral to the right of this rock.
Yeah, we're
got
stable.
a chirostylid crab on it.
I think I'm fine right now. I can turn a little towards it though. Sure, you can go ahead. Almost there. All right, watch it. So, yeah, you said we can break the coral? Because I don't think that would fit in the rock.
That's correct. That's what he said.
Yeah, yeah, no problem.
Give me one more second. But just keep an eye on in case I start to drift. I look a little unsteady there. Yeah, if you're happy. Arms on.
I'm not sure that stock is actually attached to it.
I'm not either. I think it might have blown onto the rock and it's just going to fall off when he grabs it.
No, you need to open the box first.
I was going to squeeze it.
Oh, okay. Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Hold on a sec.
Ooh. You're alright. If you got auto head in, you're fine.
Okay. All right, Washeeds, what do you think?
Can you spin it? Just see how thick it is? It's so hard to say. Oh, yeah,
that's
it is pretty
sizable.
Good.
Yeah,
that's
we'll
a good
do that
size.
one.
Looks good.
Yeah.
All right, I just need to set it real quick and open the lid.
You can use the stick to open the lid.
I think it might not quite have enough force. Oh, sorry. Co-pilot, can you bring that inboard? Is it going up against the shilling? Thank you. That's probably fine.
Little update on our depth. We're at about 1,415 meters. And our temperature is 2.9. This is for those of you who can't see the occasional entries from OKX nav. Dissolved oxygen is 2.6 milligrams per liter. And we're on a seamount south of Wake Island. It's an unnamed seamount. And we are in the Wake unit of the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument.
We've got about an hour and 10 minutes left on bottom, Chris.
Great, thank you very much. I think this is going pretty well. We'll make a push for waypoint 2 and see how far we can get.
So for those unsure that did not hear that, we have a little over an hour left.
That's about 250 meters away. So on high back, I made it active so you can see on the left the target distance here.
Okay.
So as we creep in on it, you'll see that decrease.
Oh, great. Thank you, Chris.
Sure.
All right, Vidya, do you want to come on out?
Yep, sounds good.
That looks stuck all right.
So that, yeah.
You might have to turn it through the ground to try and get that to break off a little.
Yeah, I assume it'll break in the
Yeah, but
box.
if it doesn't, it'll be sticking out of your box in front of your vision.
Well,
it's up to you. I don't really have a preference.
Okay. You can see. I can always remove it from the box.
Yeah, that's
if it's
true.
a
You can cut it.
Problem. Video, you ready for a rotate?
Yep, we're good.
Scott was pointing out it'd probably snap pretty easily right at the node. There was one that was missing a fair amount of that proteinaceous material.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, that one there.
Needs to have more glucosamine for his joints.
All right, video's good.
All good?
Yep.
Great.
So we're full wide.
I never thought. No, I'm not even going to suggest this. I'll get scolded for encouraging an industry that we don't want to encourage.
Ooh, almost.
It's not really snapping well, but...
No, it fell in. You're good.
Yep.
All right, the rock is in the box.
All right, Copat, you can bring that out forward.
Scott Franz pointed out that German researchers have tested the bamboo node internodes for use in bone grafts. That's pretty interesting.
Something I would have never thought about.
Yeah, you can... Actually, it's probably fine like that.
You need to close it.
Oh, it didn't close.
Deb Glickson also thinks you picked a good one there, Jasper.
We'll find out.
Yeah. Hi, we have completed our collection component of the dive.
So at this point, we can go and take a break.
Oh no, I like to see what's over the next knoll.
Oh, that's
like
right.
To see what's over the next knoll.
Co-pilot,
the corals are almost shinier on the other side.
That's right.
That's right.
I'm not sure they're going to be bigger today. We've seen some pretty big corals. But
oh boy, Scott Francis going a step further. He's going for the Holy Grail on the other side.
Well, we've done our collection, so that means that as soon as we go over the next rise, there's going to be something that stumps everybody that's so unique and unusual.
And then we can't collect it anymore.
Right.
Well, we could ask the pilot to hold on to it all the way to the surface.
Right.
With the manipulator.
It's probably going to be a whole new phylum.
Oh,
there
that
we're
could
gonna
be.
See over
Yeah.
the next. Kind of the cool part of exploring, I have to admit, is you can sort of, imagine what you're going to see down here. I mean, you just never know. Yeah. So if it has a sign on it, we can't collect it. We'll just remove that sign and then go ahead and grab it.
Hang it on a different one.
Right.
It's like those people that come driving up to their favorite parking spot and move the sign to the one next to it.
It was a pretty amazing find a number of years ago when the megamouth shark was trawled up. I think it was trawled. I don't think it was hooked, but
put your jaws on it and then have
extremely large shark that nobody had ever seen before. And this is within this past century, probably within the last 50 years or so.
Yeah,
that they captured that shark, and it was astonishing to everybody. It captures the imagination, that here's this animal that no one had even knew existed.
What is it?
Chances are one of the pieces of coral fell in between.
Down on it more. When you just bring it back in.
The limit there. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Grab it by its tab. Not on the not forward of it, but just right above it.
Video's gonna swap out.
Copy that.
Try on the other side of that. To the top side of that.
See, it looks like we collected a pretty small rock for that size box.
Yep, like that.
All right. Oh, it's stuck in the shilling.
It'll be big enough.
Yeah. Oh, there it goes.
Do you see that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Yeah. Go for it.
So Deb was asking about the rock. Yeah, we collected it for sure, Deb. They're having a little issue with getting the lid shut, and that's why they were hanging there, and you might have seen the box go in and out a couple times. The lid got a little hung up on the other manipulator on the other side for just a moment until they freed it up.
All right. Arms off. All right, sorry about that, watch leads, but we are all ready now.
Not a problem. So I guess we'll go ahead and start heading up slope some more and see what we can see.
Sounds like a plan.
Oh, here's some details on Megamouth.
1976, so it's
Yeah,
definitely
I'll
within the
set her
last
up.
50 years.
Yeah, 045. Sounds good to me.
4 meters 46.
040. Something like that.
Yeah, so
That is a beast.
Yeah, and that's right. I'd forgotten Leighton Taylor described it. Of course, I know that one specimen at least is at the Bishop Museum in Hawaii, but okay, another synaptobranchid eel.
Is that something you want to zoom on?
We haven't given Bruce an eel fix for a little while. Maybe we can zoom in on it.
All right, copy that. Video, let's do a quick
Plus,
zoom.
this one seems to be enjoying it.
Okay, taking a bit more.
Swimming away.
Doink. Hit the coral. Dorsal fin is back on the lower part of the body. It looks pretty much the same thing as we've been looking at, but we'll wait for Bruce to comment.
He's did some ground.
Well, you just scooped me on that. I was going to call in and say exactly what you said, Chris. So it looks like the same thing that we've been seeing before. These all seem to be moving too fast to really zoom in to try to get an idea of what scale patterns are. So just keep moving, and we'll find that really different fish on the other side of the knoll.
He wants his holy grail.
Yeah, that's not a good one. All right, video, come on out. He's gone.
Yeah, or
center up.
It's really been a beautiful community, but yeah, it'd be nice to see some different things too as well to add to the flavor, add a little different spicing to the community here.
How quickly you guys get over the fact that we haven't seen so many things over such a long stretch.
Well, I love this community. I've loved the whole dive. Don't get me wrong at all. It's just because particularly finding a corallium-dominated community like this is really amazing. You don't see very many of those.
Thanks, Scott.
You know, but Scott, aren't we below the depth range of mermaids? I'm trying to think. What is the published depth range of mermaids?
I thought they did have like an Atlantis on the bottom of the ocean too.
Okay, I was thinking it's more like 1,000 meters.
He's going to check for us.
He's going to check us. I was thinking 1,000 meters max, maybe, but in Merman they're about the same depth, aren't they? About 1,000 meters.
He's checking. He might as well look that up too.
Okay.
Bruce is pointing out that that was not a NOAA person that was talking about that. Oh. Yeah, there's indeed two more cracks down this manganese pavement. Essentially, it's like a road almost that this was forming on top, and you can see these cracks. Probably this whole hillside seems to be kind of unstable in that sense and breaking.
Could we zoom on this? Is it an eel? For a second there, I thought it's the same type of eel. I think.
Might still be the same guy.
Yeah.
Quick zoom
snap
video.
Zoom. Yeah, I think it's the same thing.
Yeah, I'll note that Ken Sulak just logged into the chat room, so maybe he'll have more to say. I know that he'll want to try to zoom in on the head and on the body behind the head or any bare patches to see if he can spot scales on this.
Yeah, that one's a ways away, so I'd have to wait for one a little bit closer.
You guys ready for another ship move?
Yeah, we are.
I think we're good.
So I think waypoint 2 is actually uphill from here. Yeah. Looking at the contours and then looking at our front view here. I think we're going to be going up this hill more again.
035, how's that sound?
Yeah.
I wonder if we could, if we can get over there. There's a sort of a. No, never mind. I know what it is. Never mind. Thought it was something different.
Copilot, let me know if I tug you at all.
It's a good copy, Bridge. Thank you.
Little polyopogon or ferronematid sponge over to the left, and there's something white over to the right. center, there's also probably Semperella. It's also in the fair nematode.
Do you want zooms on anything, Washlet?
No, I was wondering about that white thing in the upper right that's kind of below the rock, the top of the rock there. Yeah, I was just trying to figure out what that was.
Right there? All right. I don't know if I can zoom from here.
Okay, maybe that would just give me an idea of whether it's...
You mean the one a little bit more up from the middle, right?
Yeah, the one you sort of pointed at. Yeah, a little bit up from middle.
Up and to the right from the lasers.
Video, do you want to come on in? Oh, is it not?
Not
this one. Ah, video coming out. Sorry, it is.
But you know what? Excuse me.
But you saw a nice black coral.
Well, there was something to the left of that sponge you just zoomed on that looked pretty interesting. I hadn't even seen it.
Oh, something to the left of that.
Yeah, that brown. It's right on the rock, right above the little golden Canthogorgia right now. And down from the laser, slightly down on the left of the lasers right now. Now, over and slightly above the lasers.
Right there.
Right there. That's it.
All right, video, come on in.
Yeah, so this is different. This is a different type of it's a hydrozone or a black. I'm not sure what are we looking at here.
Tina went and signed off, so.
Okay.
I'm seeing black coral, Chris.
You have any idea here, Scott, what we're looking at?
Well, it could be small in stature but densely branched Trissopathes.
Okay. Okay, we're good with that, pilot.
Good.
And then I don't know if you can snap zoom that white thing in the distance that we were sort of going for. Just confirm what it could be.
Is it?
Yeah, that's it.
Right there?
Yep, that's it.
All right, video. Let's zoom in on this.
It's just hiding behind that other rock, I think. It's attached to the one in the back.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's just a big ferronematid sponge that we're seeing the actual backside of. It's kind of strange. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right. Copy that. I'm going to push ahead a little.
So, pilot, I'm going to guess that we're going to see the most if we're sort of near the rubbly slope to the right a little bit.
Copy that.
Because we did see differences down here, but most of what we've been seeing before has been on rocky or bigger substrate.
Copy that. Rotating back. Yeah, if you see anything you want to zoom, just shout out. And I will do my best.
Thanks. Yeah, we're pointing due east at this point, right?
Yes.
Keep it going.
So I guess in order to get to our waypoint, we'll have to turn left at some point. But once we acquire this edge here, we can probably turn more upslope again.
Yeah, the ship's actually headed about 3-0 watch lead. So I was just doing like a zigzag right there. But we are moving to waypoint 2.
Thanks. Yes, Nav?
I was just going to say what Pilot just said. He was kind of mowing the lawn. We're actually headed in the direction of Sirius, so that's a little better heading to take a line off of if you want, just as reference every now and then. Sirius is usually facing the direction of motion of the ship, so we're going to head up this slope here.
Thanks.
Sure. Okay, what do you think, co-pilot 030 looking? Okay.
Yeah.
Keep it going here.
Big ferronematid sponge there on the right.
Is that a sea star?
I know. I was wondering if that could be a sea star. You know, to the left of the lasers, and next to that, could just be a broken. Well, could be a broken coral stump too, but almost looks like sea star arms.
All right, video, come on in. Let's see what this is.
It is a sea star. How about that? I'm not sure what that white thing is. It's in front of it.
Just like two little cup corals next to it or something?
Yeah, well, these almost look like little mushroom corals or something. Baby mushroom corals, but...
Going a little tighter. Oh, that's full.
Let's see.
This looks kind of similar to the one we saw while you stepped out earlier.
Did Chris call in with an ID on that one?
I believe he may have. I'm trying to remember.
I'm trying to see if there's anything in the gallery. This is, yeah, it's not this one here. That's Python Aster. Maybe this one? Nope. That one? We got something.
No.
Gani Aster, the family. It's not that one anyway. That doesn't help.
No.
No.
Clear on video. Whatever.
All right, video. Washy, do you want me to stay in on this, or are we good?
No, we can go ahead and move on because Chris has got a delay, and when he's seeing it, he'll go ahead and call in and comment.
Copy that.
I think. Yeah, I just don't see anything in the gallery. Maybe it's just from earlier this year. I remember it because he does look familiar. Another big polyopogon sponge right in front of the ROV. Oh, we got a great big huge icidid. I think this is the same one we've been seeing today, but Scott, you want to take a look at this or pass it up? What do you think? I see that sort of red-orange tinge near the base that may indicate it's actomysis.
These are huge.
Yeah, just coming into my view now, Chris, I think you're right. Another ecnomysis, and as you said, a really large colony.
They're almost as tall as D2.
You want to look or pass it up?
Are we going that way? If we're going that way, just a quick zoom, not to stop, but.
Yeah, sure. We're going that. They could definitely do a zoom.
3 of them, actually.
Yeah, sure. We can go ahead and do a quick zoom there, pilot.
Come on in.
You'll see some commensals on it.
Or to see if there's anything on it, Chris, than to identify it. I think we can be pretty confident what it is. They're awfully big.
Just going to see.
That's internodal. See that.
Over here. Might be a squat lobster or something in the back.
Yeah, it could be a squat lobster too.
It's another one of those little jellyfish that's feeding on it.
It's moving.
That's what I wanted to see, Chris.
Yeah, there is one on it in the upper top right corner.
Top right.
Yeah, a little black blob that's just right behind the branch.
Oh, right in the middle pretty much now.
Yeah.
I'm going to wait since I'm delayed.
Yeah, he's kind of hidden by a branch, but he's there.
He's in closer by zoom.
This is
by
the
view. There you go.
This is the angina, or how do you spell it? Agina? Where's my name on this thing?
Agina.
Yeah, Agina citria.
Got more zoom.
Yeah, go for it. I was moving towards it too, but yeah, if you zoom, take it.
Definitely moving around.
Oh, now I see it. Yeah, you can see it pulsing.
6-0.
Yeah.
And again, right in the area where you see that jelly, the polyps are retracted, but not away from that area.
Right.
So another indication that it's a defensive maneuver by the polyps to retract their tentacles. That's terrific. Thank you for that view.
Yeah, I think we're good, pilot, when video's good.
All right, video.
Okay.
Come on out. Lateral, there's a lot of things to run into.
Another mushroom coral on the bottom.
80 degrees. All right, I'll just come above these.
Pretty much looking right at the direction we're going to be heading.
Chris, at the base, for me, it's right in the center. There's a bamboo whip, and then on the right side of the base, there's a colony. I'm wondering, can you see, is it a Narella? Is it a different kind of primnode than what we've been seeing?
To the right of the whip.
Just going off the bottom of your screen now.
I suspect we are
I might
already
have just passed that up.
Okay.
We might have passed it because we're looking at a whip, but there's a corallium at the base. It may have been a different whip you were looking at.
Copy that.
No, this is it. I saw it in the dark, so it's the corallium.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, we're good, pilot.
Oh, okay.
Several more of those.
Yeah, I can push a little.
Just black corals around here.
Yep, I see that one. What about this red coral that's straight ahead, upper center? It almost looks like it's a Paragorgia. I wonder if we could come up to this and take a look.
Yep, copy that. Let's see, is it further back or is it?
No, this red one here to the right center, right in front of us. Kind of looks like the others, but I don't think it is. I think it's a different coral. The red one that's
Chris,
got the
why
big...
do you need the coral experts on the phone?
Sorry. Yeah, this one right with the big white stem there in front of it.
This is one of those fly trapping enemies.
What is that? Yeah, I think it is on a stalk, a dead stalk of something. This is our first Paragorgia that we spotted today. These are bubblegum corals.
All right, video, come on in.
Polyps are all closed up on it for whatever reason. So I think everybody can see why they're called bubblegum corals. These sort of round knobs at the very end of their branches and sort of in the middle of the branches, and their beautiful bright red color. Interesting to note that as Scott, I think, put in the chat earlier, and sort of something that the people who work with corals know that this particular family is closely related to the Coralliidae. And for a while, I think they were actually in the same family, the Paragorgiidae and the Coralliidae, and then they were split at some point into the past. Because there are certain similarities in the sclerites in both of those families.
How's that?
Perfect. So I'll go in again.
Yeah, and it wasn't until the genetic analysis was done in the last 5 or 10 years that there's been the discussion of, or the realization that they're actually more closely related than the systematics would suggest they are, meaning the groups that they have been classically put into in the last 50 years.
Rotate down.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. So we're good for science whenever video's ready, and
copy that. It's taking a last shot.
So we're still seeing some new animals here. That was the first for that one. Yellow on a stalk. Oh, well, yeah, this would be worth looking at, this yellow stalk, and the geologist sees it. Oh, my goodness.
Look at which one?
Straight ahead, this small yellow stalk thing. Right. The lasers are just about on it.
Copy that. I think I know. This one right there?
I think it could be just an Acanthogorgia, but I think that's what it is, an Acanthogorgia, but we can take a look.
Based on that weird shape, well, I'll wait. I was going to say, I wonder if it's actually a black coral, but...
You call me, Jasper?
Yeah, what time are we leaving the floor?
Oh, okay. 40 minutes from now, 40.
Thank you.
All right, video, come on in.
What's the time?
We have 40 minutes left.
40 minutes, okay. Now it's Acanthogorgia, so it looks like it's an older version of those unbranched Acanthogorgias that we saw earlier.
Yeah, interesting. But now I am beginning to wonder if we have different species here, these ones that are more leggy and branch later versus the one like right beside it on the right. This one that seems to be branching much lower on the colony.
Yeah.
Or it could be they're all the same species and it's just a response to some local condition as they're growing.
Yeah, maybe. That's this one is got, excuse me, I'm sorry, could you zoom in again near the very top of it? And that looks like an aplicophoran up there on the top branch. That curled thing right around the branch is brown.
Copy that. I'm going to rotate towards it.
I was thinking that was just a brittle star arm, but I think you're right, Chris. Absolutely.
Sorry,
you can actually see where tissue is missing, right around where that aplicophoran worm is, also called a selenogaster.
Yeah, so these actually aren't worms, these are gastropods, believe it or not, that don't have shells.
Yeah.
And they're sort of
not
very...
gastropods. They are They're mollusks, Chris, but they're not gastropods.
Yes, sorry.
Mollusks. They're in the same phylum as the gastropods, but they're their own class.
Do we have time for a quick establishment?
Yeah, I should have known that. Sorry about that. Right, they are mollusks.
Okay, that's all.
We're good?
Yep.
Watchers, are we good here?
Yeah, we're good. Thank you.
Copy that.
It's a kind of neat tableau right there. The different levels of corals going off in the distance.
Yeah, it's a pretty scene.
Clear these things and push ahead. You're fine right there.
I believe I'm seeing another one of the possible acanthogorges overgrown by zoanthus, and yet again with
Yep, we did. We passed another one of those.
Yep.
Seen a few more black corals than we have so far. There's more of these Trisopathy-like things on the bottom. And it's my imagination. It seems like they picked up just a little bit.
Maybe they just got a little bigger.
Yeah, could be.
Well, we might just break the 1,400 meter depth range.
Fish directly to your right, too.
Too far right?
You gotta move a little quicker than that, but just went out into
okay.
black, I think. There's another one dead ahead.
There is a fish, but I guess it's an eel again in the water column. It's dead ahead.
It's pretty far away.
Yeah. I don't know if we'll get a good view, but video.
Well, we did have a request from Ken Sulak to zoom in and spend some time with the eels if we see more. He thought he saw a different species. We've been calling all of these Synaphobranchus, but he thought that we weren't paying enough attention to the fin on the bottom of the eels, the anal fin. And we might actually have a different genus here in this area than we've expected.
Well, we're getting a close-up of one of the eels right now, Bruce. That was in the water column.
Can we call him two-tone?
Yeah. It's not Neapolitan. It only has two colors.
Yeah.
What do you say, Bruce?
Well, that's an interesting thing. We filmed a two-toned cutthroat eel on a previous dive. It looked like a different morphology than this one, but there was some question about what we were really looking at for that one.
Yeah.
So spending a little bit of time with this could be worthwhile.
He's pretty far away, Bruce. They just sort of zoomed him as best they could from this distance.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that Ken will chime in on the chat room here in a moment and see what he says.
Gonna take a bit more soon.
It's almost biting his own tail.
Yep, copy that video.
He's getting a good view of the anal fin. It goes right up to near the opening there. It's about halfway up the body.
Okay.
Fairly well formed.
Right, I think that's
Now he's heading off, I'm afraid. So that'll be about it, I think.
Copy that.
Okay, I hope that's good. Yeah, the position of the anal fin on this particular eel seems further back with what Ken was commenting on before. He said that one looked like it had the anal fin origin very far forward, which would make it a different genus than Synaphobranchus.
It's still 3-0, right?
Possibly one that hasn't been recorded from the northern hemisphere before.
Yeah, it should.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Nav.
Copy that. 30 meters.
Yeah, sounds good. This eel is actually in that direction, so Vidya, do you want to come back in on this eel?
Sure.
As we go there.
Yeah, and Patty's noticing what I was looking at while you guys were still finishing your conversation about the eel. Was looked like the manganese is actually kind of thin and like a slab coming up on the left, and then in front of us the field seems more like sediment
go
with nodules
underneath them real quick.
Okay.
Oh, never mind, just turn. Oh no, it's all right. Yeah, coming up with you.
Okay.
Well, we
nice.
Done about the best we could with that eel, Bruce. Hopefully that'll be enough for you guys.
Yeah, let's hope so. I think Ken has a lag with what he's viewing. I'm not sure how he's looking at this. He's probably working out of his home, so his response time may be about like Chris Miles with several minutes before he gets back to us on this.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, maybe we can again try to make a little bit of a push toward waypoint 2 if we could.
Yep, copy that. Ship is moving, and we're on our way to waypoint 2.
So we are getting into one of these little transition areas. The substrate's changed, and so has the community.
Yep.
Obviously, there's clearly a pattern.
They don't like the softies and soft stuff. With,
they don't do well.
Small pebbles in it.
And then you start to get a little more consolidated substrate, which you can see up ahead, and the corals reappear. It's a theme we've seen over and over again, which obviously makes sense.
This guy just found one rock.
Yeah, but I don't know how long that, I mean, he's got to weigh a lot. I don't know how long he's going to be able to remain upright if we get a good current flow coming over this ridge. Big fair-nematid coral in amongst these corallium or hemicorallium, if you will, these pink corals.
We're going more across the ridge right now than we are going up it, by the way.
Yeah, this is pretty much east.
Yeah, maybe we could head north a little bit. And
yep, just lateraling north, but the ship is moving towards waypoint 2.
Okay, thank you. This particular location, it looks like they're hanging out more by the edge because the center of it's a little more cobbly, center of the ridge. Some really huge unbranched bamboos. It's kind of branched right on top. Looks like 3 or 4 sparse branches. Something tells me that Scott may want to take a look at that, but I'm not really sure.
Boy, I wonder what that could be, Chris.
Wow.
I mean, what's talking to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is fascinating.
These are big.
That thing is definitely taller than the ROV.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. Well, actually, do you want a quick zoom on this?
Yeah, and maybe at the branch points where those sub-branches are coming off, he had a particular interest in that.
Copy that.
They just look too odd. It's like that Sesame Street thing. One of these
video,
things
come on
is
out.
not like the other.
He's got to look way up to even look at these things.
That's max zoom.
The ROV's going to need a massage after this because its neck is bent back so far just to look up at this thing. So again, the side branch is smaller diameter than the main branch. We saw that pattern. The nodes look about the same large size as the previous big branch bamboo that we saw.
Yeah,
I wonder if you could slide up the colony even a little more.
Upward, I guess.
You know, get even more pain in your ROV neck as you.
Did you say up? Oh, sorry, Washley. Did you say up?
Yeah, up, please,
up,
if you could.
copy.
And where's that next branch? There's the other branch point. It looks internodal to me, Scott, just pointing that out.
Okay. And the first one I saw was almost halfway between the two nodes, and from a distance I thought that the second branchlet looked like it had its own branchlet. Maybe not. Maybe it's just I see there's one here, and then there's a second one, and one is curling around the back.
Yeah, that's it. The thinner one is curling behind the thicker one and around to the back to the left.
Yeah.
Could you tilt up one last time?
So this is still going to be in that, what was it, B clade, I think, is what Abby thought this was?
Copy that.
Okay.
Video, take your last looks. I need to push ahead.
But it just, it makes us question our understanding. You know, we were talking about before, we would really like to be able to identify the sponges from a distance and the corals from a distance. And, you know, this is clearly telling us that we have to be really careful when we just assign a name to something that is a whip or branched or whatever morphology. There's still a lot for us to learn about how these grow.
Copy that.
Yeah. It's like another pair of gorges. We got a couple. We got an Iridogorgia, another one of these on the left. So they're pretty common, and they were missing. What's that?
I was just saying thanks for the close-up.
Oh, sure, yeah, no problem. So we weren't getting very many Iridogorgia at the beginning of the dive. Then we finally got one, and now I can see two of them in front of us, one on the right, one on the left. So they're here. They just haven't gotten as well established as the corallium and these big primnoids.
Do you want zooms on either?
I don't think so. I think these are a pretty common, well-known member of the deep sea fauna. Big corallium are back, and so there's a really big icidid in the background too, probably another one of these ectomysis. And look at the size of this corallium on the right. Jeez. How old is this thing?
What a sail.
This thing has got to be, it's got to be 1,000 years old or more. I mean, this thing is just immense. I'm not sure I've ever seen a corallium this big before. Yeah, and big, huge, gigantic bamboos in the background too.
Do you want to zoom on any of this, Washley?
No, just the lasers like that is fine, just for the size.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen plenty of these today. It's just the size that caught my eye. It's just, yeah, how tall is that?
So can you use the size of the base maybe to get some idea of how old these things might be? Is there any information in the cross section of the base?
Yeah, and we've got a fish dead ahead too, another one of these eels. But if you could collect the base, then you would be able to potentially date it. But you know, that's obviously not possible.
No, it's kind of tricky.
Right.
And you know, it's hard. It's kind of a guesstimate because we don't know exactly. You know, even if you were to look at quote rings, if this did have rings, we don't know what the periodicity that it's set down. So I agree, you'd have to have a piece of it. But I agree with Chris also that, you know, this is certainly many, many hundreds of years old, and some of the bamboo corals, those ectomysis that we were seeing earlier, that just had these incredibly thick bases on the stem. Again, must be the
same sort of
Yeah,
thing.
sorry,
hundreds
video.
of
Come on
years
out for a sec.
No worries.
Many
Yeah,
hundreds.
look at the base of this one corallium here. Is there? They
Yeah,
just
so
zoomed
do I.
out. It's a huge base on this thing. It's not the biggest colony, but he's got the biggest base.
Copy that. Just gonna move around this guy and I'll push forward.
That is a gigantic corallium, hemicorallium, that is. This is the land of the giant corals, that's what it is. It's where we found ourselves today.
I have to
There's
go
a sponge that fell over, probably one of those sacocalix.
over this.
Finally came
guy. I
off
don't
its
think I'll
base.
fit underneath him.
Oh, there is a sponge dead ahead in the distance. This is a new one. We haven't seen this today yet.
Copy that. I'm moving that way. I'm just gonna rise over this real tall one.
Okay.
So don't hit him.
Can tell
You sure
already.
it's
Yeah, it's going to be a yellow stalk on him. Bolosoma species B is what we're calling it at the moment.
Until someone writes that paper.
Yep. And you can almost see the yellow tinge to it from here to the stem. It's one of these kind of strange hexactinellids that actually has some color to it. And most of the color is in the stem, although some of the actual tissue on top of it can also get a yellowish tone as well.
So is this in the tissue, the color, or is it in the glass base?
I think it's in
skeleton?
the tissue.
Say it again, Copilot. Okay. Copy that.
Kind of a weird shape for one of these bolosomas, very bumpy.
About 20 minutes, I was going to get another move
That's
in.
pretty close.
It's pretty close. Yeah, yeah, slight variant on it, but it's going to be the same.
Say it again, Copilot. Yeah. Alright, video if you want to come in.
It's kind of fun to look inside because they always have a lot of things living in there. You see some yellow pigment or something inside of it too.
Yeah.
Look at the number of brittle stars that are inside this thing. You want to count them?
No.
Oh.
You can count the arms if you want.
Yeah. So I don't know what the yellow color is, Scott. I have no clue.
It's yellow
looks
number
like
3.
Yeah, it looks like there's some yellow right around the rim of some of the oscula on the outside. Whatever that means.
You just want to pan down toward the
There's
top.
some
Yeah,
yellow inside
slowly.
too.
It doesn't seem like it's distributed evenly
Nice.
at all.
No.
It's just sort of patchy.
But so bright in the stock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want the
So
actual
Chris,
stock
the
video?
stock in these guys, is it almost exclusively just
hold this
silica
for a
fiber, or is there a fair amount of spongin in there, or what's the construction of that stock?
It's almost exclusively fiber. You really elongate, and
If we have time, I wouldn't
they're
mind
not
getting
really fused spicules.
full,
I think
nice
a lot
tight
of the
shot
stocks
on
on this thing
with
would be
this brittle stars.
diactins, or they're two.
Yeah, we've a
So
little time.
just essentially threads
Rotate
is a
a
way to
little.
think
So
about them.
back up to the top.
Very long that are overlapping and going down through the stalk, making a firm
Perfect.
structure for it to perch on.
So, given Jasper's observation here of the patchiness of the yellow pigments, I wonder if another hypothesis is that as these things get really, really big and old, they start to secrete some of whatever this is as a waste product and turn yellow.
Could be.
Looks like some of these brittle stars have had their arms bitten off, and you can see them regenerating. They're much smaller at the tips than they are near the base.
Yeah, I saw that on that one on the left.
I'll come out and get an
There's some
establishing.
little baby ones in there, yeah. So you can just see how many animals are dependent upon the sponge for shelter and perhaps even for nutrition. We're just not sure.
Yeah, this is a really nice sponge to go along with the theme of the dive of looking to see what animals associate with the sessile fauna being the corals and the sponges that are attached to the bottom. And there should be a log being posted soon where I compare these corals and sponges to forest and trees in the forest. Now the trees serve to increase the diversity of the forest by providing a habitat for other animals. And that's exactly what these sponges and corals are doing.
Yeah, absolutely. There just seem to be a lot of these animals that definitely need to get over. Oh, excuse me. There's a sea star that's to the right of the lasers on the underside of that boulder.
Yeah, I do see him. Give me 1 second.
We'll take a peek at that since we're here. Not quite hit it off yet. Now we're seeing stuff right and left. So we're trying to make the push, and there's too many things to spot here.
Video. All right, video, come on in. So fish might join us too.
Oh my goodness, okie dokie.
He's multi-armed.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 6, and then there's space left for a few more.
Right, so a little confusing. This is either
oh, that's Max.
Astenacthus or Pythonaster, and I'm going to try to bring up a picture right now real quick.
Yeah.
So can't tell how many arms he's got. 1, 2, 3. It's a stubby. 4, 5 at least. And then we've got
6 on over there.
I think it's probably Astenacthus and not Pythonaster. But
these have as longer little nubbies.
Yeah.
Whatever those things are called.
Yeah, whatever they're called, which I'm not sure either.
Yeah, that looks similar.
Yeah, I think so. So this is...
It has longer, narrower arms.
All right, video, if you could start to finish up.
These are all Astenacthus.
Oh, okay.
So just different color morphs on it. So I think that's it. And that's the first time we've seen that sea star today.
Well, actually, so are we good there? We need to push ahead.
Yeah, we are. Thank you.
Copy that. All right, pushing ahead, Copilot.
So one thing about these big bamboos is pilots, of course, wouldn't want to brush into them just because they don't want to hurt them. But at the same, there's another good reason why not to brush into them, because they're very gooey. They secrete a lot of mucus, and I do remember a dive in a submersible once where camera bumped into one of these tall things, and there was a smear mark across the lens for the rest of the dive.
And you got to clean it?
Yeah, well, that's not a problem, but it ruined the video for the rest of the dive. Just, it stuck. It wasn't me who did it, by the way.
Now he's going to stay off the bottom by at least 10 meters.
Another eel out there to the right.
Copy that. I'm just going to get around these tall ones real quick.
Again, Bruce, you forgot to order other types of fish besides the eels and the kumba. You know, we all have our favorites, right? But to just keep going back to the same fish, I mean,
tasty fish.
It's like going to burger and fries every single night. You know, it gets a little old after a while.
Okay, my bad. I'll put an order in for a much greater diversity for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bruce.
Like a smorgasbord.
Steady on, Copilot.
And you may get it, too. We're going to be shallower. There's another kumba.
Sorry, Washleeds, I need to push ahead a little bit to keep up with the boat.
Yeah, sure.
And that's two.
They can't stop, Bruce. Sorry. I think they were both Koombas, but he needs...
Still looking at the sea star?
Go ahead, Chris. Please comment on it. We've moved on, but I was waiting for your call.
Yeah, looks like Astronactus to me. I think it's that same one that we saw the other day. Pythonaster has sort of more wrinkled folds on the body, whereas Astronactus actually has sort of these spines with little white baggies around them.
Yeah, one top, bottom tie?
Interesting that it's tucked under like that.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Out and about. I think the other day we saw one feeding on coral or something. So it's been a real sort of treasure trove of information on animals.
Yeah, so Chris, did you see the sea star before that, though? It was completely white, and it had longer arms on it, and I think we've imaged it once before, but I couldn't remember what the name was. By any chance, did you see that one?
Okay, I'm looking at the one that was under a rock.
Yeah.
You guys saw just as you pulled away from a bolosoma. So are you saying that you're looking at another one right now?
No, it was actually before that one. And let's see.
Really?
Yeah, I'm trying to see where in my notes I wrote that one down. Unless maybe that was the Peltaster. Maybe I'm getting mixed up here. Could have been the Peltaster.
Oh, well, the Peltaster you weren't around for.
Oh, well then it wasn't that one.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing one in between.
I think there was one too.
Yeah, actually I found it in my notes. It was right before the bubblegum coral that we imaged. I had a note here that there was a white sea star, and I couldn't figure out what it was. But if I see a picture of it in the photos tomorrow, I'll see if I can send it to you.
I'll look around. Maybe someone else has already caught it. But yeah, I must have been looking in the other direction or something. Okay, yeah, no, I don't remember seeing that. I went straight from the Peltaster to the
drop off.
Okay, well, thanks for calling in, Chris. We appreciate it. And
I'll email you if I see it tonight.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, it's always a pleasure.
Yeah.
So Patty has an interesting question. If these things are thousands of years old, why is there no manganese on their base? And so I'm guessing maybe they're just too gooey, but I don't know if the base is gooey. Or is it because they're just slowly growing?
Yeah. So Scott, I sort of feel that you really want to answer this one, so I'm going to leave this one for you. Why, I would normally take this, but I don't want to get too greedy on these questions.
Yeah,
so.
these are. Hey, I offered a suggestion.
I think, in all seriousness, I think it's because the bases still have tissue associated with them, and so it would be basically the same question, why don't you see any manganese deposition anywhere on the coral? Presumably there's a physiological function for the coral to avoid that deposition to clean itself off. And this sort of dovetails nicely with the discussion of the gooey mucus. That's thought to be one of the functions of secreting mucus, is to rid the surface of the coral of irritants.
Yeah, well,
so I'm gonna check that one off on my list, as I got that pretty close.
So Patty, are you satisfied with Scott's explanation? I mean, if not, then go ahead and state it in the chat. But if you are,
and then Chris will tell you what his explanation is,
which will be totally made up because I have no clue. A beautiful boulder up ahead with a lot of these corallium on it. A really scenic dive, a lot of topography.
This is a friendly 10-minute
I think I would have to say that, well, this dive has exceeded my expectations in terms of what we would see, but
thank you, Nav.
I know, Jasper, you said yesterday that you thought that the shape of this ridge would be such that we were unlikely to see a lot of sediment, and you've been absolutely correct, but I thought there was going to be more than we saw, so this has been terrific.
No, I thought there was going to be more sediment on this part at this point, and I'm glad we didn't, but I had actually thought by the time we got this high up it would start getting more sedimented.
Yeah. How far is D2 from waypoint 2?
And on the other hand, I had thought that if we did get into an area that was flatter with more sediment, we'd see more of a fish diversity. So we all kind of have different things in mind.
Yeah, but we could get more fish tomorrow in a shallower dive again.
Yeah, there's a little fish going across the screen right now, I think. Yeah, I wonder if we could zoom this over by the big coral, right at the left underside of the big coral. He's about right in the center of it. If you just zoom right now, you'll probably catch
video
him.
Go in.
He was, where did he go? I think he actually wound up going behind the coral, around the other side. He was really small, just drifting along. I think we missed him. Some big dead coral bases, sort of almost like base plates down here as well, where corals used to be.
Copy that.
Pretty big colonies.
Yeah.
In here.
Maybe we can count rings inside of that.
Yeah. Well, if you could or not. Be a heck getting it off of detaching it from the substrate, I imagine.
Maybe we would have to get another biosample that brings a little rock along.
Yeah. I am just astonished by the size of these primnoid coral colonies that we're seeing on the left and straight ahead. They're just massive.
Yeah, so at 30 degrees, it's actually downhill now. So we had a terrain change. Yeah, you can see it's off to your starboard now, too. There's a fish. Video, come in on fish.
You saw a fish?
I saw one, too, I thought.
That's it.
Where is it?
Oh, no.
Right there. No, it's a shrimp.
Never mind, video.
I saw something
There's
higher
a sea
up.
cucumber there, too. There's two different types of these primnoids. Those are just two very different growth morphologies there. One of them looks more of a rounded fan shape, and the other one looks more lyrate. But I think
the
they
real
both have
V-shape, you mean?
Yeah, V-shape. But they both have sort of lyrate branching, I think. So I don't know. We got just a few more minutes in this dive, and we're getting pretty close to waypoint 2. So the timing worked out pretty nicely.
Here we see another one of those cracked ridges where the right half, in this case, seems to sort of have collapsed.
Yeah, watch these. I think we're going to come off bottom just maybe a little shy of waypoint 2, but in the general vicinity here. So.
Sure. Okay, thank you. We got it, what, another 5 minutes or so?
Yeah, another 5, yeah.
Okay. Last call for close-ups, folks. Last call. The Okeanos bar is almost closed. The deep water bar, I guess.
Yeah, we serve cold water.
Yeah, cold water.
With things in it.
They tug you?
On the lower left, it's probably just gone out of the screen for you, and it would now be center if we haven't gone too far.
What are we looking at? Could we?
It was a whitish-colored colony, and I was wondering if it was a largish Acanthogorgia overgrown by zoanthids. But I would not try to go back, so don't worry about it. I'll try to pick something in the foreground.
I see it. I saw it, and yeah, it was an overgrown. Same thing, one of those overgrown Acanthogorgias.
And did you see the opioid?
You're going to keep tugging.
Just a little bit of housekeeping here. So we're going to go ahead and do the post-dive call as soon as Lindsay is ready, as we're coming off bottom in a few minutes. So please stay tuned, those of you who are interested in participating in the post-dive. Guess we'll do a little bit of a summary here, and then you just interrupt me if you see something you want to do as a last zoom. I thought this was a spectacular dive. These are the types of sites that we're trying to find actually for this project. I personally am trying to find, and others as well. So when we actually find one of these, it's marvelous. Lots of corals, some of the largest colonies of these isidids, unbranched isidids, primnoids, coralliums that I have ever seen.
All right, Copa, you can start my arms if you want.
The density is extremely high. This is clearly a very suitable habitat for these corals. We haven't had much sedimentation. We have a good, solid, consolidated substrate, and maybe that's part of the equation. We assume it is.
Do you mind if I zoom past
you don't often see corallium of that side and that density in any of these habitats, so that was pretty amazing. Jasper, do you want to say a few words, and then maybe you can get Scott or Bruce to comment on the dive as well?
Yeah, I thought today was interesting was the, we've seen all the thick manganese over the pillow lava. So today particularly seemed to have a lot of both larger cracks and then sides of the hill that sort of seemed to have slumped away, as well as more circular kind of little collapse features earlier in the dive that I don't think we've seen a ton of yet in the last few dives. And so I think that was sort of the key for me to see. And the other thing is I don't think we saw quite as much sand from the top as I thought we would near the end here of this dive, which is also kind of interesting.
Port turn.
Scott, you want to make any final comments, sort of summarizing the dive from your perspective?
Sure. I will add that I agreed, Chris, with the comments that you made about the spectacular large colonies, the density, moderate diversity, and very interesting diversity. But I just want to repeat something that I said earlier, or maybe I wrote it in the event log, that to me, today's dive really shows the value of this Okeanos Explorer program. We discovered one of these very rich communities in an area that's never been explored. Very rich communities in an area that's never been explored, and we had the opportunity to spend enough time looking closely at a lot of different colonies that we started to see some patterns that we hadn't seen before. Probably the best example of that is the zoanthid overgrowth with the astroschematids, but also the jellyfish feeding on the bamboo corals and so on. And these are just natural history observations that we just don't get to make in the deep sea. And the more often we have that opportunity, the more we learn about our environment here and the complex interactions and why we should give serious consideration to protecting some of these areas. So I'm thrilled to be able to participate. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Scott. And Bruce, you have any comments here right at the end of the dive?
Well, on this dive, we saw a very low diversity of fishes. There were basically two types, the cutthroat eels in the family Synaphlobranchidae and maclurids that we think were all in one genus, Kumba. The Synaphlobranchid eels are getting to be a little puzzling because of the fairly subtle morphological diversity that we're seeing, but might indicate that we're seeing at least 2 species and possibly 3. So we need to spend a little more time looking at those when we see them. The low diversity was characteristic of this manganese crust ridge environment, like a couple of dives that we did earlier this week at slightly deeper depths. That's all that we're seeing are the cutthroat eels and the kumba.
Yeah, thank you, Bruce. So we have pulled off the bottom. It's the end of the dive.
Align with the ship now.
Thank you very much for everybody who's been watching this particular dive. We obviously were pretty pleased with it, and we're going to go ahead and see if we can find Lindsay here and move right into the post-dive call. So maybe give us 5 minutes here, and then we'll be right back on the line.